Deception. A person clad in dark gray was rushing from one shadow of a house to another shadow. Nobody noticed as the person was fast. Nothing could be noticed that would identify the person, just as it was the intention of said person. If he would be identified, there would be massive accusations about him doing something illegal, which would only result in him getting dragged to the old man again. No, he had other plans tonight. The empty streets of his home village, he used the term home very loosely, were working well for his plans. Finally, he reached his hideout. He pressed a stone in a wall, and said wall glided aside soundlessly, the wonders of silencing seals, and let him in. As soon as he had walked inside, the wall slid back, pretending nothing of interest could be found there. The person lit a lantern, and now features could be identified. The person was about 1 meter and 50 in height, slim, male, and wearing dark gray pants that were taped with black bandages at the ankles and a long-sleeved gray shirt that was kept in place with gray arm guards. He wore black gloves with dull metal plates on the back. His head was hidden by a hood and a mask that only left his eyes uncovered. Now he pulled of the mask from his lower face and the hood down. Spiky yellow hair was revealed, as were 3 whisker-like birthmarks on the boy's cheeks. He walked down the stairs behind the disguised door and reached a room after 5 minutes of walking down. He lit the lights, and now the whole room was visible. The room was massive. It was rectangular and divided in 6 parts by shoulder-high walls. Only one part was closed up completely, the one on the far left. 4 parts were about the same size, and 2 were double their size. He walked over to a wall in one of the smaller parts and took 3 sealing scrolls out of his pouch on his belt. He unrolled one scroll that was labeled with weapons and began unsealing the contents. Several shuriken and kunai, 1 short sword, 2 katanas, for kodachis, a chain sickle, a container with senbons, 2 windmill shuriken, and 4 daggers were taken out of the sealing scroll and placed, sorted by kinds, in a shelf where other weapons were stored. The bigger weapons like the swords in various sizes went on the wall next to the shelf. Then the boy walked to another shelf in the neighboring part, which was loaded with scrolls of different kinds. The single shelves were labeled with the category of the information in the scrolls. One shelf had a sign for water, 1 for wind, 1 for fire, 1 for earth, and 1 for lightning. Then there were non-elemental, taijutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu, clan techniques, politics and noble families, geography, survival, and strategy. He again unsealed the contents of the second scroll and sorted the scrolls he took out into the respective categories. He would need to look them over later, but now he had other things to do. The last scroll he took out revealed to hold bags that jingled when they were moved. There were coins in them. Other bags rustled. There were bills in them. He stored the money in the bags in a safe next to the shelf with the scrolls. A good haul tonight, the boy said to himself. I really like Chunin exams. I always get many new supplies that way. He went to the part that was on the farthest right side of the room. There was a small bathroom with a shower, a sink, a toilet, and a bathtub in the back part, and a kitchen in the front part. He turned the shower on, and while he waited for the water to get warm, he undressed. He tested the water and then stepped under the shower. He enjoyed the warm water for some time before he took the shower foam and cleaned his body. When he had washed it off, he shampooed his hair. Once he was clean, he turned off the water, walked out of the shower, and took a towel from a stand. He dried his body and his hair before putting on night clothes. The part opposite the bathroom, the one completely separate from the rest of the room, was a bedroom with furniture he had made himself. He had a wardrobe, a bed, a night table and chest of drawers. The carpet, the blanket, the pillows, and the mattress he had bought under a transformation jutsu. Nobody, not even the old man Hokage, knew about this hideout. While it was underground and therefore no natural light got inside, it was safe. A fact no other place in the whole village could claim to be for the boy, the least of all his official residents. Well, if anybody would look for him, they would only find a shadow clone of his lying in the bed, pretending to be him. It was a really big stroke of luck that he had the habit of observing the true Genin tests of the Jonin senseis. 3 years ago, when he had been 9, he had watched a strange Jonin with spiky silver hair and a face mask like his, who only had one eye unveiled of his whole face, using the jutsu. First, he had thought it was the normal clone the academy taught, but it was different as the clone could attack like the original. He had seen the hand seal the Jonin used, and then begun training the jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu had become his favorite jutsu. First, he could do much more with the support of shadow clones. Second, he had found out after 2 weeks after finally managing to do the jutsu, that whenever one of his clones dispelled, he and the other clones got the memories of the dispelled clone. It had helped him in his training immensely. The village was completely against him. That much he knew since he was a little boy. There were perhaps a handful of people that didn't hate him outright. He didn't know how often he had been in the hospital because of their hatred, but he had found ways to avoid it. He knew the only way to not be beaten up anymore was getting stronger than the ones who beat him. He didn't care if he hurt them anymore. Those who attacked him were going to pay. But getting strong didn't happen overnight, and he also needed to cover all his bases to not be executed on orders of the council, his biggest enemies in the village. He had found out the reason for their hatred 5 years ago. He had become smarter after stealing scrolls and books from old and used storages in the academy. In his mind, it wasn't wrong what he did. It was simply to survive in this screwed-up village. While the Hokage was one of the few that didn't hate him and protected him, otherwise he was sure he would already be dead. He was too old and tired to do his job properly. He, Naruto Uzumaki, or rather Namikaze, even if nobody knew he had figured that out, was the container of the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox that had attacked the village on the day he had been born. And for some reason, the whole village had been informed about that fact and hated him for the connection with the fox, as if he had chosen to become the container of that demon. But no, they saw him as the fox. Stupid bastards. Even he, with his self-taught knowledge and sealing, knew that he and the fox were two separate entities. One day, when he had been cleaning the storage rooms in the Hokage Tower after a prank, his only real way to show his frustration with the village, he had found a box with the kanji for fourth on it. He had freed the box of dust when a badly placed nodachi fell from an upper shelf and nicked his arm. Some of the blood from the wound dropped on the seal that kept the box closed, and the seal opened much to Naruto's surprise. He quickly bandaged the wound on his arm with the already ruined sleeve of his jacket and then opened the box. He found a few personal things the yondaime had left, a marriage certificate and his own birth certificate which stated that his parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Namikaze ne Uzumaki. He had been shocked to find that out, but knew he only would have this one chance to see if his father and mother had left him something. For some reason, the Hokage had lied to him that he didn't know who his parents were. He was hurt that the old man had lied to him and decided to not tell him that he knew now. In the box were some documents for bank accounts. He saw that he should have inherited quite a fortune, the deed to a bit of land on the outskirts of Konoha. He would check the place out later, he decided, and some pictures of his parents. Those he took and hid them on his body. He guessed that if there was still a house left, much would be kept there. Checking out the place had been a really good idea. He found a small house, only the ground floor, first floor and a basement, but it was obvious that the one responsible for the interior had chosen it with love to detail. Finding the house had been difficult as it had been hidden with seals again. No wonder with his dad's reputation as a genius. But after 4 hours of searching, he had found the seal that let him inside. He found a small shelf of jutsus, many notes on sealing with the Uzumaki spiral on them, a book about the Uzumaki clan of Whirlpool Country, and one about the Namikaze clan of Fire Country. By now he had read the 2 books and knew his clan's histories. It made him all the more resentful towards Konoha's general population. He should have been treated like royalty, even if he would have been happy enough to be treated like everybody else. From the book of the Namikaze clan, he found out that the daughter of the Nidaime Hokage had married the heir of the Namikaze clan, which made his father the grandson of the Nidaime and himself his great-grandson. The Shodai was his great-granduncle. The only Hokage he wasn't related with was the Sandaime, and even the old man treated him like a second grandson. He was also related to the Shodai's wife, Mito, who had been born in Uzumaki and married Hashirama Senju in a political marriage to strengthen the bonds between Konoha and Uzushio more than the distant relationship between the Senju and the Uzumaki already did. Mito Uzumaki had been his mother's grandaunt. He also had found both his parents' journals, which informed him that since Mito, it had always been an Uzumaki who contained the Kyubi. His mother had written how she had come to Konoha to take over for the old Mito, how she hadn't been ostracized for the fox as nobody but the Sandaime and the highest advisors knew of it. Why the hell hadn't they done the same for him? Why let the villagers know that he was a Jinchuriki? It made no sense. He lifted the blanket of his bed and climbed into the bed. He lay down after setting the alarm clock. He looked at the picture of his parents on the nightstand and smiled. He would have to be at the academy the next morning, and he didn't want to get too much unwanted attention. While he maintained the image of an idiot, it was simply safer to let the villagers think he wasn't a threat until he was ready to just give them hell. He didn't skip classes unless he was thrown out. It had been the constant attempts on sabotage that had him develop his resentments against the village. If he could only get away, but he knew that wouldn't be allowed, and he couldn't escape the ANBU. No, he first needed to get to that level. Let them all underestimate him. As long as the Hokage kept the worst attacks at bay, he would persevere. There hadn't been any serious attacks in 5 years. Logical as the most vicious attackers had always been the Uchiha. But with them controlling the military police, there had been nothing done against them. Officially, if one of the attackers had been caught, they had been disciplined, but unofficially he knew that they got away with it. He had been one of the few people to be happy about the Uchiha massacre. In his opinion, Itachi Uchiha had done a good deed killing them all, and he himself had also profited. He had already found his current hideout 3 weeks prior to the Uchiha massacre. It had been a big coincidence. He had run from another mob of drunken villagers when he had been looking for a hiding place in the narrow alley. He had leaned against the stone that activated the mechanism. With the stone being really low in the wall, it was no wonder that the place hadn't been found already and had fallen back into the dark corridor, only for the wall to slide back. At first he had panicked in the dark. Then he had calmed down and lit a match to see where he was. The lantern had been there already, and he had lit it to explore the place. The whole underground room had been packed with some creepy things. He had thrown most of them out after getting over his queasy stomach and many useful things. Some of the things were horrible, like body parts in glasses with some fluid to preserve them. Thankfully, those had been really few, perhaps 10 or so. The other things were much more useful to him. A shelf with some jutsu scrolls, some weapons, medical equipment, medical scrolls, information on poisons and the said poisons in bottles, and some machines he was pretty sure were used for torturing people. The machines were now stored in the second part of the room on the left side. He stored all the things he didn't really need there, but didn't want to throw away. Who knew when something could be useful, even if he didn't know if he would ever go into TNI. The night after the Uchiha massacre, he had sneaked into the empty compound and had looked for any leftover scrolls or weapons he could add to his possessions in the secret room. He had found quite a lot of them, even if it could be nowhere near the whole amount of jutsus that the Uchiha had possessed. He had a big sack with him and put them all inside. There was no way he would leave that kind of knowledge behind for the bastard village to profit from when the Uchihas, in his opinion, had to make up a lot to him. Thankfully, no guards were placed around the compound, so it was easy to sneak in there. They were all busy with hunting the culprit. In that night, he had got 27 scrolls with jutsus of all kinds. Most were fire jutsus. He didn't want to risk getting caught by accident and returned to his hideout. Over the coming weeks, he had gone to the Uchiha compound twice more, but the cleaning crews had obviously already collected the remaining good things. Well, he had got a good haul himself and now had a lot of jutsus he could learn. With the scrolls of the hideout, his stolen scrolls and books from the academy, and the Uchiha scrolls, he learned a lot about taijutsu. The medical scrolls came in very handy as they explained where a body was most vulnerable, jinjutsu. He sucked in that area in the beginning, and ninjutsu. He soon realized that his main problem was chakra control. He had so much chakra and so little control that it messed with his jutsus at the academy. Thankfully, there was a scroll that described all known chakra control exercises with the medical scrolls. He was really grateful to have found this place. While the previous owner had to be a creep, he obviously had also been a good shinobi. Since then, Naruto had trained in the secret room, learned how to prevent the villagers overcharging him, mainly by hunting in the woods for meat and fish, collecting edible plants, and growing some vegetables on a small field. He had started 4 miles away from the village in a part of the woods no normal ninja came usually along. The civilians didn't leave the main roads if they traveled outside of Konoha, so his hidden field was safe. He worked out in peace. He knew the exercises by spying on Genin teams which were trained by their Jonin senseis, trained his weapon techniques as well as it was possible without a training partner, worked through the chakra control exercises, and started on low-level ninjutsu. It was morning, and Naruto got ready for the next day of torture. He hated having to pretend being an idiot. He should be praised as a genius. He knew he could beat all the Chunin in the village by now and most of the Jonin. The only ones he was not so sure about were the elite Jonin, the ANBU, and of course the Hokage. He was just 12 after all, and while he was strong and had more physical power than all other kids his age, including the boy that imitated Gaimedo, the best taijutsu master of the village, he was limited in what his body could take. He had the advantage that the QB healed his injuries overnight, which included his muscles that tore from training. Over the last year, he had prepared massively for his chances to get out of the village on missions. It was the last year he would be a civilian. He had played with the idea to graduate early, but his chances were better with his age group. Being the son of the Yondaime Hokage, he would have to be able to defend himself against enemies of his father that could recognize him. After some time, he had come to the conclusion that that probably was the reason for the lies of the Hokage. The old man always tried to protect him, but didn't have that much success. The civilian council had too much political power for the old man to control all parts of the village life. And before he wasn't a ninja, he wouldn't be under the Hokage's power. While the Hokage, as his official guardian, was always included in his punishments for the pranks, mostly the civilian council tried to screw him over there again. And with the ninja part of the council being mostly neglecting him, there was no chance for him to get back at the civilian council right now. Thankfully, the graduation exams were in 2 days. Then he would finally get out of the academy, get a Jonin sensei, and could start to show his abilities. Well, depending on the Jonin, but he normally could trust the old man to not set him up with another demon hater. There were some Jonin that would at least treat him neutrally. He left the room and turned off the lights. He took the lit lantern and walked up to the entrance. There was a spy hole in the wall to let him check if there were any people outside, but normally the narrow alley was empty. There were after all no house entrances in the alley, and it was too narrow to really store things. A few trash cans were at one end, but that was it. He opened the wall and stepped out. He was wearing the orange abomination that the only shop owner that had even sold him clothes had thought appropriate clothes for him. Of course, he had been overcharged, but the next night he had taken the things he had paid for with the money that had been demanded from him illegally. He always did this. If one shop owner overcharged him or kicked him out, he took what the shop owner owed him or pranked the shop that kicked him out. Of course, nobody knew about his compensation. The council would have a field day. But as nobody could prove anything and they never found any of the stolen things in his possession, they had no case, and the Hokage had refused to let them punish him without proof. Since the day he had learned shadow clones, he had sent a shadow clone to pretend to train on a training ground every day. His clone pretended to really suck, but to never give up. The only true thing about his personality he showed the village was the never give up attitude. Everything else was faked. Naruto reached the academy and sat down in the back of the room, laying his head on the table and trying to get a bit more sleep. Nobody would really mind it. The only teacher that tried to get him to pay attention was Irika Yumino. Naruto knew that Irika also disliked him for the fox, but the Chunin was at least professional enough to not let it influence his work. For that attitude alone, Naruto respected Irika. He didn't like him, but he respected him. Naruto woke up again when the class's top Uchiha fangirls, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, had their daily loud entry. Really, all that effort for an emo whose only ambition in life was to kill Itachi. And the bastard wasn't even that strong. Sure, for an academy student he was strong, but with all the help he had been offered by several ninja in the village, he should already be Chunin by now. He could have graduated 2 years ago if he had chosen so, but he didn't. Naruto knew that Sasuke wasn't as good a ninja as his older brother had been and would never be. Itachi was a rare genius, smart and powerful. It didn't happen often that those two traits came together in somebody as young as Itachi had been when he graduated. Jinin with 7, Chunin with 10, Jonin with 12, and ANBU captain with 13. That was an impressive record. Sasuke was too obsessed with revenge to reach his full potential. His hatred of Itachi was holding him back. While he trained a lot, he focused on the things his clan had taught him before they were all killed, which meant he had a solid understanding of the Uchiha Taijutsu style, which depended on the Sharingan, which Sasuke didn't have activated yet. He also knew a C-rank fire jutsu, the great fireball jutsu which Naruto knew the Uchihas had really liked using, when they could get away with it also on him. Sasuke was top in his academics, the basic 3 ninjutsu taught at the academy, and with his thrown weapons. But the whole talking about beating Itachi one day lacked his skills in anything outside that knowledge and skill. He didn't know Jinjutsu, which even Naruto, after thousands of collective hours of chakra control training, that had become so much easier with shadow clones, had been able to learn, didn't have a weapon besides the standard kunai and shuriken he had learned to use in combat. Naruto had chosen to follow the Sandame's example and learned to use a bow staff, and also knew how to use a tanto as a backup weapon. He knew nothing about seals, a skill Naruto in the ambition to follow in his parents' footsteps had mastered by now, and his usage of other tools was lacking massively. No, while Sasuke was skilled for a normal ninja of his age, he was far from a genius. That title was given away way too easy nowadays. The Hyuga Genius Niji of last year, Sasuke of this year, and probably the other years had also had a genius in them. Naruto hadn't really cared about it. Now the two cat-fighting girls tried to solve the matter who would be allowed to sit next to their crush. What else was new? If they would have looked, they would have noticed that there were 2 seats next to the bastard. And said Emo didn't even give them any attention. He just brooded as always. Finally, Iruka arrived and sent both girls to seats away from Sasuke and started with repetition for the exams. Naruto would do what was necessary to pass the test, but not much more. He wanted to score low to be put on the same team as Sasuke, the only one that would be guaranteed to be passed. There was simply no way that the precious Uchiha would be allowed to fail his true Genin exam. And to keep him happy, he would be assigned a strong Jonin that could teach him a lot. Well, with Naruto's perfected espionage skills, he would get the same advantages once he got the team to pass. He knew a bit about the Jonins that normally took on teams. To pass a test, he would only have to know which one he got as a sensei and act accordingly. He even knew what Kakashi Hatake, the strange Jonin he had copied the shadow clone jutsu from, wanted from his teams. The man was a great believer in teamwork. Not that hard to achieve, if he got the emo to cooperate to pass. The jutsu they were repeating today was the transformation. Well, Naruto had his own version which he used to embarrass Iruka. The sexy jutsu, a real transformation contrary to the normal illusion. Not that anybody knew about this difference. Naruto had created that jutsu to distract pursuers and knock them out. He swore the village was made of over 95% perverts. Iruka was blown back by a giant nosebleed. Naruto then took the safe option and fled the classroom where nearly all the girls wanted to castrate him for using such a jutsu in their presence. He went to Ichiraku's and ordered 7 bowls of ramen. While it was part of his mask, Naruto really liked the ramen at Ichiraku's. He disliked the packed ramen that the stores sold. He just had had too much of it when he was younger. It was the only food he could afford and cook with his limited skills. The ramen at Ichiraku's were better and healthier. He got some of the meat, fish, and vegetables his body needed from here. While there was a lot of salt in the broth, with the Kyuubi's chakra helping keeping him healthy, there was not much to fear. He had started hunting and fishing 2 months after finding the secret room, which gave the fox more nutrients to work with. His vegetable field then added to his diet once his efforts to grow vegetables bore fruit. Naruto learned how to live of the land. With the mild climate in Fire Country, he didn't have to fear about massively cold weather that would make it impossible to grow things. He also collected nuts and fruits from the trees and bushes in the forest to add to his diet. It showed in him finally having a growth spurt. When he had started at the academy, he had been one of the smallest children in class. Once he turned 9, he was one of the tallest. Understandable when he saw the pictures of his father. Minato Namikaze had been tall. While getting fresh milk and eggs had been a bit of a problem in the beginning, once he had mastered the transformation jutsu, that problem had been solved. He went to buy the things he needed and couldn't hunt or grow in disguise, and got them without a problem. He didn't buy everything he needed because he didn't want to give the people that hated him his money. He could do better things with them, like waiting for the merchant caravan that came to Konoha twice a year and buy the things he wanted from them. He had bought his new outfit, one that he would use once he became a ninja, during their last visit. In 1 week and 2 days, the day when the teams were assigned, he would present it the first time. Finally, it was the day of the graduation exams. Naruto answered just enough questions correctly to pass this part and not get in trouble if he didn't do too well on the ninjutsu part. He didn't know how the teachers would take his clone jutsu. Weapon throwing and taijutsu he did average in. It was okay for him to beat a student from a civilian family with his street brawler style. He wouldn't reveal that he was proficient in both the Uzumaki and the Namikaze taijutsu styles. That would wait until he was sure nobody could screw him over anymore. Then it was time for the last part. Iruka announced that they would have to show the clone jutsu. Naruto sighed. This was definitely another attempt of the council to screw him over. It was well known that he was lousy at this jutsu, but with all his control training, he would be able to deceive them. He went into the room where Iruka and Mizuki were waiting to test him on the jutsu. Naruto, who wanted to graduate, concentrated hard to reduce the amount of chakra he used to the least possible amount he could manage. Clone jutsu, he shouted, and a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, there were 20 Narutos that could just be called proper clones. The coloration was a little bit too weak, but they were workable clones. Naruto breathed out in relief. Iruka would accept this, even if it wasn't perfect. Well, that's a surprise, Naruto. There was no need to make so many clones. Iruka said, surprised that Naruto had managed to do the jutsu. He had never got it down before. Well, Iruka-sensei, I trained really hard for this jutsu, and somehow this is the least possible amount of clones I can make, and it is still really hard. Naruto said, rubbing his head embarrassedly. Damn that demon brat. This is an acceptable result. Iruka will pass him now, and I can forget my plan to use him to steal the scroll. I was sure he would fail. Mizuki mentally ranted. You definitely improved a lot. You pass, Naruto, even if you should still continue to work on this jutsu until you can make your clones perfect. They need a little bit more color. Iruka commented and held out a headband. Will do, Iruka-sensei, thanks. Naruto said, not even faking his happiness for graduating. Secrets revealed. During the night, Naruto was out to see if some stupid clan had thrown away old scrolls again. Really, for all the talks about keeping clan jutsus a secret, they were pretty lax with the scrolls that had their secret jutsu, and sometimes training techniques in them. Whenever the scrolls got too old to be used anymore, the clans had somebody copy the content of the scrolls and then threw away the old ones. Instead of burning them directly, they threw them into the trash. Naruto, ever the opportunist, regularly searched the trash cans the day before the trash was collected and destroyed. That was the day the clans threw away those scrolls. Over the years since he had started to do this to even out the advantage the clan ninjas had on him, he had collected quite a lot of scrolls. Naruto now knew perfectly how to fight members of all clans in Konoha. He even could use the gentle fist. It was fairly easy with his vast knowledge of anatomy. While he couldn't see the chakra network without the Byakugan, a chakra strike to a vital organ or a muscle was still fatal for an opponent, and it added to his unpredictable taijutsu. After all, nobody would expect a non-Hyuga to know gentle fist. But before he could do his little raid, he got suspicious of a figure that left the Hokage Tower with a big scroll on his back. He decided to investigate. He made a shadow clone to continue his trash raid. There was no reason to not do both after all. He stayed in the shadows, his chakra suppressed to not alert the man he followed to his presence. Once he reached a clearing in the forest, the man stopped to gather his breath. That went well. It would have been better if I could have blamed the demon brat. But with the brat passing the exams, that plan got blown up. He mumbled. Naruto recognized the voice as the one of Mizuki, his teacher at the academy. So he had planned to trick him into stealing the scroll he had with him. It had to be important that he would risk the theft from the Hokage Tower. Naruto sneaked closer and positioned himself over Mizuki, ready to take him out. While Naruto was tailing Mizuki, the Hokage noticed that the forbidden scroll had been stolen and raised the alarm. Many were accusing Naruto, but an ANBU informed them that Naruto was sleeping in his bed at home. The Hokage sent his ninja out to find the thief and bring back the scroll. Iruka, who had taken to search in the forest west of Konoha, was really surprised to find Mizuki with the scroll. Never would he have thought his old friend would do something like this. Iruka didn't notice Naruto in the tree. "Mizuki, what are you doing?" he shouted enraged. "Oh, look who found me, Iruka. What does it look like? I am taking the scroll to become more powerful than I could ever become in this shitty village. Once I have learned the jutsus in it, I will be invincible. Nobody will be able to stop me, and I will then sell it to the highest bidder," he said. "Sadly, I can't have you tell my little secret, so you sadly have to die." Mizuki attacked Iruka with a windmill shuriken, which Iruka managed to dodge. The two started on taijutsu, where Iruka was definitely at a disadvantage. Oh, didn't the good little teacher keep up with his taijutsu training well enough? Mizuki mocked Iruka when he kicked him in the ribs and against a tree. Then he threw the next windmill shuriken at Iruka, who couldn't get up fast enough. But before the shuriken could hit, it was intercepted by a dark figure. Naruto had seen and heard enough to decide he wanted to thwart Mizuki's plans. And with his disguise, there was no risk of being identified. Mizuki was shocked to see his attack didn't hit. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" he yelled at Naruto. "I hate traitors with a passion. That's all," Naruto said, and threw the windmill shuriken he had caught before it could hit Iruka back at Mizuki with a lot more speed than it had had before. Mizuki dodged the weapon. "Ha, you missed," he mocked, only to be hit from behind and feel the pain from being pierced by his own weapon. "No, I didn't," Naruto calmly said, holding the end of a thread of ninja wire in his hand, which he had quickly tied to the windmill shuriken and therefore been able to pull the weapon back on a new course. He took out a sunbon covered in a paralyzing poison and hit Mizuki in the neck with it. He passed out soon after from the blood loss. Iruka managed to get up, only holding his side a bit. "Thank you for the help," he said. "You saved my life." "You're welcome. I think it would be best to get the scroll back to the Hokage. Can you walk on your own?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I think so. Only a few bruises, nothing serious," he said. "By the way, who are you? I don't think I have seen you in the village before." "That's a secret. If you want to have a name, you can call me Dark Phoenix. That's my code name," Naruto said. He had decided long ago that he would use that code name if he ever was seen. It was his best shot to be left alone if nobody knew what he could do. Dark Phoenix would be thought of as a secret operative of the Hokage, and nobody would make the connection to Naruto Uzumaki, the demon brat. "Oh, I understand," Iruka said. In a ninja village, people with code names were nothing special. Hell, the Yinbyu only operated that way. While Dark Phoenix seemed to be really young, there had been others that strong at his age. Naruto bound Mizuki with wire and asked Iruka if he could carry him as he had the height advantage. They walked back to the village, not being in a hurry after the culprit was caught and knocked out, and it would be easier on Iruka's bruises. Iruka was carrying Mizuki's knocked-out body, and Naruto had the scroll. When Iruka was briefly looking in another direction, Naruto quickly switched places with a previously made shadow clone. There was no chance he would pass the opportunity to copy the jutsus from the scroll. It wouldn't take long. Because of his ceiling training, Naruto could write really fast. Just when they were getting to the edge of the forest, Naruto switched back. Nobody would ever know that he now had the forbidden jutsus of the village. The Hokage was really surprised to see an unknown ninja and Iruka Yumino bringing back the scroll and having a knocked out and bound Mizuki Tuji with them. The masked ninja walked over to him and handed him the forbidden scroll back. Then Iruka started to tell what had happened. "Hokage-sama, I caught up with the thief, Mizuki, in the West Forest, and after he told me he had stolen the scroll to learn the forbidden jutsus and sell the scroll to the highest bidder. Once he had done that, I attacked him. Over the fight, Mizuki managed to beat me in taijutsu, and I was kicked back into a tree. Mizuki didn't waste time to throw another windmill shuriken at me while I was down. I was sure that that would be my end when Dark Phoenix appeared and intercepted the windmill shuriken Mizuki threw at me. He then threw the windmill shuriken back at Mizuki, but he dodged. Mizuki gloated about having been missed, but Dark Phoenix had tied ninja wire to the shuriken and pulled it back where it hit Mizuki in the back. After that, he was knocked out by a senbon that was obviously covered in some poison. He bound him with more ninja wire, and we came back here. Irika reported. The Hokage was confused. He didn't have a ninja that went by the codename Dark Phoenix. But the boy was obviously strong and on their side. The scroll he had been given back was the original, so the boy didn't intend to steal it. Curious, he would have to ask the boy once they were alone. Thank you for the report and bringing back the forbidden scroll, Irika. That was good work. I think it would be best if you went to the hospital and let them check you if there was anything worse than bruises done. I need you ready for duty, the Hokage said. Irika bowed and left the room. The Hokage now turned his look to the boy. I would really like to know who you are. I don't know any ninja in my ranks with the codename Dark Phoenix. The Hokage said sternly. If you would send your ENBU guards out of the room, Hokage-sama, I will tell you. I don't want my identity be known to anybody but you. Naruto said politely. Why would I send my guards out for this if you could try to attack me? The Hokage asked. I may be strong, but I am sure you could take me out without problem, Hokage-sama. The only thing I require is a bit of privacy, as I am about to reveal two S-rank secrets of the village, Naruto said. The Hokage concentrated his senses on the boy. He felt his chakra being suppressed, so there was no way to get any clues about the boy's identity. What kind of village secrets could the boy know? Well, if he wanted to find out, he would have to take the risk. It was really small after all. He didn't become Hokage while being weak. He gave his guards the sign to leave the office. Once they were out of the office, he activated the privacy seals. So, now we are completely undisturbed. Now tell me who you are, he ordered. Naruto raised his hand slowly to not have the old man attack him and pulled down his lower face mask and his hood. My name is Naruto Namikaze, 3rd Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he said seriously. To say the Hokage was shocked was an understatement. He had never even suspected that Naruto could know about those two things. Naruto, is that really you? He asked. Yes, old man. And if I hadn't figured out by now that having me use my dad's name would have got his enemies after me, I would be really pissed with you for lying to me whenever I asked one or both of the two questions I had all my life. Who my parents were and why the villagers all hate me. Naruto stated while clearly showing his displeasure to the Hokage. How do you know that? Who told you? The Hokage asked, furious that somebody would have broken his law. Well, I found out about the fox shortly before the Uchiha massacre. If I see Itachi, I will have to thank him for getting rid of my most brutal tormentors. They once caught me and beat me up in a lonely alley. When they left me there bloody and probably thinking that I was unconscious, they talked about how I deserved that because I was the Kyuubi container and should just die. They only didn't kill me directly because you would have found out and taken measures. About my parents I found out when I had to clean your storage room after that prank against the grocer in the north part of the village. I accidentally spilled blood on the seal that was keeping the box with the kanji for 4th on it closed. I looked into the box after the seal opened and found my parents' marriage certificate and my birth certificate. I found out about the location of their house and went there. Well, you can guess the rest of the information I told you. Like that I am the 3rd Jinchuriki for the fox when I say that I found both their diaries. Naruto explained. The Hokage looked sad. He hadn't wanted to burden Naruto with the knowledge of the fox at such a young age. You said you figured out my reason for keeping your heritage a secret. How comes you didn't do better at the academy then? From the reports I got, you just passed the exams. Congratulations for that, by the way. The Hokage wanted to know. Thanks, but think about it. What do the villagers fear more? A stupid and weak demon or a smart and powerful one. It was simply self-preservation. I am way stronger and smarter than everybody thinks. Naruto said. How strong? The Hokage asked. And how did you manage to keep all the training? You must have done a secret. I only saw you training sometimes in the training grounds, and then you didn't give the impression of being strong. That was my shadow clone, old man. I learned that jutsu by watching Kakashi Hatake test his team when I was 9. He had them fight against his clone in the true Genin test. I had memorized the hand seal and tried to learn that jutsu as it looked really useful, way better than the clone we learn at the academy, which I still have problems with even after thousands of hours of chakra control training. Naruto admitted. That damn jutsu just uses too little chakra. You can do shadow clone jutsu? You know that it is a forbidden jutsu. He asked. No, I didn't until now. I never had any problems except in the beginning when I dispelled too many clones after training at once. That was a terrible headache I got. You use your clones for training? The Hokage asked, interested. Sure. It's the best training method there is. At least for me. I can make 1,000 clones without ending winded. And with the memory transfer after they dispel, they were perfect for me to gain skills, experience, and knowledge. Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. But why didn't you tell me? The Hokage asked. I couldn't. If the council had any idea that I was getting strong on my own, they would have tried to stop me. I needed all the time I could to get strong enough to just flip them the bird once I graduated. You know how they treat me. If I had shown my true skills, I would have been able to graduate earlier. That much I know you'd have done for me. But what then? A Genin still isn't strong enough to be safe from a bunch of determined civilians, especially not if the council would try to make everything I did look like the fox did it. And there would have been the possibility of a Jonin just failing the team I was on under the pretense of us not having the necessary skills. Then it would have been back to the academy, under the control of the civilian council. And then they would have known that I was stronger than they allowed me to become and would have sabotaged me more. No, I needed to have at least high-level Chunin skills to be sure to pass the real Genin test for sure, or you then having a reason to keep me in the active duty roster, even if the Jonin on my team failed me out of hatred for the fox. While I haven't been beaten up since the Uchiha massacre, the civilians do all they can to screw me over. Shops overcharge me or just deny me service. Parents tell lies about me to their children. Teachers sabotage my education, and the hospital staff only treats me if you force them to. Hell, the only place I can go to eat is Ichiraku's. And I can't live from ramen alone, even if I pretended to do so. Thankfully, I don't get the food a clone eats. Alone thinking about eating so much ramen makes me sick. I hate cup ramen, by the way. I only like the ramen at Ichiraku's. Do you really wonder that I couldn't trust anybody until I was out of the influence of the civilian council? Now that I have graduated and am a ninja, I am under your jurisdiction and you are one of the few people that don't hate me. Naruto explained. The Hokage understood. He had tried to help Naruto, but he was right. With the council having stolen much of the Hokage's power in the short time between Minato's death and his reinstallation, there wasn't much he could have done for the boy without being accused of favoritism and pushed out of the position of Hokage, leaving Naruto without protection. When Naruto had been found next to the bodies of his dead mother and dying father, Minato had only managed to get his final wish out that Naruto should be treated like the hero he was for keeping the fox imprisoned. He hadn't told the villagers about Naruto's status, but it had somehow got out. His law came too late, and the villagers were shouting for Naruto's death. You said you know about the true Genin test? The Hokage asked, looking over his intertwined hands. Yes, my knowledge was also part of the reason I got results to just pass at the bottom of my class. The only Genin to be that is guaranteed to pass is Sasuke. The council will never allow for their precious last Uchiha to fail and order whoever will be his Jonin sensei to pass his team. That is the only possibility for me to surely pass. I know that Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji will be put on a team as the three clans have had a bond over generations and are always on the same team if three of them are in the same graduation class. The next clan heirs are Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, a classical tracking team. Therefore, they would normally be put in one team. Those 6 are the only ones in my class that also have the skill to pass the Genin test for sure if they get fair senseis. So if I wanted to truly get out of the civilian council's jurisdiction, I needed to get on a team that was sure to pass, aka Sasuke's team. I hate the bastard, but I can push my feelings aside if it means you are the only one who can give me orders. To be honest, if I hadn't been sure that I would have been hunted down and brought back by the ANBU, I would have run away years ago. While I like you, with the whole village hating me, that was not a difficult decision. The Hokage seriously needed to make plans to get Naruto to stay in the village even after he would one day die. He was an old man. He knew that he would probably die before Naruto turned 18. He could understand the boy. He really could. But it was also important for the village to keep the Kyuubi there. And Naruto, with his heritage, shouldn't even think about leaving the village. This was all so screwed up. He had hoped that once the immediate grief for the fallen was over that people would get back to common sense. Sadly, the civilian council never accepted it. I see. As you know your heritage, what do you intend to do? He asked. I will keep it secret until the next Chunin exams. By the way, why did Konoha get to host them 2 times in a row? Naruto asked. That question had bothered him for a while. I won't ask how you know that they had been in Konoha last time, and will be next time in 6 months. We would normally only have hosted the next exams. It was Kusa's turn originally, but their village couldn't get the premises ready in time, and then their leader fell ill. So they asked Konoha to take over, as we have the possibilities to organize them quickly. The Hokage answered. Ah, I see. That makes sense. And even if you didn't ask, I will answer how I knew. I just noticed all the foreign shinobi in the village. The only reason for that amount was that we hosted the Chunin exams. Naruto explained. The Hokage nodded. That was logical. I have a request, by the way. Can you make sure that my team is assigned a sensei that isn't a demon hater? To ask for someone that likes me would be too much to ask, but having at least a sensei that would treat me neutrally would be a huge improvement to the teachers at the academy. With the exception of Irika sensei. While I know he doesn't like me, he was professional about things and taught me the same like everybody else. I can live with that. Naruto asked. I will see what I can do. What I would like to know how you came up with the codename Dark Phoenix. The Hokage asked. Well, a phoenix is a mythical bird that doesn't really die, but is always reborn from the ashes. Phoenixes are associated with the light and pureness. A dark phoenix also is reborn from the ashes when it dies, but it is not the same bird. It is more like a reincarnation instead of the rebirth of the same bird with the same character. I can't be pure. The village made sure of it, but I will not just die. I will rise from the ashes again, and nothing they throw at me will keep me down. Naruto stated. The Hokage nodded. I think we still didn't settle the matter of your level of strength. What do you think where you would rank? The Hokage asked. Low to middle Jonin level on a pure skill level. I only missed the body for taking on high-level Jonin. That will have to wait until I get older. I have seen pictures of Dad. I should normally get a similar stature like him when I grow up. Naruto replied. Are you sure about that? The Hokage asked, shocked. Yes, I have a repertoire of over 100 ninjutsu, Tenjinjutsu, which were a pain in the ass to learn, by the way. Damned fox messing with my control, and proficient in both my clan's taijutsu styles. I can use a bow staff and a tanto really well, and know how to use most weapons at least a bit if I ever need to. I am a Fuinjutsu master and a poisons and anatomy expert. I guess that should be more than enough to qualify for Jonin level strength. The only thing I lack is experience. That's why I said I was low to middle Jonin level on pure skill levels. I wouldn't last in a real fight Ajinasta Jonin, yet if my opponent didn't massively underestimated me. I couldn't do any missions after all, or I would have been discovered. Naruto listed. Fuinjutsu master? I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering that both your parents were masters in Fuinjutsu, and it was the specialty of the Uzumaki clan before they were killed in the Third War. I would like to test your skill level though. Probably the best way to do it would be if you fought against one of my Jonin in your disguise. He pondered. That would be okay, but I only want to reveal my skills to the whole village during the Chunin exams. I want them to see who they treated like shit. With all the nobles and important clients present, they can't risk being seen as the scum they are. Naruto stated. Okay, be at Training Ground 61 tomorrow morning at 10. I will be there with the Jonin I have in mind to test your skills. The Hokage said, more than a little bit worried about the obvious loathing Naruto held for the majority of Konoha. Okay, old man, good night. Naruto said, and put his mask and hood back on. Good night, Naruto, and this was really good work. You will be paid for your help in catching Mizuki. The Hokage added. Thanks, I can use the money. Naruto said and left the office. Naruto stood in his disguise at Training Ground 61 and was looking around. He was early by 15 minutes to have a look around. The training ground had been guarded by 2 Chunin, which meant it was special. Only the ANBU and Hokage training grounds were guarded. Naruto hadn't cared about the guarded training grounds before. The only one he had been interested in besides the open ones that were farthest away from the village had been Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. After each Chunin exam, he had sneaked in there to see if he could find things that would help with his training, like weapons that were still usable, scrolls, and money. He reasoned the dead didn't need them anymore. In the beginning, he had felt slightly sick at doing it, but with the animosity he was shown by the villagers, he needed some source of weapons, and those would only rust if they were left there for too long. So he had started when he was 9 to go into the Forest of Death when the second part of the Chunin exams was over. He had found out that it took at least 3 days before the cleaning crews went through the forest to get the remaining corpses. He guessed they had too much to do with organizational things. So he normally spammed the forest with his clones to find those that had died or other leftover weapons. Mostly they were perfectly workable still, some needed sharpening, but that was no problem. In 5 hours, he normally was finished and had collected all the usable things. The only problem in the beginning had been the transport. He couldn't use sealing scrolls in the beginning. That had been the starting point in finding a way to easier transport weapons in the future. He had found in one of the books at the academy that there were sealing scrolls, but he knew he couldn't get one for him because the shopkeepers would never sell him one. So he needed to learn how to make one himself. It took him 3 months to find the necessary books about sealing and then training that specific seal, but he did it. 1.5 years later, when the Chunin exams were in Konoha again, he had the equipment and skill to seal weapons on site. His most prized find was a chakra-conductive tanto. Those weapons that could channel chakra were really expensive and rare. At 10, the Hokage came in company of a medic Nin and nodded at Naruto. Good morning, Dark Phoenix. Good to see you are on time. I have organized for one of my elite Jonin to test your skills. He should be here in 10 minutes. This is Arita. He will be on standby to heal you and your opponent if necessary. The Hokage explained. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Naruto answered with a bow, keeping up his disguise. That will be great. Who will be testing me? He asked. My son is Suma Sarutobi. The Hokage answered. Naruto nodded. He knew Asuma from some of his visits to the Hokage. While the bearded Jonin had been out of the village for some time to protect the Fire Daimyo as one of the 12 ninja guardians, he had returned some years ago and become a normal Jonin for the village. He waited with the Hokage, and 9 minutes later Asuma arrived. Good morning, Dad. Why did you call me here? Asuma greeted. Good morning, Asuma. Thank you for coming. You are here to assess the skill level of Dark Phoenix here. I have an overall idea what he can do, but there is nothing better than a fight to see what he can do in a real situation. From our estimation, he should be around high Chunin to low Jonin level. The Hokage informed his son. Dark Phoenix, never heard of him. He said, observing the boy. He doesn't seem too old. He said, no, he isn't. He is trained in secret to not gain unwanted attention of different fractions in the village. The Hokage said meaningfully. Asuma assumed he was talking about Root and the council that liked to manipulate young talented ninjas to their liking. Okay, what kind of test do you want to have? An all-out fight or going by disciplines? Asuma asked. I think we should go by disciplines. Is that okay with you, Dark Phoenix? The Hokage asked. Of course, Hokage-sama. Naruto answered. With which part should we start? I think I would like to see how you work with weapons first. Asuma himself is a skilled weapon user, so that would be a good starting point. Naruto nodded and unsealed both his tanto and his bow staff. The tanto went on his shoulder, and the staff stayed in his hand. Asuma took out his knuckle knives. They watched each other, assessing the stance of their opponent. Then Naruto sprang into action and raced at Asuma. The Hokage was surprised by the speed Naruto showed. That was definitely Jonin-level speed. The only Jonins to be faster would probably be Guy and Kakashi. Asuma was ready and blocked the strikes of the bow staff with his knives and fought back. Both weapons clashed time and again. Naruto tried to swipe Asuma's legs with his staff, but he jumped over it without problem. Both opponents evaded and blocked each other's attacks for 5 more minutes before jumping apart. "You're definitely good, kid, but let's take this up a notch," Asuma said and channeled wind chakra into his blades. Naruto, knowing that his staff wouldn't hold against wind-enhanced blades, quickly put his staff away and drew his tanto. He channeled his own wind chakra into it. "So you are a wind element too. Interesting. Let's see how far you have come," Asuma said and attacked. Tanto and knuckle blades crashed, and the more experienced Jonin managed to get a cut on Naruto's arm. Naruto returned the favor by spinning around his axis, disconnecting their weapons and nicking Asuma's pants. "Not a bad counter to my attack," Asuma commented. This kid was really good. Judging by his height and stature, the boy was about 12 to 14. To be that good with 2 different weapons and being able to manipulate wind chakra was really something. Naruto returned with a new attack, but was forced back by the stronger Asuma over the next minutes. Finally, Asuma managed to disarm Naruto and crossed his blades close over his throat. "My win," Asuma said and stepped back. Naruto nodded. He hadn't expected to be able to defeat an elite Jonin in one of his strongest disciplines, but he had held out better than he thought he would. That was an impressive start. Next would be Taijutsu, the Hokage said. Asuma nodded and put his knives back in his hip pouch. He took his stance and saw that the boy was in a stance he didn't know and hadn't seen around the village before. He couldn't know that Naruto was in the opening stance of the Namikaze style, the cheetah style. The style was based on speed and fast attacks to vital points. It wasn't made for long exchanges like the animal it was named after. After Naruto had read all the anatomy scrolls in the secret room, he could utilize the style really well. And with his bastardized version of Gentle Fist and Chakra Scalpels mixed into the style, it was deadly if Naruto wanted it to be. This time Asuma attacked first, but Naruto dodged his kick and went around him in a split second and tried to attack the spine. Asuma, though, was too experienced and jumped to the side. Naruto followed him and looked for openings in Asuma's guard. His smaller stature now was an advantage for him as he could use openings easier as a bigger opponent. He brought in some painful hits to Asuma's biceps and upper thigh. Asuma was too good to let him hit vital spots after feeling what a hit did to his muscles. Naruto didn't let Asuma rest and used his superior speed to disable more points, which got more difficult as Asuma tried to stay out of his reach. Finally, Naruto managed to cut a whole muscle in Asuma's left leg, which made him fall to his knees. Naruto came up and pointed his glowing hand to Asuma's spine. "My win," he said, and then stepped back. The Hokage was impressed. That was an impressive show of taijutsu skill, and that speed reminded him a lot of Minato. But Naruto seemed even better than his father at the same age. And how did he manage to get Asuma's muscles hurt? That looked like Gentle Fist, but Naruto couldn't know it. The Hyuga kept those secrets within their clan. "Very good, Dark Phoenix. The next thing would be Jinjutsu," the Hokage said. "Wouldn't it have been better to let Kurenai test him there? I am not much of a Jinjutsu user," Asuma said. Arata had appeared at Asuma's side and began healing his injuries. When he walked to Naruto, he shook his head. "I'm okay," he said, and the medic went to the side. "I don't think we would need a Jinjutsu specialist. I don't want news about Dark Phoenix getting out too soon. Arata here is one of my personal medics and won't tell a thing. I only need to know how good he is at casting them and at dispelling a few lower level ones. I know you can do a B-rank Jinjutsu." Asuma nodded. That B-rank Jinjutsu was his highest level Jinjutsu. It only worked if he got his opponent by surprise. But if his father only wanted to test if Dark Phoenix could break it, it would do. Naruto got ready. Okay, we will start with you starting to cast a Jinjutsu at Asuma, Dark Phoenix. The Hokage said. Naruto nodded and went through hand seals at a fast pace. Illusion art, pervert's paradise, he said. The Hokage waited for Asuma to get out of the Jinjutsu, but instead he saw that Asuma had started to drool and only looked strangely happy. Then he sported a huge nosebleed and fell back, knocked out. What kind of jutsu was that? The Hokage asked Naruto, whom he swore was grinning brightly under his mask. The Jinjutsu shows him the woman he likes, offering him to do whatever sexual fetish he has. It works on nearly everybody. Naruto said innocently. How the hell did you come up with that jutsu? The Hokage asked, baffled. Well, the same way I came up with that ninjutsu, Naruto said, stressing that ninjutsu. The Hokage, knowing which one he meant, had to suppress a nosebleed himself. It was meant to be a distraction in case I was running away from others. And it isn't limited to men. It works with the general preferences of the one I catch in it. Naruto explained. I am impressed. Can you please wake up Asuma again, so we can continue? The Hokage asked Arita. The medic nodded and pushed his chakra into Asuma's system to break him out of the Jinjutsu. Asuma opened his eyes and saw his father, Arita, and Dark Phoenix looking at him amused. Damn, that jutsu is really dangerous. You simply don't want to get out of it, Asuma commented, groaning. Now he was glad that Kurenai wasn't here. She would never forgive him. Thankfully, nobody knew what his illusion had been. That would be a definite death sentence for him. Okay, let's get this over with. Let's see if you are as good as escaping from a Jinjutsu, Asuma said, and went through his hand seals. Illusion art, prison of silence, Asuma said. Naruto just stood there and wondered what the jutsu was supposed to do. When should the jutsu start to work, Asuma? He asked. It should already do it. Can you hear me? Asuma asked. Yes, no problem. So I guess it should have messed up my hearing, Naruto guessed. Yes, it should. That's strange. It should have worked. I cast it correctly, I'm sure. Asuma wondered. Try another one, Asuma, the Hokage said. Illusion art, hell viewing technique, Asuma announced, but Naruto still stood there wondering why nothing happened. Nothing, the Hokage asked. No, I know what the hell viewing technique should do, as I also know that jutsu, but I don't feel anything. Strange, I didn't even feel any foreign chakra reaching me, Naruto said. You can feel foreign chakra? Arita asked, interested. Yes, I'm a sensor type, Naruto said. That could be a reason. Let me test something, Arita said, and activated his mystical palm jutsu. I will come closer with my hands to that cut you got in the weapons fight with Asuma. If I am right, something should stop me, Arita said. Naruto nodded and held out his arm. It was already healed by the Kyuubi, but he wouldn't inform Arita of that fact. In case he wondered, he could make up a minor bloodline for healing. Arita pushed his hands over the cut in Naruto's shirt and was stopped an invisible layer of chakra. I thought so. Young sensors sometimes place a thin layer of chakra over all of their skin to have it easier to use their sensor skills. It's a subconscious thing. That layer of chakra prevents foreign chakra, like for Jinjutsus, to enter the body. Therefore, they are immune against lower-level Jinjutsus. I guess a Jinjutsu specialist would still manage to get through, but nobody else, Arita explained. I never heard of something like that, the Hokage said. It's not very common. Perhaps 1 in 100 sensor types does it, mostly if they teach themselves some of their skills. If they have an experienced sensor to teach them, it normally doesn't happen. Tsunade-sama found this anomaly during the Second Shinobi World War because one on her team had that immunity to Jinjutsu, and she wanted to know if it was possible to teach it to others. Arita said, Okay, this is good to know. Well, I guess we will have to postpone the Jinjutsu test, as it is not possible for us right now to test if Dark Phoenix can break Jinjutsu. Perhaps when it becomes more pressing, I will let Kurenai test him, just to satisfy my curiosity. What is your strongest jinjutsu? He asked Naruto. Illusion art, infinite darkness. Naruto answered. Isn't that a jutsu of the Night-Aim Hokage? Arata asked. It is. We will have to talk about how you learned that jutsu, Dark Phoenix. For now, I think it is time to examine your ninjutsu. I would like to have a presentation of 5 of your strongest jutsu to see what you can do, and then you will fight against Asuma. The Hokage ordered. Can I have an oath that nobody talks about those ninjutsu? I trust you that you chose trustworthy people to watch this test, but 2 of my jutsus will tell them exactly just who I am. Naruto said. The Hokage was surprised at that request. Could Naruto know his father's most prized techniques? Okay, Arata, Asuma, if I am right about which jutsu Dark Phoenix intends to show us, that oath will be necessary. I make it an S-rank secret to keep quiet about them until I give you permission to talk about them. Understood. Both said. Naruto nodded and took out a tri-pronged kunai from his pouch on his back. He threw it at the training post and vanished in a flash of yellow, reappearing at the kunai and showing a blue spiraling orb into the training post. Rasengan, he said and showed the ball through the wood as if it was butter. The Yondame's jutsus. Arata said shocked. Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. Asuma gave a very good impression of a goldfish. He never had even suspected that the Yondame could have had a son. That seemed to be the only plausible explanation for this boy to know those jutsus. Naruto flashed back to his original position and went through a series of hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. He said and manipulated water from the river into a water dragon that hit the training post which already had a hole from the Rasengan. The post was blown away from the powerful jutsu. Naruto waited until the water had settled down and went through his next series of hand seals. Wind release, Twister's fury. He shouted and made 3 tornadoes that blew towards the river and sucked up the water, making them even more dangerous. Then Naruto made his last hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. He said and created 50 shadow clones. Shit, was Asuma's only comment. The Hokage was very impressed. He wouldn't have thought that Naruto had that kind of strong ninjutsus in his repertoire. He would be a force to be reckoned with in the future. This only made it more imperative to keep the boy in the village. He needed to choose a good Jonin sensei with whom the boy could bond. It was only one real option there. While Naruto would only stay a genin for 6 months with skills like his, those months needed to be used to start positive bonds to the village. He couldn't take care of that through his teammates. He would be paired with Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto had said himself he had intended to do that to make sure the team passed, and Sakura Haruno. He hoped it would be okay, but perhaps he should ask Naruto about his opinion about Sakura first. He didn't want to anger him even more than he already was. The following fight with Asuma showed that Naruto had a wide range of ninjutsu he could use. Especially his use of replacement and body flicker was fantastic. Asuma didn't manage to get a hit in as Naruto changed places so fast. Together with his speed, he could honestly say Naruto was high Jonin level in ninjutsu. He knew how to do the jutsus and when to use them in a fight. Finally, he gave both the signal to stop. Damn it. To have to work like that against a kid his age, I really should start training more. Asuma commented. He had been spammed with clones and tricked by transformations. Mixed with the constantly moving Naruto and his higher-level elemental jutsus, it was damn hard to get the kid. If he would use his other skills, Asuma didn't doubt he would be able to go up with Jonin in a few months of real missions. He had noticed that while the kid was good, he made mistakes that someone who had been on 100 missions or so wouldn't make. This meant this kid was a rookie. His opinion rose even more after that revelation. Let him do a few C-rank and B-rank missions, and he will be ready to become Jonin. There were a few rookie mistakes that you only get corrected through experience. You should, for example, not wait to see if your jutsu really hit an opponent and neglect your surroundings. Your sensor ability helped you out there, but you should have been more on guard in those situations. Asuma told Naruto, who nodded. I will remember it next time, Asuma. He replied. Okay, the next part is Arata's specialty. I would like a bit more about your knowledge in poisons. The Hokage said. Naruto nodded and went over to Erida. Meanwhile, Asuma talked to his father. He is really good. How did you train him and where? I wouldn't have thought you could hide the Yandame's son for 12 years. Asuma asked. Well, even I don't know how he trained. I didn't know he was this strong before he told me some days ago when he brought back the forbidden scroll that Mizuki had stolen. The Hokage answered. You want to tell me that kid learned all that on his own? Where would he get the jutsus? Asuma asked. And why didn't you teach him? I would have thought he would have got special training regarding his father's enemies. I wanted to, but the political situation after the QB attack was extremely shaky. We had to fear that IWA or Kyumo would use our weakness to kill him if they knew who he was. So I hid him away. I couldn't have the villagers talk about him even existing. If he had got special training, people would have asked why. And I didn't want to let Danzo or one of the other idiots know about him. The civilians would have pestered me with the CRA nonsense. Even if he doesn't have a bloodline limit, made marriage proposals for their daughters to get more power, and similar things would have happened through the ninja clans that would have fought to raise him to increase their power. The Hokage explained. That makes sense, but it is fishy that he could get this strong on his own with nobody noticing. Asuma admitted. Indeed, I will have a long talk with him how he managed it, but I guess he will keep a lot secret. There are certain reasons he informed me about his skills a few days ago, but they are classified. Now let's see what Erida says about his knowledge about poisons. And then I will ask him to show us some of his seals. He said he was a seal master, so I am curious what he can do. Asuma just nodded. Okay, I think that will do for now, Dark Phoenix. You have a very good foundation in your knowledge. If you continue your studies there, you should reach proficiency in a year or so. Erida said. So what is your verdict? The Hokage asked. He has good knowledge about poisonous plants and animals from which he gets his ingredients for the poisons he uses. His techniques to mix those poisons are good, but his knowledge is limited to paralyzing and lethal poisons. If he wants to go further in the area, he needs to branch out. I estimate he is a solid high Chunin level in his skills here. For his age, that is still impressive. I don't know many ninjas that are all-rounders like he is. He should be able to take B-rank missions without too much problem in an experienced team as support. Erida said. The Hokage nodded. There was no way he would let Naruto take A-rank missions in the near future, even if he was skilled. But his team would need to be trained properly so they could send them on C ranks after a short time. Okay, then if I didn't miss anything, only Fuinjutsu is left. The Hokage said. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. He loved Fuinjutsu. He took out some seals he had brought with him to show the Hokage. Okay, these are some of the seals I prepared to show you, Hokage-sama. I think they are some of the most useful in the field. This is a modified explosive seal. It first sends a chakra wave out that imitates killing intent, then the explosion goes off. The intention is to briefly paralyze an opponent with the Ki to keep them within the range of the seal. The next one is a combination of a storage seal and an explosive seal. The weapons stored in the storage part are shot out by the explosive part and can surprise an opponent who doesn't expect to have to dodge weapons. The seal can be prepared in two ways. First, you trigger it with your own chakra from a certain distance, or second, you involve a perimeter seal that reacts to foreign chakra. It has a range about 20 meters. He then took out another type of seal. This is a modified chakra storage seal. You can store chakra of a certain type, like water or fire chakra in here, and release it when you need it. You would only have to meld the chakra into a jutsu after that. Do you mean, with those seals ninja could use jutsus of an element they normally can't use? Asuma asked. Yes, of course they would need to know the hand seals for the jutsu and meld the chakra, but the elemental manipulation would be taken care of. Naruto said. Fantastic. That would make fights much easier. You would be able to prevent being caught at a total disadvantage. With my element wind and knowledge in fire jutsus, I would have problems with water types. If I had some earth seals, I could take care of that problem. Asuma mused. But how do you load them? Don't you need the elemental chakra first to charge them? That was a problem in the beginning until I came up with chakra converter seals. I am a primary wind type with a secondary water affinity. So I would be hard-pressed against Earth techniques if I didn't recognize the jutsu first, which still takes some time for me. I wanted to have a way to use lightning jutsus. So I worked on a seal that would change my wind chakra to lightning chakra. Took me some time to develop it, but after 3 months I had it. And I found out that by using the seals regularly, I developed a lightning affinity as my third affinity. I think it is comparable with the Sharingan training a user to use jutsus of all kinds as it can copy them. Naruto reported proudly. Are you going to sell some of your seals? Asuma asked. Perhaps, I'm not sure yet. Naruto said. He had thought about making money through selling his seals, but who would buy them if they knew he made them? And he didn't know how it would work through a proxy. Perhaps the Hokage could help him there. Okay, I see you really know your seals. To see how good you are overall, we would have to wait for Jiraiya to return from his travels. He's out of the village most of the time, maintaining his spy network. The Hokage said. Naruto nodded. He knew that Jiraiya of the Sannin had been his dad's Jonin sensei and was a seal master, the only one the village had at the moment besides himself, and he needed to be evaluated to be acknowledged first. I think we are done here. Dark Phoenix, I want to see you in my office in 2 hours. Arida, thanks for your help. You're dismissed. Asuma, please come to my office in 4 hours. We will then finalize the new Genin teams with the other Jonin senseis. Okay, Asuma said, and Arida bowed. For hours after the test, the Hokage and the 9 Jonins that would take a team this year, even Kakashi had come on time after the Hokage had threatened his Ika Ika books. Good. Now that we are all here, we will go over the teams that will be announced to the new Genin next Monday. The Hokage then proceeded to read the teams to the Jonin. I would like for Gema to take Team 1. Aoba, you get Team 2. Inoichi, you get Team 3. Choma, you have Team 4. Isuna, Team 5. Makiko, you have Team 6. Now, Kakashi gets Team 7. Kurenai, you have Team 8. And Asuma gets Team 10. The Hokage informed them. They nodded. If you have any questions about your team, ask Irika Yumino. He taught the class over the last 2 years. All except Kakashi are dismissed. The Hokage said. The Jonin left the office after bowing. What did you want to talk about with me, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked. You have the most important team of the whole year this time, Kakashi. I know that the council will force you to pass the team for Sasuke Uchiha, but I don't want you to play favorites. This is a matter of village security, the Hokage said while activating the privacy seals in the room. ANBU, please wait outside while I brief Kakashi. He ordered. The 4 hidden ANBU left the room. This seems to be really important, Hokage-sama. Kakashi analyzed. It is. Do you know who Naruto Uzumaki really is? The Hokage asked. Yes, he is Naruto Namikaze, Minato-sensei's son. Kakashi answered nodding, his eye looking dead serious now. Correct. I suspected you knew. 2 days ago I found out that Naruto knows about his parents and the fox. He is no Genin. He should have normally already been Jonin by now. But with the sabotage and hatred the civilian council shows him, he hid it. I had Asuma test Naruto today in a disguise. The boy is a prodigy. He is Jonin level in ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, weapons, and taijutsu. We don't really know his level in Jinjutsu, as he is immune to lower level ones because he is a sensor and has his body covered in a chakra layer that blocks invading chakra. A medic informed me that that sometimes happens with self-taught sensors. Obviously, Tsunade found out about that phenomenon. He knows basics of poisons and is really smart. The problem is that thanks to the idiots on the council, Naruto has next to no real connection with the village. He sees me as trustworthy and likes me, but I think the only other ones that could be said about are the Ikarakus. Nobody else in the entire village. Naruto confessed that he would have run away long ago if he had had a chance. Now I know I am old. If I die and Naruto doesn't get new bonds, he will run. I give him a year at most to be able to not be caught by the ANBU anymore if they were sent to get him back. He won't let the council screw him anymore. And Naruto has inherited both his parents' talent. He is the heir of the Uzumaki, Namikaze, and Senju clans. And he is more talented than even Itachi was. I don't have to tell you that we can't let him go somewhere else. I want you to train your team properly, Kakashi. No being late more than half an hour. Naruto hates his teammates, but will accept them until he can take the Chunin exams in 6 months. So the only person he would willingly connect to, if he is treated properly, are you, his Jonin sensei. Naruto is important for the future of the village. If he leaves, the most probable destination he could go to is Kumo. They treat their Jinchuriki properly now. I don't have to tell you that it would be a catastrophe for Konoha if Kumo got Naruto in their ranks. He knows both Rasengan and the flying Thunder God Jutsu of his father. He is probably a Fuinjutsu master, and his ninjutsu is impressive. He has a wind affinity with a secondary water affinity and a developed lightning affinity from him, developing a chakra converter seal that turned his wind chakra and lighting chakra, and then training lightning jutsus. Both his normal affinities are trained. I don't know how he managed to hide his training. He was only willing to tell me he found a secret place where he lives now and trains. He also found scrolls and other things there. You have the next 6 months to get Naruto a new bond to the village. If you can, more than that. Make sure nobody screws him over on missions in the village and get the other 2 ready for C-rank missions ASAP. Sasuke shouldn't be a problem. The boy wants to get stronger, and you should be able to break him out of his superiority ideas. I think the bigger problem will be Sakura. The girl didn't get good marks on her physical exams. The reason she became top kunoichi is that the written test was a big part of the exams, and that she has perfect chakra control due to her small reserves. If you have to, break her, but Team 7 has to get strong soon. The Hokage impressed the importance on Kakashi. Kakashi was really surprised. He hadn't known that Naruto was that strong, but he could understand that he had a strong dislike for the villagers. He had saved him more than once from mobs when Naruto was younger. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will think of something to teach Naruto to keep him interested. I can also tell him more about his parents if he wants to. Do you know if he can use Kyuubi's chakra? Kakashi asked. No, he can't, but he can suppress it really well so far. He thinks that if he is strong enough on his own, he doesn't have to rely on the dangerous chakra of the fox. He knows that he can't trust the fox. He had met it after he found out that he was the Jinchuriki for Kyuubi. But other than trying to get Naruto to let him out, he didn't try anything so far. And Naruto is too smart to not know that if he lets the fox out, he will lose himself. The Hokage explained. Good, because I wouldn't know how to teach him that. I will make sure Naruto will start to be better connected with some of his peers. I think I could get at least Asuma to arrange team sparring sessions if his team passes, which I think they will. I haven't seen any version of an Inoshikacho team that failed the Genin exams. Perhaps Kurenai would also do it. Her team looks like they could pass too. Kakashi said. I trust you, Kakashi. We have 6 months until Naruto makes Chunin. By the way, get back to your old level in ENBU, and if possible surpass it. At the moment you are my only real option as a successor. The only others would be Jiraiya and Tsunade, and I can't imagine that Tsunade would come back to the village, and I fear what Jiraiya would do as Hokage. And if neither of you take the hat, it will probably go to Danzo. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said. Good. You are dismissed, Kakashi. The Hokage said. Kakashi left the office. The day of the team placements was there, and Naruto for the first time wore his new outfit. He had long black pants that were taped with dark red bandages. He wore a dark red mesh shirt under a dark gray shirt with 3/4 sleeves and a hood. He wore a dark red belt with 2 pouches on his back. On both of his thighs were pouches for shuriken and sanbon that were strapped over black bandages. Over the shirt, he wore a dark red vest with pockets specially made to store scrolls and small containers for different things. Naruto kept his poisons there. He had dark red gloves with metal plates on the back, in which he had sealed his tanto and his bow staff. The hood of his shirt hung over his vest on his back. He would only put it on for missions where his bright hair would be a hindrance. He looked in the mirror and was happy with how he looked now. He finally looked like a real shinobi. He turned off the lights of his home and walked up the stairs. He made sure that he was alone in the alley and then left through the hidden entrance. Once the wall was back in position, he jumped up on the roof and went to the academy. He reached the classroom and took a seat in the back. Only 2 others were there. Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Shino gave him a short nod, and Hinata turned red again when he smiled at her. Naruto didn't really understand why she always turned red, but as she was never mean like the other students, he liked her. Shino just shook his head, seeing the display of Naruto and Hinata. Naruto was really dense sometimes. He knew Naruto wasn't as bad and stupid as he supposedly was. His allies had told him that Naruto had excellent chakra control and intentionally messed up things. He had observed Naruto after finding out that, and came to the conclusion that Naruto wanted to stay at the bottom of the class for some reason. He didn't know his reason, but he respected Naruto's privacy. Hinata was really hard-pressed to not faint when Naruto walked into the class. She had been really happy when he had passed his exams. Many had thought he would fail them. Now he wore some new clothes and he looked really good in them. He obviously had hidden his muscular body under the old, bulky, orange jumpsuit. His new clothes sat tighter on his upper body and didn't leave much to imagination. How could a 12-year-old boy look that good? Now the other students began filling the room. Some were surprised to see Naruto in a new outfit, but most of them ignored him, though some girls gave him appreciative looks. Then the daily stampede occurred. Sakura and Ino raced each other to the classroom to decide who would be allowed to sit next to Sasuke. Stupid, really. They were kunoichi now, they should act like it. Once they had entered the room, they fought who had won. Naruto had enough. He had watched that embarrassment of kunoichis too long. He quickly threw a sunbon at each of them and hit both their thighs. They looked shocked. Then they had problems moving. What the? Ino asked. Then she couldn't move her lips anymore. Finally, they are quiet. Naruto mumbled. Only Shino and Hinata had noticed that he had thrown the senbons at Ino and Sakura and were impressed with his accuracy and the obviously paralyzing agent on the senbons. When Irika came into the class, Ino and Sakura were still paralyzed. Naruto mentally counted down for the poison he used to lose its effect. It should only hold for 30 more seconds. It was only meant to paralyze for 5 minutes. More than enough time in a one-on-one fight to take out your opponent. What happened here? Irika asked. Well, Ino and Sakura fought who would sit next to Sasuke. Then they were hit with a senbon each and were paralyzed. A girl informed Irika. Who did this? Irika asked. Naruto raised his hand. Don't worry, the effect only lasts for 5 minutes, Irika-sensei. They should be back to normal in 3, 2, 1, now, Naruto said. True to Naruto's words, Ino and Sakura stumbled when their muscles reacted again. In 2 minutes they are back to normal, Naruto said disinterestedly. Why did you do that, Naruto? Irika asked sternly. They were too loud and an embarrassment for every kunoichi that takes her profession serious. I just wanted to show them what can happen if they don't keep an eye on their environment. They didn't even think to pull out the senbons as soon as they hit them. That would have shortened the time the poison worked, Naruto said without remorse. The whole class looked shocked. Naruto had never behaved like this. He had always been a goofball, not this serious. The most surprised was Irika, who started to have doubts about their assessment of Naruto's skills. Over the years, he had lost his hatred for Naruto. He had understood that Naruto wasn't the fox and never treated him worse than his other students. He even admired how the boy persevered despite the hatred of the villagers. Nonetheless, it's wrong to attack your comrades, Irika said. That wasn't an attack. That was a rescue mission for the ears of those that have sensitive hearing and easily get headaches. If I would have wanted to attack them, they would be dead now, Naruto countered. I would just have had to use a deadly poison instead of a paralyzing one or aimed at a vital point. With their reaction times, they would be dead before help would have arrived. Irika couldn't say anything against that. Naruto was right. He could have easily killed them. He wondered why the boy had changed so dramatically. Well, sit down, Ino and Sakura. We will start with the team placements, Irika said. Grumbling, the two girls took seats, ironically on both sides of Sasuke. Irika gave his class a speech how proud he was of them for graduating and how the real life of ninjas now waited for them. He told them to do their best, and then proceeded to read out the teams. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. With that, Sakura's head crashed onto the table, and Ino mocked her. And Sasuke, Uchiha. Sakura cheered. Take that, Ino pig. True love conquers all. She shouted loudly, only to be hit with a senbon again, this time in her shoulder. She turned around to shout at Naruto, only to be paralyzed again. Don't worry, that will take 5 minutes to wear off again. You can continue, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, shaking his head at Sakura's idiocy. He had told her to first take out the senbon. Iruka just shook his head and wondered about the display of accuracy from Naruto. That point was where normally a vein was. Did he know anatomy that well? He hadn't shown anything like that before. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Iruka said, and the three looked at each other. Team 9 is still active, so Team 10 are Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. What? Why do I get the lazy ass and the one who only eats when Forehead Girl gets to be on Sasuke's team? She ranted, only to be hit with another senbon into her hip. She grabbed the senbon and pulled it out and turned angrily to Naruto. But she couldn't even start her rant because she was paralyzed. Better. 3 minutes. At least she remembered to take out the senbon quickly. Naruto commented. Naruto, please refrain from paralyzing your comrades. Iruka admonished him. Why should I? And I only use the term comrades very loosely with most of the class. Naruto said, you don't honestly expect me to treat them any different than they did me all those years. If you did, forget it. I have had it with the shit. Naruto stated. Iruka was worried. Naruto clearly bore a strong dislike for most of the class. It was understandable, but why did he show it now? Was the fox taking over? Huh, what could a dead last like you do to us? The son of a shop owner that always kicked Naruto out asked. Naruto answered by vanishing from his seat and holding a kunai to the boy's throat. Don't underestimate me. You know nothing about me. I dare you to live one day of my life. You will want to kill yourself. You are not even close to strong enough to get through. Naruto said in a low voice. Naruto, that's enough. Iruka shouted. He asked for it. Naruto answered and vanished again to return to his seat. In his seat, Sasuke was seething. How could the dead last have those abilities? Only he and Uchiha should have them. He was the rookie of the year. Normally Sakura would have yelled at Naruto to stop trying to be cool, but she couldn't. The poison still worked. Then Ino's paralysis stopped. She first wanted to yell at him, but thought better of it and sat down. Twice having been hit with senbons and being paralyzed was enough. And Naruto would obviously do it again if he felt they were too loud. Half an hour after the other teams had been taken by their Jonin senseis, Team 7 still sat in the classroom. Sasuke was busy glaring at Naruto. Sakura was mooning over Sasuke and Naruto was drawing in a notebook. He was working on a new seal, and everything was better than having to deal with his so-called teammates. Then the door opened, and a silver-haired man with gravity-defying hair came in. Naruto looked up. He recognized the man. He was the Jonin he had copied the shadow clone jutsu from. He was Kakashi Hitaki, one of the best Jonin in the village. His dad's old student. It seemed like the Hokage had kept his word and given him a sensei who wouldn't hate him for the fox. Kakashi had to know about sealing, and perhaps he even knew that he was the Yandame's son. My first impression, you are boring. Meet me at the roof in 5 minutes. He said and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke and Sakura stood up and walked out of the room. Naruto waited a moment and then followed. If there were traps on the way, the two idiots would trigger them. He would stay alert. It was always better to be on guard, and over the years it had become second nature to him. He heard cursing in front of him. Obviously Kakashi's lateness had had a reason. True to his suspicions, Sakura was trapped in a sling of ninja wire around her feet and dangling from the ceiling. Sasuke was pinned to the wall with 2 shuriken through his sleeves. You really should listen better. I told you to always be on guard. There were only a few reasons our sensei would be late, and preparing a small test with traps was one of them. He said. He threw a kunai at the wire that held Sakura in the air and made her fall to the ground. Get the bastard freed and follow me, he said and walked on. On the way, he lazily disabled 2 more traps. Then they reached the door to the roof. Naruto carefully checked for more traps on the door and found none. He opened it a little bit, only for Sakura shoving him out of the way, being impatient. She shouted they would be late. Naruto threw himself down when he felt projectiles coming at them. Sasuke, who had seen that there would be traps to expect, followed Naruto's example. Both avoided being hit. Naruto rolled out of the line of fire and was ready to defend himself in case of an attack. He saw that Sakura was pierced by 5 sin bonds and whining. Sasuke behind him was also ready for another attack. Well, my second impression is, we need to work on your speed in disabling or avoiding traps. You are late. You needed 6.5 minutes to get here. But I have to acknowledge that you at least got here as a team. Even if the girl shouldn't have got that impatient. Better being late than dead. If I was an enemy, I could have killed you easily. Which leads us to my next question. What was your first mistake? Kakashi asked, looking sternly at them. Taking the route you expected us to take. We could have avoided this by using another route. The best way would have been if we had used chakra to stick to the wall and climbed up here. But as 2 of us don't know this exercise, and we are supposed to be a team, we had to take the only other route. Naruto said. Correct. That exercise will be one of the first things you will learn during your time as Genin. That is if you manage to become Genin. Kakashi said, I smiling. What do you mean, if we manage to become Genin? We graduated, so we are Genin. Sakura said. No, not yet, but I will tell you about that later. Sit down. Kakashi instructed them. He pointed at 3 benches in front of him. The 3 sat down with Naruto, checking the underside of his bench for traps, but not finding any. Kakashi nodded appreciatively at Naruto's action. For now, I want you to give me a short introduction of yourselves. Name, age, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Pinky, you start. Kakashi ordered. Sakura looked confused. How should we do that, sensei? Couldn't you start to give an example? She asked. What does Shinobi rule number 3 say? Blackie, Kakashi said, ignoring Sakura's question. A ninja has to always follow a direct order of his superior. Sasuke answered. Correct. Kakashi answered. Sasuke was impressed with this jonin. He clearly knew what he did and had a no-nonsense attitude. Perhaps this would work out well. He would see how strong he was. So, Pinky, I gave you a direct order, and I expect you to follow my orders, or you should just quit being a ninja. Sakura nodded, intimidated by Kakashi. Yes, sensei. My name is Sakura Haruno. I am 12 years old. The thing I like, more the person I like is. She looked at Sasuke and blushed. My hobby is. She again looked at Sasuke and blushed harder and giggled. My dream is. She looked at Sasuke and squealed. Your dislike? Kakashi asked, annoyed. He just had to get a fangirl. Ino, Pig, and Naruto. She shouted. We will have to work on your attitude. Shinobi rule number 25, Blondie. A ninja never shows his emotions. Naruto recited calmly. Correct, Kakashi said. Sasuke was surprised. He didn't think Naruto had paid attention in class. And then his new skills. Why was Naruto so different than before? He would find it out. Sakura huffed. She had the right to show her love to Sasuke. Okay, next is Blackie, Kakashi said. Sasuke obviously disliked the nickname, but kept quiet. Sasuke Uchiha, 12 years old. I like nothing in particular and have many things I dislike. My hobby is training. I don't have a dream, more of an ambition. I will resurrect the Uchiha clan, and I will kill a certain somebody, he stated. Sakura had hearts in her eyes, thinking Sasuke was so cool. Naruto rolled his eyes. The emo had no reason to be all egoistical and full of hate. He was treated like a pampered prince in the village. Kakashi had expected something like that. Okay, next Blondie. Kakashi continued. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am 12 years old. I like the old man and Ichirakus. I dislike most of the villagers, especially those that can't distinguish a scroll and a kunai. My hobby is training and gardening. My dream is to become the strongest ninja ever and show this village just how much they screwed up, Naruto said. He really is different from what his file said, but Hokage-sama warned me. If we don't get him out of the darkness, He could become a problem for the village. Not that I can blame him. Kakashi thought. Okay, my name is Kakashi Hitaki. I'm 26 years old. My likes and dislikes are none of your concern for now. I have many hobbies in my dream. I never really thought about it. He told them. The only thing we found out was his name and his age. Sasuke and Sakura thought. I know that voice from somewhere. Naruto thought, trying to place the voice of his sensei. Now that introductions are over, I will come to the part that you aren't Jinin yet. There is a rule in the village that all Jinin have to be confirmed by their respective Jonin senseis. Each sensei gives his team a test. And from the 27 Jinin that passed the graduation exams in your year, only 9 will be accepted as Jinin. That means this test has a probability of failure of 67%. Kakashi pointed out. What? But what was the meaning of the exams then? Sakura protested. There was no way in hell she would give up being on the same team as Sasuke. That was to weed out the hopeless cases. The only one that has a say if you become Jinin or not am I. Kakashi said, giving an imposing figure with his arms stemmed at his sides and looking down at them. Naruto's memory finally connected the voice and the pose. Dog, he questioned mentally. Dog had been an ANBU that had often protected him when he was younger. Naruto really hoped his sensei was his old ANBU guard. He had really liked Dog, especially as the man had often given him some sweets to help him over the shock after attacks. Kakashi handed them a piece of paper with information. The test will be tomorrow morning at 7 at Training Ground 3. Bring all your equipment. Oh, and you better don't eat breakfast, or you will just throw up. Kakashi informed them. Then Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke again. Sasuke stood up and walked away, Sakura closely behind him to try and get a date with him. Naruto wondered how long it would take for her to be killed on a mission like that. He decided preparation was necessary and used the body flicker to get to Training Ground 3. He spent 3 hours inspecting the training ground to be prepared for the next day. He didn't know if his so-called teammates would remember the lesson about knowing the terrain before a fight, but he did know that they wouldn't listen if he told them about it. Naruto then went into the woods to a river where he knew tasty fish could be caught. He caught 3 fishes for his dinner, went to his field to get some fresh vegetables, and then went to prepare his food. A small campfire and an hour of cooking later, he had grilled fish and roasted vegetables. He ate and then extinguished the fire. On his way home, he took to the roofs to avoid the glares from the villagers. He also didn't want to be found by messengers of the council. They would surely bitch about his behavior in class. Well, let them bitch. He was a ninja under the command of the Hokage. They had no power over him. Kakashi had observed Naruto after the meeting was over. He was positively surprised that he went to the training ground where the test would be to get an idea which environment he would have to work with. After that, he caught himself some fish and disappeared somewhere else. Kakashi let him go. It wouldn't be good if Naruto thought he followed him. He needed to gain Naruto's trust to help him. From his estimation, the team meeting had gone well enough. Naruto was good and knew how to act as a ninja. Sasuke needed to get over his complexes. The best way to get there would be to practically isolate him from the village until the Chunin exams. So he would have to carefully choose the D-rank missions his team did. No missions inside the village where the villagers could show their bias against Naruto and towards Sasuke. But at least Sasuke had the necessary skill to be a ninja. Attitudes could be corrected over time. Getting skills that should have been taught in the academy to an appropriate level was harder. Sakura would have to go through hell. She didn't consider her surroundings. She was loud, had a superiority complex towards Naruto, and was a fangirl. Really bad combination. He would see her skills in a battle situation tomorrow, but he didn't expect much. The next morning saw Sasuke and Sakura waiting for their sensei with empty stomachs. Naruto sat a bit away from his team, dozing under a tree with a full stomach. He knew that if you had the chance, you always ate before you had to fight to have enough energy to last through the fight. And if you didn't have much time, that's what energy bars had been made for. Being a ninja took energy, so following Kakashi-sensei's suggestion or not seemed to be another test. They had to wait for 2 hours until Kakashi came. Now Naruto was doubly glad he had ignored the advice. Sasuke and Sakura were obviously really hungry now. Good morning, team. Kakashi greeted. You're late. Sakura screeched. You see, on my way here I saw an old lady that had to carry a heavy bag with her groceries, so I had to help her and carry her things home. Kakashi said. Liar. Sakura shouted. Naruto just shook his head. She let him rile her up even before the test started. Not a good way to show your skill. But then again, she didn't have real skill. Well, you know why you are here. Your Jinin test. To pass this test, you have to get these 2 bells from me. Kakashi explained, showing them 2 little silver bells, which were chiming in his hands. But, Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells for the 3 of us. Sakura said. Correct. That means one of you won't get a bell. The one that doesn't get a bell will be tied to the post, and I will eat lunch before his eyes. Kakashi said. 2 stomachs grumbled. Kakashi looked at Naruto. You seem to have eaten breakfast. Naruto, care to tell your teammates why? Kakashi asked. Yes, you idiot. Didn't Sasuke tell us yesterday that ninjas have to follow their superior's orders? Sakura yelled at him. A ninja needs to detect hidden meanings and tests. You only said we better not eat because we would only throw up. That isn't an order the way you worded it. It's more a bit of advice. But against a jonin like you, we would never have a decent chance to pass any test if we didn't eat. Therefore, I didn't take your advice. Naruto calmly said. A ninja has to be able to decide which information is relevant for his mission and which is not. That is correct, Naruto. It wasn't an order. How would you have solved the problem if I had ordered not to eat before coming here? Kakashi asked. I would have brought an energy bar to eat once I am here. Naruto answered. Kakashi nodded appreciatively. That was the way a ninja should think. Good thinking, Naruto. You should all think how you can interpret orders so you get the best possible result for you and your team. Orders are not always set in stone. They allow us flexibility to fulfill our missions. Otherwise, there would be no need for ninjas to think, and each mission can be compromised by bad information. That is one lesson you should always remember. A ninja needs to see underneath the underneath. Never take things at face value. Kakashi lectured. Sasuke nodded. It made sense to him. He should have expected another test after the traps yesterday. He would be better prepared in the future. And obviously he needed to newly evaluate Naruto. He was in no way as stupid as he had seemed in the academy. Perhaps he wouldn't be only dead weight slowing him down. But first he needed to see how strong Naruto was to accept him as a teammate. Additionally to not getting to eat, the one or ones who don't get a bell will be sent back to the academy for retraining. Kakashi announced. This shocked Sasuke and Sakura. Going back to the academy? Naruto stayed calm. He had expected something like that. He would see what he could deduct once he wasn't under Kakashi's scrutiny. Then Kakashi took out an alarm clock, which brought a tick mark on Sakura's forehead. You have until noon to get the bells. You can use all your equipment. If you really want to get a bell, you will have to come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said. But, Kakashi-sensei, you could be hurt if we did that, Sakura stated. As if, Naruto thought. Don't worry about me. Ready, set, go, he said, and the 3 jumped away to hide. At least they know how to hide, Kakashi thought. Naruto made a shadow clone to keep an eye on Kakashi and jumped through the treetops to a point he knew his sensei wouldn't be able to see. He then started thinking about the test. There was something really fishy about it. No Jonin would be able to beat a Jonin, especially not an elite Jonin like Kakashi in a one-on-one situation. So there was more to this. Look underneath the underneath, Kakashi had said. What was the hidden intent of the test? After he had disposed of Sakura by using a weak Jinjutsu, really, and the teachers at the academy had written she had an aptitude for Jinjutsu, Kakashi was confronted with Sasuke, who stated he was different from the other 2. Well, we will see if that is true, Kakashi calmly said. First, Sasuke tried to engage Kakashi in taijutsu. Kakashi had to admit, Sasuke was good for a student fresh out of the academy. He even managed to touch the bells with the tips of his fingers. That was impressive even if he was holding back against his Jonin. He threw Sasuke at a distance. Sasuke shot a great fireball jutsu at Kakashi, who was surprised. because no normal genin should have so much chakra. When the fireball ran out of energy, Sasuke looked around. Where was Kakashi? Left? No. Right? No. Above? No, he thought. Below? He then heard and was pulled underground by his feet. Not bad, Sasuke, really not bad. But you still didn't get a bell. Perhaps the Uchiha aren't all what they are said to be, Kakashi said and left his student to ponder. Sasuke was fuming. How did Kakashi dare to insult his clan? Naruto meanwhile had the answer, and it gave him a headache. Teamwork. How the hell should he achieve that? None of his two so-called teammates would be willing to work with him. He had his shadow clone that was trailing and observing Kakashi dispel to get the information about the Jonin's fighting style. He processed the memories of the clone and then went to have his turn. He made two shadow clones to get his down teammates and to explain them the test's meaning. He reached Kakashi's position and went through some hand seals. Illusion art, cloak of invisibility. Naruto whispered and vanished from sight. He silently closed in on Kakashi's position, trying to use his high level of stealth to steal the bells without Kakashi noticing him. He didn't really want to show his true abilities when Sasuke and Sakura were possibly watching. The Jinjutsu was a B-rank one, but they would never really know that. If those two found out too early what he could really do, they would bitch to the council and try to have him forced to teach the emo all his techniques. So not going to happen. Naruto was now directly below the bells on the ground. Kakashi seemed to not notice him. He reached for the bells when his hand was caught. He kicked out at Kakashi and jumped back. How had he known? He let his Jinjutsu on trying to figure out what had gone wrong. You are really good, Naruto. I wouldn't have thought you to use a Jinjutsu that hid you that perfectly, but I have been confronted with a similar one in the Third Shinobi War against IWA. Kakashi said and lowered his book. Naruto saw he had uncovered his left eye. Sharingan. That's totally unfair in a Jinin test, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained and let the Jinjutsu go. That might be true, but then again, you are no real Jinin, right? Kakashi replied. So you were told, Naruto said. Of course. As your sensei, I need to know which level you are at to properly train you. Hokage-sama told me of your test. I have to say I am impressed. So I decided when I felt the little chakra disruption from your shadow clone dispelling that I would be prepared to take you serious. Kakashi answered, How far do you want to go? I don't want to show all I can do, or I fear the bastard and the Banshee will run to the council to try and get me to give up my techniques to him. That won't happen with the Hokage in charge, but I don't really want to have to see the council at all. Naruto explained. Kakashi covered his Sharingan again and put his book back in his pouch. Understandable. So how about you restrict yourself to Jutsu Setsunin Kuno? Kakashi asked. Sure. It will give me something to do until my clones tell me if they manage to get the two idiots to work with me. So you know what my test is about? Kakashi asked. Yes, teamwork. I just have problems to see them listening to me, Naruto said, and went into the cheetah-style opening position. Kakashi was ready, and the two started with taijutsu. Naruto tried to confuse Kakashi with his speed, but the experienced Jonin blocked all his attempts to land hits. That will be hard to work against me. After all, my sensei used the same style of taijutsu Naruto, Kakashi said. Naruto knew that, but he had some surprises in his style. He finally got close enough for a grazing hit on Kakashi's lower thigh. He used his chakra in his hands to damage a muscle slightly. Kakashi jumped back. I see. Not completely your father's style then. You included elements of your own. He pondered. Naruto followed Kakashi, trying to press a slight advantage. But Kakashi decided it was time to include ninjutsu in the fight. He changed positions with a log, which was hit by Naruto's overhead kick. Naruto was on guard. He knew Kakashi could attack from everywhere. Then he jumped up and grabbed a branch of the tree when Kakashi shot out of the ground. Naruto circled the branch and used the momentum to attack again. He unsealed his bow staff from his glove and started attacking. The greater reach of the staff enabled him to press Kakashi into defense. But Kakashi decided he needed to up his game. Fire release, Phoenix Flower, he said and shot some fireballs at Naruto. Naruto reacted immediately, putting the staff on his back while jumping back and flying through his own hand seals. Water release, water bullet. He shouted and shot a water bullet from his mouth against the fire jutsu. The water overpowered the fire. Naruto shot a flurry of Senbon at Kakashi, which only hit another log. In the bushes, Sasuke was fuming from envy. Naruto was giving Kakashi a hard time in the fight. It seemed like Naruto was a lot better than he had thought. "Are you now willing to listen?" The Naruto clone behind him asked. "What do you want?" Sasuke jeered. "The whole damn test is about teamwork. We pass if we work together. I don't like you any more than you like me, and we both detest the Banshee. I only want you to push that aside and show Kakashi that we can work together if the situation requires it. The whole getting a bell is setting us up against each other. That's why he told us to look underneath the underneath. You see my original fighting out there. Kakashi is one of the strongest ninja we have in the village, a former Yinbyu captain. Do you really think we have a chance against him alone? If you really want to reach your goal, you need his training, so we need to play by his rules. Nobody demands that we like each other. We only need to reach the mission goal," Naruto said. Sasuke thought about what the clone had said. He hated to admit it, but it was true. He couldn't get a bell from Kakashi. He had tried. And now it seemed that his sensei had even held back. He would have to push his pride aside until he could go after Itachi. "Okay, we do it. Do you have a plan?" Sasuke asked. "Yes. You order Sakura to distract him with thrown weapons, then attack him with your fire jutsu. I will increase the strength of your jutsu with my own and hide a few weapons in it." Naruto said, relieved that Sasuke had finally seen sense. "You can use fire jutsus?" Sasuke asked, surprised. He had thought Naruto to be a water element. "No, but a wind jutsu. The water jutsu you saw is my defense against fire users. Wind is weak against fire, but can also be used to increase the strength of a fire jutsu," Naruto told him. Sasuke nodded. They didn't have time to discuss this. "Where is Sakura?" Sasuke asked. "About 500 meters away at 245 degrees. Naruto answered. "Be ready in 5. Sasuke said, and went to order Sakura to do her part. The clone made another clone and dispelled it to inform the original. The real Naruto was now on defense and tried to avoid Kakashi's attacks. Damn, his sensei was really good. He replaced himself with a log when Kakashi shot another fire attack at him. He then got the message from his clone. Thank God Sasuke's ambition was strong enough to override his pride for short periods of time. Naruto went to hide again and waited for the signal. Then several kunai were thrown from the bushes. They were not very fast, but they were on target. Kakashi deflected them without problems. Then Sasuke shot his fireball, and the Naruto clone strengthened it with a wind jutsu. The real Naruto waited at the side, expecting Kakashi to replace himself with a log. He knew which log he would probably use, so he aimed a bunch of coated Senbon at the place. Kakashi managed to deflect all but one of them and quickly pulled it out of his arm. Kakashi attacked Naruto's position with a flurry of shuriken, forcing Naruto to move. Kakashi made a shadow clone of himself that got him out of danger. Naruto followed, but had to fight the shadow clone. Sasuke, get the bells. You have 2.5 minutes. Naruto shouted. The shadow clone of Kakashi managed to keep his original safe for 1.5 minutes. Then Sasuke closed in on their position and tried to grab the bells only to be stopped by a weakened Kakashi. Kakashi still defended the bells, and then the alarm rang. Damn, Naruto said. We were so close. Kakashi ordered the 3 genin to the starting point. He tied Sakura to the post. Nice try, but you all didn't get the bells, Kakashi said. No, but that wasn't the intention of the test, wasn't it, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked. He had realized while they fought together that their chance to get the bells had increased, so Naruto was probably right. So you also understood it. Sakura, do you also know the true meaning of the test? The secret to pass? Kakashi asked. Huh? A true meaning? She wondered. Obviously not, but you still helped your teammates in the last attempt to get the bells. What? Kakashi asked. Sasuke said I should. She answered. Naruto shook his head. The girl was so stupid and was praised as the smartest kunoichi in their class. Naruto, tell her, Kakashi said. The true test was if we could work together as a team. Alone, none of us would have had a chance against an elite jonin like Kakashi-sensei. Together we had a chance, like you saw in the end. Naruto said. Correct. I wanted to test if you could put your own interest aside and work for the overall goal of the mission, getting the 2 bells. I am happy that you in the end did it, even if not all of you understood the meaning of the test. Therefore you all pass. All of the Genin's faces lit up, even Naruto's a little bit. In our line of work, teamwork is the most important factor for the success of a mission. You have to always remember that rules and guidelines are not absolute. If you followed the rules and fought on your own to get a bell, you would have overall lost, even if you would have managed to get one. Those that break the rules are trash in the ninja world, but those that abandon their comrades are lower than trash. Always remember that. Konoha became the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages by following this mentality. We fought in 3 wars and came out victorious because we cherished our comrades. Individual strength of a ninja is important, but without teamwork, even the strongest can be brought down. Believe me, I have experienced it. Look at this stone. Kakashi pointed at the memorial stone. On this stone, the names of those we call heroes in Konoha are engraved. All those ninja died in the line of duty. They are never forgotten because their comrades keep their memories alive. Right, we are done for today. Tomorrow we will start our training. Be at this training ground at 6 in the morning for physical training. Kakashi ordered. Naruto nodded and walked away after hitting Sakura's binds with a shuriken to free her. In the Hokage's office, the Jonin were assembling to report the results of their Genin tests. Even Kakashi was only 15 minutes late, which wondered the others. After the first 6 teams had been reported to have failed, it was Kakashi's turn. Team 7 passed, he said. The others stared at him unbelievingly. It was well known that Kakashi never passed a team. Kurenai then got out of her shock and reported. Team 8 passed, she said. Asuma was last. Team 10 passed, he said. Okay, that means we have 3 new teams under Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Very good. The ones who failed their teams can go, the other 3 stay, the Hokage said. When the others left the room, the Hokage turned to the new senseis. I would like a short overview over the things you think you need to work on with your teams. He told the 3. Ladies first, Kakashi said to Kurenai, who rolled her eyes. Okay, Kiba Inuzuka has a good base in his clan's techniques, but he is very brash. I will have to work with him to not just rush into a fight, but assess his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. He could also use training in chakra control and jinjutsu detection. Shino Aburame needs to increase his chakra reserves to better assess his combination attacks with his bugs, and to work on his taijutsu, as he can't use mini ninjutsu without his bugs like all Aburame. But he has a very firm grip on strategy and knows how to work on a team. It was his planning that got my team to pass my test. Hinata Hyuga needs to overcome the belief that she will always fail that has been instilled into her by her clan. If she could do that, she would be a lot stronger than she already is. She can use her Byakugan at an acceptable level for somebody her age, but I have the feeling something is off with her taijutsu. It just doesn't seem to suit her fully. She has a good grasp on dispelling jinjutsu and tries to get along with her teammates. Kurenai said, I see. I want you to not only concentrate on training them as a tracking team, get them to be flexible. You have a team that consists of 3 clan heirs who all have had additional training in their clan's techniques. Be creative in how you train them. If possible, get them ready for the Chunin exams in 6 months. It would look good for Konoha if we could present some clan heirs in the exams. Next, the Hokage said, Okay, I guess Kakashi wants to go last as he had the most difficult team of us. Asuma said, Shikamaru Nara is your typical lazy Nara. He worked well together with Ino and Choji, but that was to be expected of an Ino Shikicho trio. Shikamaru needs to get motivated. His techniques are okay. He used one of his clan's special jutsu to capture me. I didn't see any taijutsu from him, but considering his build, he needs more physical training. Choji was following Shikamaru's plan to get the mission done with the least possible amount of work. He was in a supportive role. He needs to work on ninjutsu, genjutsu, and speed. His power is above average, like you normally expect from an Akimichi. Ino is a problem. While she worked with her teammates, she was complaining that she wasn't on a team with Sasuke Uchiha all the time and about the lack of motivation in her teammates. She is physically weak and has no stamina. The only way she could help with the test was that Shikamaru caught me and she could take over my body with a mind control jutsu. She didn't seem to have abilities above the Academy jutsu, which she didn't really utilize as well. Asuma reported, "Okay, Asuma, get your team in gear. You have the same directions as Kurenai, which also holds true for Kakashi. The Chunin exams. Don't let your team slack in their training. If necessary, put them through the grinder. Get their individual skills up. You have worked with Naras and Akimikis in the past, so you know how to handle them. I want both of your teams to be the face for the new Genin teams in the village. You will take at least one D-rank mission a day from next week on. Train your teams to be coherent units. This generation, we have a lot of strong individuals, and we will need them in the future." "Okay, Kakashi, your report." The Hokage said, leaving the two Jonin who had already reported wondering what was going to happen that they were given such orders. Something was up. "I will start with Sakura. It seems like only Kurenai didn't get a fangirl in her team. But your fangirl, Asuma, does at least seem to accept her teammates somewhat. Sakura is weak. There is no other way to say it. She doesn't have any individual skills above what the academy teaches, and she didn't show anything impressive during the test. She only ran after Sasuke like a sick puppy, completely disregarding stealth. The only thing she did in the test was throwing some weapons to help with Naruto's plan on Sasuke's orders. I will have to put her through harsh physical training. The reports of the academy told she was skilled in Jinjutsu, yet she fell for a simple D-rank 1 and fainted." "Which one?" Kurenai interrupted. "Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique," Kakashi answered. "But that is a standard one that should be used at the academy to train them in detecting and breaking out of Jinjutsu," Kurenai said disbelievingly. "I know. That was the reason I used it. I wanted to see if the reports were correct. I have the impression they are not. I would advise you to check up the teaching the academy did in this year. The only ones that passed are the clan heirs and Sakura because her teammates pulled her through. I have a suspicion that the teachers in their attempts to sabotage Naruto did more damage than we already thought." The Hokage nodded. That was a problem. Normally, at least a handful of students from civilian background passed. Next is Sasuke. He is skilled for a Genin fresh out of the academy, but he has a serious attitude problem. His obsession with Itachi makes him completely disregard his teammates. He tried to get the bells from me on his own and argued a long time with Naruto after he had lost his one-on-one with me that he didn't need help because he was an Uchiha. It took Naruto telling him what the meaning of the test was and using his weakness, Itachi, to get Sasuke to cooperate. Naruto more or less told him if he wanted to pass, he needed to work with him and Sakura, and that he would be stupid to let his pride get in the way of getting the best possible training from me, as I am a former EMBU captain. Kakashi said. "How does Naruto know that?" Kurenai asked. "I guess he recognized me by my voice or has more information on the ninja in the village than I thought. I have had a lot of contact with Naruto when he was little as one of his guards. Naruto performed exceptionally well. He saw through the test and got his teammates to work with him. He also displayed great skills in all areas we test Genin in, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. His academy report is only good for burning. Nothing in there is true. As you told me, Naruto dislikes both his teammates immensely, but is willing to treat them neutrally to get a mission done. My team will never last past the Chunin exams, but I think I can make it a workable unit," Kakashi said. "We thought as much when the team was built." "Okay, you already have your orders how to work with your team, Kakashi," the Hokage said. Why does Kakashi already have orders, Hokage-sama? After all, he never passed a team before," Kurenai asked. "Because I had to pass this team. The civilian council ordered me to pass them, but with their performance, I would have done it either way. I have special orders for the next 6 months to smooth out mistakes that were made in the past with both Naruto and Sasuke. And you know I am the only one who can teach Sasuke in using his Sharingan, as I have one myself. That is once he awakens it, Kakashi said. The problem is the council has put Sasuke on a pedestal in the village. Especially the civilians, but also some of the clans, see him as a potential source of power for them in the future. He is the only one who can bring back the Uchiha clan in Konoha and with them the Sharingan, one of the strongest bloodline limits. The problem is that their attitude didn't help with keeping Sasuke grounded. He's already fixated on his revenge. I fear with the littlest information on Itachi, he will go after him, ignoring his duty to the village. That's the reason Kakashi got special orders to keep his team away from missions that bring them in close contact with the villagers. I want to isolate Sasuke from the villagers as much as possible. Naruto was sabotaged all the time at the academy. The only teacher that treated him normal was Iruka because he didn't let his feelings of dislike cloud his professional attitude. But Naruto hit his true level of skill and intentionally passed as the dead last of his class. He wanted to be teamed up with Sasuke as he knew the council would pull the strings to pass Sasuke for sure. Naruto is a flight risk as well. With the hatred he was shown all his life, he has built a strong resent for the village, and only a few things hold him here. Naruto can be a strong asset to the village if we handle him right now, but he could also become its worst enemy. I want to prevent this, the Hokage said. Kurenai and Asuma nodded. They didn't want to imagine what Naruto could do if he let loose with Kyuubi's power. Is there a risk he would use that power? Asuma asked. He wouldn't need to. He has other ways. And he doesn't know yet how to use it. But the fox could use his negative emotions if they get too strong for Naruto to deal with them. The Hokage said seriously. He didn't want to have to kill Naruto to protect the village. At the moment, the boy was still loyal, and there was a good chance to keep him that way if Kakashi succeeded. And Kakashi needed to get ready to take over the Hokage position if necessary. If Kakashi managed to bond with Naruto and became his successor, Naruto would still stay loyal after he retired or died. He had already written down his intention to make Kakashi his successor. He wanted to discuss it with Jiraiya first, but he didn't really see any way that his student would take the position. He would support Kakashi though. Team 7 was present at their training ground at 6 like Kakashi had asked. When 5 minutes passed, 6 Kakashi hadn't appeared. Naruto started jogging around the training ground. Naruto, you idiot. What are you doing? Sakura yelled. Naruto just shot a Senbon at her to shut her up. It hit, and she wasn't fast enough to pull it out before the poison started working. Sakura stood again paralyzed in the spot she had been. Naruto kept running. After 10 laps, he started stretching. Just when he wanted to start with strength exercises, Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Sakura was freed from the paralyzing poison and wanted to hit Naruto. Sakura, stop it. Sasuke, report what happened. Kakashi ordered. At 6:05, Naruto started running around the field. Sakura shouted at him what he was doing. Naruto hit her with one of his Senbons that are coated in a paralyzing poison again, and he continued his exercises. He just finished stretching, and Sakura got over the effect of the poison when you appeared. Sasuke said. I see. Sakura, what reason did you have for shouting at Naruto? Kakashi asked. He is just trying to make himself look better than Sasuke, and he should have waited for you to tell us what we should do. She accused Naruto. Naruto, what do you have to say? Kakashi asked. I have sensitive hearing and warned her several times now that I won't take her screeching anymore. She is a kunoichi and should behave like that if she doesn't want to be killed on a mission, and the poison just paralyzes her for some minutes. This type had duration of 10 minutes. I was doing general warm-up exercises to use the time until you came efficiently. Nothing more than running and stretching. I would have continued with push-ups if you hadn't appeared. Naruto said. I see. Sakura, work on your attitude. There is no reason to yell at your teammate for doing a warm-up to breach time. There are some reasons I won't be on time sometimes, so I expect you to do something useful while I take care of other things. You are considered adults since you became ninja, so behave like that. You can't expect that everything will be told to you. I don't care what you do while you wait for me, as long as it helps with your development as a ninja. But while waiting for physical training to begin, warming up is the most logical choice. Naruto, please refrain from paralyzing your teammates. You can never know what will happen. If there would have been an attack, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself, and you and Sasuke would have had to cover her until your poison wore off. Kakashi said sternly. In his head, he cursed the mess the civilian council had left for him to clear up. He would really like to introduce them to his 1,000 years of death technique, especially Sakura's mother. Understood, Sensei, Naruto said, accepting Kakashi's reasons even if in the village the probability of an attack was pretty slim. He thought Kakashi was capable of faking an attack just to get his point across. Good. Now the first thing we will work on is your stamina. Our team has a focus on combat. Therefore, you will have to be able to last in a fight. We will start with running 15 laps around the training ground. I will take your time to see where you stand in your training. Today, I will mainly get an impression of your physical abilities before we will work on some formations for missions. Ready, set, go. Kakashi said, and the three started. Soon it was obvious that Naruto was way better trained than the other two, even if Sasuke did a good job for a rookie. Sakura was panting after 3 rounds already. Naruto finished with 2 rounds on Sasuke. The proud Uchiha didn't like the lead Naruto had and increased his speed for the last 2 rounds. Then he sat down next to Naruto waiting for Sakura to finish. I would advise you to do some stretching while you wait, Naruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke's first instinct was to tell Naruto off, but the blonde was already doing his own exercises again. He had to admit it would be a good filling of time, and from what Kakashi had told them just a bit earlier, he expected them to fill spare time during training efficiently. So he started with the stretching. Finally, 5 rounds after Sasuke had finished his laps, Sakura was done. She fell on her knees panting. We really need to work on your stamina, Sakura. A graduate like you should be able to easily run 15 laps for warming up. Get to stretching for 5 minutes. Then we will do the next exercise, Kakashi said, shaking his head. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke who were doing strength exercises. Good performance, you two. Sasuke, Naruto, how many repetitions of your exercises are you doing at the moment? He asked. 50 of each, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke answered, glad he had taken Naruto's advice. Perhaps the blonde really knew what he did. 100 of each, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said. Good. That's a good level for your current levels. Sasuke, we will work over the next months to get you to the same level Naruto is right now. For a fresh graduate, you are doing really well. Don't try to overdo it too fast just to catch up with Naruto. He has trained harder and more than you in the past. That is all there is to it. If you keep up your work like you do at the moment, you will get there soon enough, Kakashi said. Sasuke didn't understand it. How could Naruto have trained more than him? He trained 3 hours each day after the academy. How would Naruto be able to top that? But Kakashi seemed to see his potential, so he must have done something right. Just what had Naruto done better than him? And how did he hide it? I trained from 6 every morning to 9 in the evening. I sent a shadow clone to the theoretical lessons in the academy to take my place after I learned that jutsu. That's the time advantage I had on you, Naruto said, seeing Sasuke's look. What? Sasuke asked. You wondered how I managed to train more than you. That's the answer, Naruto said and changed his exercise. Sasuke really wondered about his teammate. He didn't hide his dislike for both him and Sakura, but he still gave him useful information. He didn't understand. Kakashi watched the exchange. He was glad that Naruto at least talked to Sasuke professionally. He had no illusions that the boys could ever become friends. It would need a miracle to achieve that, but a healthy working attitude would be enough for him. Perhaps Naruto knew that too. They were worse than him and Obito had been, and they had more emotional scars from the past than him and Obito had had. And Sakura was nothing like Rin, who had moderated between them. Sakura was finished with her stretching exercises. Kakashi knew she wouldn't keep up if he didn't give her a short break, so he decided he would hold a short quiz about optimizing their training. Good. Now that you are all warmed up, we will have a few things cleared before we start with the next part. Who can tell me what is the most important thing for a ninja to do besides training, right, to get strong? He asked. Sakura raised her hand. We aren't at the academy. You don't need to raise your hand anymore, Sakura. Kakashi informed her. Oh, okay, Kakashi-sensei. The most important thing is learning about theory, politics, geography, strategy, and the like. She answered. That's good to know, but not the most important thing, Kakashi said. Sakura was shocked. That had always been the most important thing at the academy. The academics. A balanced diet, Sasuke answered. Correct, why? Kakashi asked. Our bodies need certain nutrients to give us the energy for training and to build up muscles. With too little food or the wrong kind of food, we are hindering our development. We need carbohydrates, fats and proteins, vitamins and water to have our bodies work properly. Naruto continued. Exactly. So what would be the worst thing for a ninja to do? He asked. Dieting, Sasuke answered. But how would one keep their figure if they don't diet? Sakura protested. She was on a diet after all to impress Sasuke with her figure. The male members of the team looked at her as if she was stupid. Ninjas don't need to diet because we work out all the time. We burn so much energy over the day that we need to eat a lot more than civilians. Where a normal working civilian would do well to keep his figure with about 2,000 calories, a ninja needs at least 3,500 with my understanding of normal training. You don't have to fear becoming fat with our training. I can guarantee that, Kakashi said. Additionally, you hurt yourself if you diet at your age. Sakura needed some time to process that. Kakashi-sensei, are we going to learn how to hunt and fish? The academy mentioned that on longer missions ninjas should know how to properly get at least proteins. But we were never taught how to hunt or fish. Sasuke asked. Yes, that will be part of our training, Sasuke. You will also learn about all the edible plants in Fire Country and the neighbor countries. Kakashi answered. Okay, enough of a break. Next I will test your speed. You will go over to the other side of the field and then sprint back to the posts here. Kakashi ordered and made a shadow clone to accompany them to give the start signals. Once they were in the other side, Kakashi let Sakura run first. She raced to the other side a bit faster than a trained civilian. Then Sasuke started, way faster than Sakura. Last was Naruto. Should I use my real speed, Kakashi-sensei? He asked. Yes, they need to know that you aren't a pushover. But leave your resistance seals activated. I don't want to make Sasuke more jealous than necessary. How did you know that I wear resistance seals? I didn't even tell old man Hokage about them. Naruto asked. You forget that your father was my sensei. He had all of us use them. Kakashi said. Go. He ordered and Naruto ran. He was nearly double as fast as Sasuke. Sakura fumed. How did the dead last dare to show up her Sasuke like that? You cheated, Naruto. She accused him. There is no cheating with ninjas, Sakura. Cheating, as you call it, is part of our jobs. Get used to it. And Naruto didn't even strengthen his muscles with chakra, or he would have been even faster. Kakashi admonished her. Don't accuse your teammates for something that is normal in the ninja world. Sasuke seemed to ring with himself. How could he get the same strength as Naruto? He was an elite. He should be stronger than Naruto. Was it really only the additional training Naruto had done? Okay, I guess you are wondering how Naruto can be this fast. Kakashi addressed Sasuke and Sakura. Both nodded. He is trained using resistance seals. Don't confuse them with gravity or weight seals. They work differently. A resistance seal does, like its name say, increase the resistance a body is confronted with. On the first level, it feels like you are wading through water. With each additional level, it gets harder. Using these seals helps you building up speed and strength. I will place those seals on both of you tomorrow morning before we start our training. They will stay activated the whole day, even when you sleep for 2 weeks. Then we will train with them deactivated to get you used to the effects. But that's for a later time, Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded. So he would catch up over time. It seemed Kakashi really intended to make him stronger. This training was much better and harder than the one the academy had them do. Sakura was scared. How would she manage to stay a proper lady with the training her sensei planned to have them do? And why was Naruto already that much ahead? Okay, next part is coordination. Naruto, I would like your assistance. Kakashi took out a scroll from his pocket and opened it. He unsealed about 100 poles. Have your shadow clones place them in 3 lines with a distance of a meter between the poles. The lines are to be 10 meters next to each other. Kakashi ordered. Naruto nodded and made 20 shadow clones that took the poles and placed them in lines. I want you to run slalom through the poles 3 times over to the other side and back. I will take your times. Ready, set, go, he said, and the 3 ran again. Kakashi had them do 50 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, jumping jacks, and lifting weights each next. Then he let them walk on their hands through the slalom course. He wrote down all their times. Finally, he declared it enough, much to the relief of Sakura. Okay, this is what we will be doing every day for warm-up. As running around the training ground isn't that interesting, I want you all to meet at the gate at 6 each morning to run 2 laps around the village. That's only for the beginning though. We will increase the laps once you get better stamina. After that we will start with stretching and strength exercises. Sakura, you will do 30 of all the exercises we did today. Sasuke, you will do 50, Naruto 80. That should take you about the same time. If one of you still has time until Naruto is finished, add a few repeats. After that I will tell you the exercise for the day. Kakashi said. Sakura looked ill, Naruto and Sasuke happy. That would be good training. Okay, I told you we would work on formations after our workout. We will go through different situations. I will tell you the standard formations, and then you will practice them. Kakashi instructed them. It was lunchtime, and Sakura lay on the ground groaning. This was not what she had expected from training. Kakashi handed out lunch to them and gave them bottles with water in which vitamins had been added. Naruto and Sasuke started eating and drank their water without comment. Sakura finally managed to push herself up. She didn't care about her diet at the moment. She was hungry and needed to eat something. She looked at the lunchbox and saw that there were some rice balls, some grilled fish, some green beans, and tomatoes. Okay, while you eat, I want to give you some instructions for your meals. For breakfast, eat enough to last you 5 hours, but make sure it is balanced. For the drink, take milk, cereals are good, some dark bread, cheese, sausage, eggs, and fruits. I will provide you with lunch to make sure you get enough nutrients for the first week. After that, you should have an idea what to pack in your lunchboxes and how much. For dinner, meat and fish are always good, some noodles, rice, vegetables. You can also have sweet desserts. It won't matter if you eat sweets, as I said. You will work the calories off no problem. Go to bed early enough, because you will have to get up at 5 to get ready for training and eat breakfast without haste. Bring some snacks for short breaks with you. I recommend fruit or vegetables, some sandwiches, or rice balls. They are meant to give you back some energy without being heavy. Kakashi lectured. He would do this correctly, and from tomorrow on he would join his team in their exercises. If he needed to get back to his old strength and increase it, he would have to use the time. He expected to be back to full strength in 3 months. Then he could work on getting better. Once his genin had eaten, he gave them half an hour off to relax. They could do whatever they wanted. He knew Sasuke and Sakura needed the recovery time. Naruto would probably be able to go on. Sakura seemed relieved about the break. Sasuke accepted it well enough, and Naruto lay down to take a nap. Kakashi led his team to a group of trees that had nearly the same height. Okay, as I told you, one of the first exercises a genin has to learn is climbing vertical surfaces. Here in Konoha, we do this by tree climbing. This exercise has a double benefit. For those with bigger chakra reserves like Naruto and Sasuke, it mainly helps them learn how to better control their chakra next to the ability to climb all surfaces without problem. The better you control your chakra, the less chakra you waste using your jutsu, which means you can go longer in a fight and use more jutsu. For somebody with small reserves like Sakura, this is also an endurance exercise. By repeatedly doing this exercise until you master it, you build up your reserves, which will also lead to you being able to keep going longer. Kakashi explained, and then walked up the tree without using his hands. As you see, I am sending my chakra to my feet. Finding the right amount of chakra is important. If you use too little chakra, you don't stick. If you use too much, you will be repelled. He took out 3 kunai and threw them at his genin. You will mark your progress with these kunai. Naruto, make 4 clones and place them around the tree you are working on. Kakashi instructed. Naruto wondered what Kakashi had thought up, but made the clones. Kakashi walked down the tree again. For the beginning, it would be easiest if you took a running start. Now, Naruto, your clones have the job to try and keep you from reaching the top. I know that you already know this exercise, so we will make it harder for you by having your clones trying to hit you with some of your senbons. Kakashi said. Naruto nodded. He had already done the exercise with his clones, throwing rubber balls and stones. Senbons would help him be even more motivated, and it wasn't like he wouldn't heal fast if he was hit. Sasuke was the first to take a running start. He got up some steps, then he was blown back. Sakura reached a branch high up in her first try. This is easy, Kakashi-sensei, she announced. Well done, Sakura, but I said that it will be an endurance exercise for you. You will run to the top of your tree and down for as long as you can. Once you can't keep it up anymore, take 5 minutes break and then start again, Kakashi told her. Sakura gulped. She never had to train this hard before, but she wanted to impress Sasuke, and this exercise could be one she could do well. So she started running to the top, then back down. She had to pause on the ground shortly. This was harder than it first seemed. Then she had to run up and down again. Sasuke had some problems too. He was blown away at a certain height all the time. He was getting more and more frustrated, especially as in the tree next to him Naruto was showing great skills in the exercise already and was dodging the senbons his clones threw at him while still keeping the tree walking up. Sasuke, you have to concentrate and keep your calm. Your chakra is influenced by your emotions. So if you are getting angry, it will be harder to practice control, Kakashi said. Sasuke, after he had been blown off again, tried to follow his sensei's instructions. He took some deep breaths to calm down. He concentrated his chakra to his feet. Then he ran at the tree again. He passed his former mark by 7 feet before he was blown away again. He grinned. Okay, that was the trick. He had to gain control over his emotions and his chakra. He looked over to Sakura, who was sweating and breathing hard, hunched over. She really had little stamina. That evening, Kakashi dismissed his Genin team at 6 and reminded them that he would place the resistance seals on Sasuke and Sakura tomorrow, and therefore they were meeting at Training Ground 3 before they would start their laps around the village. Naruto left first to go home. He wanted to work on a seal. Sasuke also walked home, feeling the effects of the hard training he had done over the day. He had to say he was pleased with how the training had gone. True, Naruto was better than him at the moment, but he would catch up. It was only a question of the right training. He felt he was now finally getting closer to Itachi, and he would endure all the hard training Kakashi could throw at him if it got him strong enough to kill Itachi. Sakura felt dead tired. She had never before done that kind of training. She thought Kakashi-sensei was a sadist. How the hell could the boys stand this? Well, Naruto was a freak. Her mother had always told her that, and Sasuke was Sasuke. It was normal that he was better than all others. When she reached her home, she remembered what Kakashi had told them about eating right. She would eat something tonight, but she would also make sure it wouldn't make her fat. She wasn't convinced that a ninja could eat all he wanted. Hello, Sakura, how was your day? Her mother asked. Strenuous. Please, I need something to eat. She answered. Sweetie, aren't you on a diet to impress Uchiha-sama? Her mother asked, frowning. Kakashi-sensei forbid me to diet and told me that ninja wouldn't get fat with all the training they do. I am not completely sure about that though, but if we are training like today all the days, I have to eat more than before. Can I have some salad and fruit? She asked. Her mother contently nodded. Salad and fruit didn't have a lot of calories. That Jonin didn't seem to understand the principles of getting a good husband. But what could be expected from a man? She took to cutting salad, cucumber and tomatoes and prepared a bit of dressing for her daughter. Here, sweetie, there you are. A nice salad to fill your stomach, but which won't make you fat, she said, smiling. Thanks, Mom, Sakura said and began eating. So what did you do for training? Her mother asked. Kakashi-sensei tested our physical abilities today. Of course, Sasuke was great. He was so much better than me. We had to run 15 laps around the training ground. Then we had to sprint from one side of the ground to the other. A slalom through poles sets of 50 repeats for different exercises. Then we got a lecture on the right diet for a ninja. Can you believe that Kakashi-sensei thinks a ninja should eat 3,500 calories a day? Sakura asked. What? But that will make you fat. There is no way you could keep a good figure to impress Sasuke-sama if you ate that much. Her mother was scandalized. I know, but he seemed serious. For the next week, Kakashi-sensei will provide our lunch so we can get an idea what we should pack, he said. We are to bring snacks for morning and afternoon breaks. Something like fruit, sandwiches, rice balls, or vegetables. And a lot to drink. He also recommended eating meat and fish, I think he said for building muscles. Sakura reported. But that would make you look ugly. What self-respecting woman would want to look like a muscle mountain? Sakura's mother asked. I don't know, but obviously both Sasuke and Naruto agreed with Kakashi. Sakura sighed. Naruto? He is your second teammate. Her mother asked worried. Yes, but he is such a nuisance. He is mean to me and disrespects Sasuke. Just because I told him off for starting to train, without Kakashi-sensei being there, he shot me with a sunbon with one of his paralyzing poisons. I couldn't move for 10 minutes. Sakura complained. He poisoned you? I will take care of that. I won't allow for that freak to harm my daughter. Sakura's mother screeched. Sakura nodded. Naruto would see what happened if you treated her badly. After all, her mother was on the civilian council. Okay, when do you have to be at your training ground tomorrow? Her mother asked. At 6, Sakura said. He even takes your beauty sleep away. If you weren't on Sasuke-sama's team and therefore in the best position to win him as your husband, I would demand for you to be put on another team. But you will just have to persevere and show Sasuke that you are the only suited girl for him. She said, Don't worry, Mom. I will win him, and then I will become Mrs. Sakura Uchiha once we are old enough. Sakura said dreamily. That's my girl. Her mother said proudly. The next morning at 10, Isami Haruno walked to the meeting room of the civilian council and told that her daughter had been poisoned by the demon. Of course, all the other counselors were enraged and thought they now finally had something to get the demon for. They had an ANBU that listened to them sent out, so that Naruto was called in. At training ground 3, Team 7 was again going through physical training. This time Kakashi was doing his own exercises at the side of his team. Then an ANBU appeared. Kakashi looked up and asked the ANBU what he wanted. Naruto Uzumaki is to immediately appear at the Hokage Tower on orders of the council. The ANBU informed Kakashi. You say the council gave this order? Kakashi asked. Yes, Kakashi. The ANBU confirmed. He has training now, and if you don't have orders from the Hokage, I won't let him leave his training. When you have orders from the Hokage, come back. Kakashi said and went back to his exercises. The ANBU looked at Kakashi as if he was from another planet, but he also knew that the ex-ANBU wouldn't budge on his opinion. And as the demon brat sensei, he had the power to forbid the brat to leave his training. The ANBU decided it would be best to return to the council to report. In the meeting room, the council was preparing to rip the demon apart, but the only one returning was the ANBU they had sent. Where is the boy? Isami asked. He won't come. Kakashi Hitaki gave me the message that he would only let his student leave his training if you had orders from the Hokage. Otherwise, his student would stay with him to train. The ANBU said. How dare he? Jinbai Rinohara asked enraged. He was a wealthy merchant. We are the council. We deserve respect. Wakata Teiji said. Who does he think he is? I will get that order from the Hokage. Just he waits. Isami said and stormed to the Hokage's office. The Hokage was working on his paperwork, questioning himself how it always was so much paperwork he had to do. But he couldn't delegate it either because the council would try to pass laws that were only meant to increase their wealth or screw Naruto over. Then Isami Haruno stormed into his office. He would have to remind her who ruled the village. Hokage-sama, I demand that the boy and his sensei are called in. The brat poisoned my daughter yesterday, but when we sent him a messenger to call him before the council, his sensei refused to let him go. He said he would only allow it if you gave the order. She ranted loudly. Counselor Haruno, you want to tell me that you think you can command me? He asked dangerously. No, Hokage-sama, of course not, but he poisoned my daughter, she said, realizing she had made a mistake by just charging into the office. Do you think you have more power over my ninja than me? The Hokage asked again. No, Hokage-sama, she answered. Then why do you think you can use the ENBU guard the civilian council got as a messenger to command one of my ninja? If you want to question one of my ninja, you will first inform me of the supposed crime said ninja committed. Then I will decide if an order to appear here is justified. Do you understand? He asked icily. Yes, Hokage-sama. She answered intimidated. Good. And your so-called poisoning of your daughter was a paralyzing agent that only worked for 10 minutes. Kakashi already took care to solve the issue yesterday and reported to me what he did to prevent such an incident in the future. Make no mistakes, I know what you tried to do. This is your last warning. Stop sabotaging Naruto Uzumaki or you will regret it. Naruto is a ninja under my command, and therefore you have no control over him anymore. Leave my office. I have to work. The Hokage dismissed her. When she had fled his office, he called Kat, one of his ANBUs. Kat, fetch me all the ANBU that are tasked with guarding the civilian council. He ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kat answered and vanished. 5 minutes later, the 10 ANBU that rotated to guard the civilian council knelt before the Hokage. Which one of you was on guard duty for the civilian council today? The Hokage asked. I was, Hokage-sama. Lizard answered. Good. Then please explain me. Lizard, why would you leave your post to play messenger for the council? The Hokage asked. They ordered me to fetch Naruto Uzumaki for questioning because he poisoned the daughter of Counselor Haruno. Lizard answered. Lizard, do you know the chain of command? The Hokage asked the obviously stupid ANBU. Of course, Hokage-sama. Lizard said, not knowing what this was about. Others started seeing what the Hokage was up to. Then please inform me where in that chain the civilian council ranks. The Hokage asked. The council is directly under the Hokage. Lizard answered. Cat, please inform this stupid moron of the true chain of command. The Hokage said angrily. The civilian council is nowhere in the chain of command. The only part of the council that has commanding power is the ninja council. They rank under the Hokage, the Jonin commander and the ANBU commander, meaning they would be in 4th rank of the chain of command, but only in times where the Hokage is absent from the village or in no condition to command the forces, which would be in case of a severe illness or death. In case of an illness, the normal ninjas are under the command of the Jonin commander, which at the moment is Shikakanara. The ANBU are under the command of the ANBU commander, which is me. The Ninja Council is only consulted in case both Jonin commander and ANBU commander need more authority to get something done. Kat told them. Thank you, Kat. So, get it in your brains that the civilian council has no power to command any of my ninja. The only other orders you are to follow are those of Kat, or if he isn't available too, the Ninja Council. I thought my ANBU would know that. So you will only guard the civilian council from the shadows, and only one ANBU at a time. You won't make contact and won't follow any of their orders. Am I understood? The Hokage said. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU answered. Dismissed. The Hokage said, and the ANBU vanished. The Hokage rubbed his temples. This shouldn't even be an issue. He really needed to clean this mess up as soon as possible. Isami returned to the meeting room and told her fellow counselors the reaction of the Hokage. They were enraged, but realized there was nothing they could do at the moment. The Hokage had the power to deny them their request and could delegate the punishment of one of his ninjas, especially a Genin, to said Genin's Jonin sensei. And going up against Kakashi Hatake wasn't a smart thing to do. But they had thought Kakashi would listen to their orders. After all, he had followed them and passed his team. Sakura felt like her legs were made of lead. She couldn't feel them anymore. The resistance seal Kakashi-sensei had placed on her first thing in the morning was horrible. She felt like she couldn't move at all. This was not like wading through water. This was much harder. Thankfully, they had a break now. She couldn't take another step. Sasuke was tired. The resistance seals were the real deal. No wonder that Naruto had become strong using them. But now that he was also using them, he would become that strong as well. It would take some time, but he knew the prize was worth it. He was getting closer to Itachi. He looked at his teammates and his sensei. Naruto didn't look any more tired than normal, but he was already used to working with this kind of seal. Kakashi, of course, was also doing well. He had been surprised that his sensei had joined them doing the exercises, but also pleased. It felt like they were all comrades to him, not only subordinates he had to train. Of course, Kakashi's training program was harder than theirs, but it was something to strive to get to. The worst part of the day was the morning run. He had felt so damnable slow with the seal, especially when Kakashi and Naruto ran more laps than him and Sakura. He had been jealous of Naruto again, but he swallowed his feelings and told himself he would soon enough surpass his blonde teammate. And Naruto had even told him the key to learn using the seals faster. You had to strengthen your muscles with chakra. Once it felt normal again if you used chakra, you had to reduce the amount of chakra to get the same effect on your own. Well, except if you didn't train, then it would be best to just train your muscles without chakra. With the seals staying active for the next 2 weeks, he would see if that was true. Okay, that was enough of a break. Next part of our training is teamwork, Kakashi said. How are we going to do this, sensei? Naruto asked. We will do several exercises that will teach you to trust your teammates, Kakashi said. He took out 2 scarves and handed them to Sakura and Naruto. Tie them around your eyes, he instructed them. They did. Kakashi handed Sasuke a piece of wood and a small metal bar. Then he prepared some obstacles in a small round course. The intention of this test is to lead your teammates safely through the course, only using Morse code. You learn the code at the academy. Now, you will Morse them where to go, what to be aware of, and so on. The only possibility they have to finish the course is following your instructions. No talking at all, Kakashi said. We will start with Naruto, then Sakura. Once you are finished, we will change places. I will change the course, and we will repeat it until each of you went through the course twice and led the others once, Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded. He took the wood and the metal bar and began drumming his message to lead Naruto. It was harder than he thought it would be. He had to remember all the commands, and morsing words like left, right, forward, stop, and so on took more time than he thought they would. Thankfully, Naruto seemed to know the Morse code well enough to follow his commands without problem. Finally, Naruto was done. Now it was Sakura's turn. Sasuke began drumming again. Naruto took off his scarf and watched how Sakura fared. He had noticed some problems while he was in the course, and now, by watching Sakura, the problems seemed even stronger. They needed shorter signals that weren't normal Morse code. Especially as remembering all the Morse signals was a problem if you were pressed for time, which he guessed would be the next thing Kakashi would have them do. So he went through the Morse signals and decided what would be proper short signals to work with. Finally, Sakura, after misinterpreting the signals Sasuke gave her twice, was done with the course. Okay, next Sakura will give the signals and Naruto and Sasuke will do the course, Kakashi announced, and Sakura handed her scarf to Sasuke, blushing. Sasuke just took the scarf and tied it around his head. Naruto put his back on. Kakashi changed the course, and now Sakura was trying to get Sasuke through the course, which was a lot worse than the 2 tries Sasuke had with morsing. Sasuke ran into stones, tripped over logs, went too far to the left once, because Sakura wasn't fast enough with her signals. When Sasuke was finally finished, he was cursing. Naruto then went into the course, and after hitting a log, he always waited for Sakura to finish her signals. Once he heard new signals, he stopped to process the new information. It took horribly long, but he avoided further problems that way. Next is Naruto morsing, Kakashi said. Sasuke, Sakura, I will use 4 signals outside the normal Morse code. 4 long signals mean left, 4 short ones mean right. 1 short and 1 long signal mean forward. One long and one short means back, and one short signal, which will be louder than the rest, means stop. The others I will Morse with normal Morse code. He explained them. Sasuke nodded. After the disaster with Sakura leading him, that was sensible. Sakura grudgingly also nodded. She had hated being the worst in a discipline she should have been good at. But she hadn't thought to practice Morse code much in the academy. It was after all such an overcome method to send messages, and everybody could overhear them. Sakura was the first to go through the change course now. Naruto's idea to shorten the commands was working well. She managed to get through the course with only making a mistake once, and then the stop signal prevented something happening. Sasuke then went through the course and was happy to notice that with Naruto giving the signals, he didn't get hit by obstacles once. He also noticed that he had to get used to differentiating left and right first, as they were so similar. When he came out of the course, he took off the scarf and turned to Naruto. Your idea with shortening the signals worked well, but we should think of two signals that are more different from each other for left and right. A different number of signals would be best. In the beginning, it was a bit confusing to recognize short and long signals. Sasuke informed Naruto. Okay, that makes sense. Perhaps left 2 short signals and right 4 short signals. As we stop after that signal, it can't be thought to be a complete message anyway, so it doesn't matter if it is also the signal for a letter. Naruto admitted. Good. Now I want to discuss the things you learned with this exercise. Kakashi said, having his team sit down. We had to always concentrate to get the signals of the one morsing. And with the shorter signals, it was easier to get it. Sakura said. It takes practice to react accordingly to the signals. You can't rely on your own senses that much, as we normally rely on our eyes to navigate. Sasuke said. Wrong signals can be dangerous. If a signal is too long and not correct, we hit the obstacles. Sometimes it was safer to go slowly than to hit something. Naruto said. All those are correct. This exercise teaches you to always find the best possible way to fulfill an exercise. As you notice, the shorter signals were easier to process. But even if you shorten them, you need to make them different enough to not get confused. We will practice with more signals in the future. I want you to make sure you are fluent in the signals the day after tomorrow. So if you are still a bit out of practice, I suggest you use the breaks tomorrow to read up on the code. Okay, now we will do something more physical again. Naruto, I need 20 shadow clones. Kakashi said. Naruto made the clones. You really are abusing my ability to make them, sensei. Naruto grumbled a bit. Well, tough luck. A ninja needs to use everything he has at his disposal, and for me that means sometimes using your shadow clone jutsu to get the necessary number of opponents for training exercises. And you don't even feel the drain of 20 clones. Kakashi said. Okay, we are practicing dodging projectiles now. I will demonstrate it. Naruto, have your clones throw those rubber balls on me. Kakashi said, pointing at 2 bags full of red rubber balls the size of golf balls. Gladly, sensei, Naruto said with a grin. The clones took position around Kakashi. You can start in 20 seconds and keep it up for 5 minutes straight. Kakashi told the clones. They nodded and waited until the 20 seconds were up. Then they started pelting Kakashi with the balls. Kakashi dodged, jumped, deflected, and spun out of the way of the balls. The only place on his body the balls ever hit was his hands. Then the 5 minutes were over. That's the exercise. You're only allowed to have the balls hit you on your hands to deflect them. In a fight, you only have the possibility to deflect weapons that are thrown at you with kunai in your hands or by intercepting them with your own weapons. That will be part of a later exercise. For now, we'll only work on dodging and deflecting in a limited area. As you aren't as used to this kind of exercise as I am, you'll work with 10 shadow clones throwing balls at you each. Kakashi said. Naruto made 10 more clones. Then the clones spread to surround the 3 genin. Naruto was used to doing this with higher numbers of clones, but it wouldn't be good to inform his teammates of that fact yet. Kakashi gave the signal to start and had his genin practice dodging. In the evening at 8, Kakashi dismissed his team. He had Sasuke and Sakura continue their tree climbing while he took Naruto and played shogi with him. He was pleasantly surprised how well Naruto did with the strategy game. In the end, Kakashi managed to win, but the game was pretty evenly matched. Kakashi walked towards the Hokage Tower to hand in his report for the day and to ask the Hokage about the incident with the civilian council calling Naruto in. He reached the office and knocked at the door. The Hokage, still working despite the late hour, called him in. "Ah, Kakashi, you had your team train long today." The Hokage noticed. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I think it's best for now to keep them busy. And it seems Sasuke is happy enough to train the whole day. I have the impression he didn't feel challenged enough at the academy. Naruto will take some time to warm up to me, but he is doing well so far. Today I played shogi with him while I had Sasuke and Sakura practice tree climbing. He is quite good in the game. I think he was really surprised when I told him that we would play shogi while the other two did their exercise. By the way, the civilian council sent an ANBU to us, calling Naruto to the council. I refused to follow the order, but you should take care of that." Kakashi said. "I already did and put them in their place. I think they will still try to get rid of Naruto in the future, but the ANBU have already been reminded that I am the one who gives orders in the village. Cat is having an eye on the ANBU now to make sure they won't follow the council's orders anymore. I have called Shikaku to have him brief the normal forces on the issue." The Hokage informed Kakashi. "That's good to know. It's high time the council was reminded of their real power and not the one they think they have." Kakashi agreed. "Yes, I wish I could do more, but somehow the amount of paperwork I get doesn't let me," he complained. Kakashi had an idea. After seeing Naruto using the jutsu so much, he thought it would also help the Hokage. "Why don't you use shadow clones? I mean, I know that Naruto used them for his training, and I have to admit I am abusing his ability to make them for training the others as well. With the memory transfer, they would be perfect to help you get the paperwork done much faster," Kakashi suggested. "Shadow clones," the Hokage said, shocked. "Damn it, why didn't I think of that earlier? That must be the secret how Minato always managed to get it done so fast." He raged. "Well, Sensei did use that jutsu for many things," Kakashi admitted. "From tomorrow on I will use it. I'm done for today. Screw the paperwork," the Hokage declared. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Perhaps it would be best to just leave the Hokage now. He didn't seem to be that sane at the moment, judging by the insane laugh he was sporting now. The next day at 9, the Hokage arrived at his office, seeing that new amounts of paperwork had been placed on his desk. He grinned evilly and made 2 shadow clones, and now 3 Sandaime Hokages were sorting through the paperwork. What he found enraged him. Before, he hadn't really noticed just how many useless documents he got on his desk. This looked like a conspiracy. After 2 hours, he was sure. Many of those decrees the civilian council wanted to have signed were only meant to increase their wealth and didn't help the village as a whole. Some that were slipped into his mountain of work were outright attempts to legally abuse Naruto, like the hot springs requesting to be able to deny people they think unsuited to use the premises entry, or the grocers asking to set taxes for their goods themselves. No, this would stop. The problem was that he had lost insight what was really happening in the village. But who could know the real circumstances? He had a second look at the documents that were the fishiest. He would have to check the laws and decrees that had already been passed without him really noticing. Then he had an idea. It would be a bit risky, but he would have the information he needed. "Crow, get me Elder Danzo Shimura here," the Hokage ordered. Crow vanished from his post, and 10 minutes later it knocked at the door. "Enter," the Hokage said. Danzo walked in, using his cane. "You called me, Hokage-sama?" Danzo asked. "Yes, thanks for coming so promptly, Danzo. I have some things to discuss with you," the Hokage said and activated the privacy seals. Danzo wondered what had happened to have Hiruzen so serious. Did he find out about his route? Improbable. He had erased his traces very well. So what could he want? "Please take a seat. This will take some time," the Hokage said, and Danzo sat down. "Just this morning, I came upon a serious problem with the finances of the village. It seems that thanks to the amounts of paperwork I have to deal with daily, some decrees that deprive the village of funds have been passed. Sadly, I don't know yet how much money was displaced that way. We both know that the strength of our military depends on the proper funds. I have some suspicions where the funds went, but I need to investigate this without the culprits finding out about it. That's where you come in. I want you to take your route and find all the dirt the ones that embezzle our funds have hidden. The Hokage said, You know that you ordered me to disband Root years ago, Hiruzen. Danzo said, now dropping the honorifics. And we both know that you ignored that order and only took your ninja and went underground. Don't think I am stupid, Danzo. I let you get away with it, because you and your root are useful for the village. As long as I officially disbanded you, nobody could say anything against it. And if your training methods wouldn't be so despicable, I wouldn't even have had to do it. But we always differed in our opinions there. Nonetheless, your root are a part of the military of Konoha, a well-hidden part, but it is still financed by the village. Danzo kept quiet. He wouldn't have thought that Hiruzen had known all the time. It seemed he had underestimated his old rival. What do you intend to do now? He asked. Oh, as long as you follow my orders, nothing. As I said, you are useful. But if you go against me, I will end you. Simple as that. The Hokage told Danzo. Why now of all times, Hiruzen? What has changed? Danzo asked. We both know that I am too old to be Hokage. I wanted to retire long ago and thought that with Minato leading the village would be strong and still retain the will of fire. Sadly, he died sealing the Kyuubi away. I didn't really want to take back the hat, but did it because I saw it as my duty to protect the village. The same is true for you. You are the same age as I am. We both are not really suitable candidates for the position. We should only enjoy our retirement and give advice to the younger generation. But we both have still a duty we are fulfilling. I have called back Jiraiya to discuss with him my choice of successor. The Hokage informed Danzo. You want to make Jiraiya your successor? Danzo asked disbelievingly. Do you think that is wise? While he is strong enough to take the position, I don't think he would be a good administrator. No, Jiraiya wouldn't even want to be Hokage, and it would be a shame to let his spy network go to waste. I had considered Tsunade, but with her dislike for the village because of her losses in the past, I doubt she would return, even if she would be the best choice. No, I called Jiraiya back to get his opinion on the candidate I chose. The Hokage said, Are you going to tell me who you chose? Danzo asked, now interested. Especially as he wondered why Hiruzen was informing him. They had always been at odds with their opinion how the village should be led. Can't you deduct it yourself? The Hokage asked. Danzo thought about it. He went over all the jonin of the village. There were only a few that were suited. The most probable candidate was Kakashi. Danzo asked. Yes. If you think about it, he is the only real option we have. He has orders to get back to his old strength. He also is tasked with taking care of our two most difficult new genin. He informed Danzo. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. I already heard that the Uzumaki boy was hiding his true abilities. Impressive if you ask me. Danzo said. Indeed. Both boys don't have many ties that bind them to the village. Sadly, I haven't been able to really remedy that fact until they graduated from the academy. Now that they are ninja, I can correct the bad influence the civilian council had on them. I only hope that it isn't too late already. That's Kakashi's main task for now. But if I want Kakashi to take over for me once he is ready and his team has been promoted, I need to clean up the current mess as much as possible. Otherwise, things wouldn't really change, and from Jiraiya's reports I know that things will get troubling sooner than I like. The Hokage said. Danzo had to agree. He knew from his own spies that there was a mercenary group that took many high-class missions for some of the other villages. They consisted of S-rank missing Nins, but their goals were unknown so far. Then there was the new village Odo. He hadn't been able to find out much about it, and he had somewhat lost sight of Orochimaru after he had finished the surgery he had hired him for on his arm. Thankfully, Hiruzen didn't seem to know about the Sharingans he had implanted in his eye and his arm. That wouldn't be tolerated in any way. So how do you want me to do this? Danzo asked. I will go through the laws that were passed myself with a few shadow clones over the next few days. I want you to send me 2 of your root agents that are skilled in administration. One will replace the current secretary, and one will go through the jungle of paperwork that is put on my desk each day. I only want him to sort it in categories that make the most sense. Before we can confront the ones responsible, we need to know the whole picture. I want 3 of your agents to go through the decrees that have been passed since Minato's death. They are to write them down chronologically. I will go through them as soon as they are done. 5 of your agents are to inspect the way business is done in the village without being seen. I have the suspicion that many businessmen are evading taxes, and that they demand more taxes than what is legal. I know I have been too passive the past years, but I intend to rectify at least some of my mistakes before I let Kakashi take over. If everything goes well, I will announce him as my successor during the final round of the Chunin exams in 6 months. Normally, he should get his team ready to take them in the 6 months he has. The only shaky candidate is Sakura. I don't know if she will persevere in her choice of career. Kakashi has orders to put his team through the grinder. The Hokage said, "That is a sound plan. In 6 months of constant training, he should also be back to his past strength and perhaps have got to S rank level. If I remember right, he was close when he quit ANBU. I will send my agents for the tower in 1 hour, Hiruzen, and send the ones for the village out as well. How do you want to organize the reporting?" Danzo asked. "I want your agents to report back to me in 3 days. They should have a first impression by then. I guess we will need 2 or 3 weeks to get all the documents checked." The Hokage sighed. Danzo nodded. It was good to see that the god of shinobi intended to go out with a last major strike. Team 7 stood in the mission office to get their first mission. Sakura was relieved to get a mission for a change. A mission meant that she wouldn't have to go through what she had dubbed Kakashi's training from hell. She had been sore every day of last week after training. The weekend had been training free for them, but Kakashi had given them homework. Thankfully, it was all theory, but it would be tested during this week's training hours. She had to spend 5 hours reading up and practicing hand signals that were used by the Konoha military forces. These signals would be part of their teamwork exercises. And of course, she had to practice a new chakra control exercise, sticking 5 leaves to her arms. She had known how to do it with 1 leaf since the academy, but now Kakashi had told them they had to stick 5 leaves to their arms and keep them there 2 hours without losing them once. She had hated the exercise. She always lost control and had to start new. Why would it help them to be able to do that exercise? And she also hadn't had much time taking care of her body to impress Sasuke. Her hair was messier than ever before. Her skin was losing some of its shine, and she got calluses on her hands. How should she ever get Sasuke this way? More, she couldn't stop herself from eating all the food Kakashi gave them, even if it was way too fat. She had tried to only eat a bit of it, but her stomach was betraying her. Her mother had promised her to take care of her lunchboxes from this week on. She would make sure she ate low fat. The 3 genin listened to the Hokage when he told Kakashi the available missions. Sakura was glad. Most of those missions didn't sound that bad. Babysitting for the minister, weeding a garden for a council member. Yes, she could do that. We take cleaning out the field of Mr. Takashima, Hokage-sama. Kakashi decided. Sakura wanted to cry. That was another hard exercise, and it was a bit outside of the village. Mr. Takashima had just started a farm 2 miles outside of Konoha. There would be no chance to rest and flirt with Sasuke from what she could tell, and she was sure Kakashi would make the way there another exercise. "All right, team. We won't need any special equipment. Any farming tools we might need will be at the farm. Let's go," Kakashi said and left the office. Naruto and Sasuke turned the cleaning of the field into a challenge. They would start on one side of the field, and each had a clone of Naruto with them to take the waste which they pulled from the field. 5 other clones of Naruto would sort through their findings and sort them. The small stones would be put aside for a pond Mr. Takashima wanted to build later. The bigger ones would be used for walls to surround the property. Sticks and bigger branches would either be shredded later or burned. Some would perhaps be used as stabilizers for vegetable plants. That would be Mr. Takashima's decision. Sakura was also cleaning her part with a shadow clone taking care of getting the waste away, but she was way slower than the 2 boys. Sasuke wanted to prove that he could go the same pace as Naruto, and Naruto wanted to shove it into the Uchiha's face that there were people better than him. Kakashi watched the whole action amused. The competitiveness between Naruto and Sasuke would only end in the mission getting done faster. Perhaps he could get the team to 2 missions a day in a few weeks. But then again, his goal was taking only missions that wouldn't get his team in close contact with the villagers too much. Wow, your students are doing good work. I'm surprised they are that fast, Mr. Takashima said. Well, they are ninjas. They should be faster than civilians. And they don't even use their abilities besides Naruto, making his shadow clones to assist. Kakashi answered. Are your 2 male students by any chance overly competitive? Mr. Takashima asked. A bit, but as long as it results in better work, I don't mind, Kakashi said. He looked at Sakura. The girl was already slowing down. Hey, Sakura, don't get slower. This is also meant as a strength-building exercise, he shouted to her. Sakura returned to her former pace. She was slowing down? Mr. Takashima asked, surprised. Yes, she sometimes needs a good push to do her best, but we are working on that, Kakashi replied, unconcerned. Mr. Takashima wondered about this, but then again, who could really understand how ninjas worked? After 4 hours, the field was cleared of all things that would be in the way of farming. Wow, good work. I didn't think it would be done today, Mr. Takashima told the team happily. No problem, Mr. Takashima, that's our job, Kakashi said. I have some refreshments prepared for you and your team, Mr. Hitaki, Mr. Takashima said, as a sign of my gratitude for the good and speedy work. That will gladly accept, Kakashi said. You heard Mr. Takashima. Wash your hands, and then come over to get some snacks, Kakashi called out to his team. The 3 nodded and went to the hose to wash their dirty hands. Soon they were back with Kakashi. Well, Naruto and Sasuke were. Sakura needed a bit longer, being exhausted after 4 hours of constant hard work. Additionally, she had to deal with the effects of the gravity seals, which made her slower. With her small reserves, she had massive problems to keep the effects of the seals from influencing her too much. Mr. Takashima and his wife were presenting the genin with a plate of sushi each. My wife led a sushi restaurant before we came to Konoha from Water Country, Mr. Takashima explained. Why did you move? Sakura asked, eating gratefully. Well, in Water Country there is a civil war going on. The Mizukage, the leader of Kiri, has declared all those that possess a bloodline limit devils and responsible for the horrors of wars. They are hunted down mercilessly. But even we civilians are sometimes involved in the fights of the 2 sides, the one following the Mizukage and the one opposing him, who think that the bloodline limit users who fought for Kiri in the past shouldn't be persecuted. We didn't want to be killed in the middle of those fights and decided it would be safer to move here, Mrs. Takashima informed the genin. Sasuke was shocked. People who had a bloodline limit like his clan were hunted down in Water Country? But why? Normally the clans that had a bloodline limit were the strongest in a village's military. Like his clan had been. Their Sharingan had been praised in Konoha. Naruto silently ate his sushi. He could empathize with the rebels. Nobody would take being hunted down for something that had helped his village in the past. And what choice did those people have? They were just born like that. An ability wasn't evil in itself. It was how you used it. These are really good, Mrs. Takashima, Sakura said, not really getting the mood of her 2 teammates. Thanks, dear, Mrs. Takashima answered. The civilian council was at a loss how they had lost a good part of their power in such short a time. The Hokage seemingly had suddenly grown a backbone. He was keeping the ninjas that formerly had done their bidding under a firm watch. It had taken them a week to find out, but both the Jonin commander and the ANBU commander had given orders to all ninjas that the civilian council had no say in shinobi matters. They had no authority to order ninja to do anything. The Hokage, after all ninjas had been informed, even the new genin had been told the orders, had given them a warning to not try to usurp his power. Trying to usurp the Hokage's power was treason and would be handled accordingly. They had held a meeting to discuss their options, but soon realized that there was nothing they could do. The Hokage held the power of the military. They only had control over the civilian affairs as long as they didn't threaten the military strength of the village. That meant withholding service from shinobi in any way or sabotaging the goods sold to shinobi. They knew if they continued to treat the demon like he deserved to be treated, they would face the Hokage's wrath. After checking on the sales numbers of the past 3 years, they made a surprising discovery. The only things the demon brat had bought from them were the occasional fresh products like milk and eggs. Nothing else. How did the brat do that? As much as they tried to find out, they couldn't wrap their minds around it. The brat was the dead last of his class. A failure as a ninja. There should have been no way for him to manage that. In the shadows, Gazelle, the Yanbu on duty grinned under his mask. This promised to be interesting in the future. He was one of the ANBU that were more than tired of the arrogant behavior of the civilian council. Having them obsessed with trying to figure out how the so-called demon brat managed to trick them was indeed amusing. And from what Kakashi told about his team, the blonde was really good. After finishing their snack, Kakashi took his team back to the Hokage Tower to report about the mission. He had made his genin run the whole way back in a sprint. After all, 2 miles should be nothing for a ninja. Even a fresh genin should be able to do it. When they reached the gates, Sakura wanted to collapse. Her sensei was definitely a sadist. Team 7 reporting back from a D-rank mission. Kakashi informed the guards. Already? Didn't you have that field-clearing mission? One of the Chunin asked. Yes, my team was just good in their time. Kakashi answered. Okay, we have noted you being back. The other Chunin said, and Kakashi led his team to the tower. Did you also have the impression that 2 of the 3 genin were about to collapse? One asked. Yes, the Uchiha is hiding it somewhat well, but the girl was really obvious. Strangely, Uzumaki didn't seem tired. The other answered. All ninjas had been briefed to not refer to Naruto by any derogative terms, so most just called him Uzumaki when they talked about him. I wouldn't think he would be tired after a sprint. Don't you remember how we had to hunt him down after one of his pranks? If he has practice in anything, then it is running at high speeds. The first one said, snorting. True, his partner replied. In the Hokage Tower, Kakashi instructed his genin to watch how he made his report, as they would be required to do it themselves in the near future. Team 7 back for report, Kakashi stated. The Chunin on duty nodded and took out a notepad for a short summary. Kakashi would later hand in a thorough written report about the performance of his team. After all, the Hokage just wanted to get an overview of the successfully fulfilled missions every day. Team 7 was tasked with clearing out the field of the newly moved in Takashima couple. Genins Haruno, Uchiha, and Uzumaki took to clearing the field of stones, wood, and other waste, leaving the remains for shadow clones of Uzumaki to be sorted into categories for later use by the Takashimas. After 4 hours of work, the field was finished. Individual report on the performance of my genin will follow in my written report, Kakashi said. Good. The short report will be handed in to Hokage-sama. The Chunin confirmed. I have a question, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto. Kakashi answered. Is there a possibility for a genin to take more D-rank missions outside of the ones a team does? He asked, looking at an immense amount of missions labeled D-rank. With the permission of Hokage-sama and the Jonin-sensei of said genin, it is definitely possible. Why are you interested? Kakashi asked. You know that I am an orphan and I need to earn money some way. This would be the easiest way for me to do it. I could give some missions to my shadow clones and let them do the missions while I am busy with our team's training. Naruto argued. If Hokage-sama agrees, I don't see any reason to not allow it as long as you do the missions properly. But I want you to keep it to 3 missions a day. I don't want you to be too tired from chakra exhaustion for your team training, Kakashi said. Naruto looked at Kakashi as if he was crazy. Sensei, chakra exhaustion is no problem for me, and you know it. I would have to fire A-rank jutsus around for 5 hours in a row to get exhausted. And even then I would probably be up again after an hour of resting and eating, he said. Kakashi had to agree with the statement, but didn't comment. Naruto, don't brag with false abilities. You can't have that much chakra, Sakura scolded. No, Sakura, Naruto is right in his statement. He does have overly large chakra reserves. He has been born with them, and his training only increased them over time. Kakashi admonished her. He would have thought she was too tired to argue after all the hard work of today. But he can't have more chakra than Sasuke. Sasuke was always the best and the strongest at the academy. She protested. Didn't you realize yet that I faked my abilities in the academy? I would have thought all the training sessions last week would have made that much clear. Sasuke has large reserves for a fresh Chunin. That's true. And compared to the others in our class, he has the largest reserves. But he is nowhere near my level. Naruto set her straight. How big could your reserves be, idiot? She sneered. Kage level, Kakashi said, shocking both Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto's reserves are the biggest of anyone in the village. But large reserves alone don't make a good ninja. You need to have good control over your chakra too and the experience from fighting opponents. Naruto nodded. He knew the only thing he really needed for a promotion to Chunin was set experience. He had the abilities and control without a doubt. But even he had to admit, he was getting better and stronger with Kakashi's intense training. Training on his own had given him a very good base to work with, but the teamwork exercises his sensei came up with helped him practice to really use the theoretical skills he had. It would be invaluable in the field. He knew the old man wouldn't promote him to Jonin straight away, but if he got the experience he needed in the next 6 months until the Chunin exams, only a natural catastrophe or something similar would be able to prevent his promotion. Kakashi dismissed his team with the reminder to be at the gates at 6 like the other mornings. The next morning, Naruto got the information from Kakashi that the Hokage had agreed to let him do 3 additional D-rank missions a day, as long as Naruto was not on a mission outside of the village at the time. Naruto made 10 clones and sent one of them to the mission office to get the missions for him. The idea was a spontaneous one. He knew that he had his parents' money that he would get as soon as he was declared the Namikaze and Uzumaki heir at the Chunin exams, and he also had a good amount of money from his trips into the Forest of Death after the last Chunin exams in there. But he also didn't want anybody to know about that. So him taking more D-ranks solo would give him a good cover and more money. Thankfully, the payment was going to the mission office before it was transferred to the ninja's account. Around lunch, a Chunin arrived at the training ground. Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki is to come to the Hokage's office immediately. Here is the order of Hokage-sama, he said. Kakashi checked the order and saw it was genuine. Naruto, you are wanted by Hokage-sama, he said to his genin. Naruto nodded and stopped his exercise. Once you are finished with whatever Hokage-sama wants, you are to come back to continue training, Kakashi ordered. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said and took off towards the tower. Okay, you two back to chakra control training, Kakashi said. Sakura groaned and Sasuke just continued training tree walking while sticking a leaf to each back of his hands with chakra. Naruto arrived at the tower and walked towards the Hokage's office. He looked at the secretary that surprisingly didn't glare at him. He had also never seen her before. I was called by Hokage-sama to come here immediately, Naruto said neutrally and handed her the note that Chunin had given Kakashi. I will see if Hokage-sama is available, the new secretary said. Soon Naruto was in the Hokage's office. Ah, Naruto, good that you came so fast, the Hokage greeted. Why did you want to see me, old man? Naruto asked. As nobody but the hidden Anbu was in the room, he could treat the Hokage informal. 2 reasons. First, I have opened an account for you at the Shinobi Bank. While the civilian council has been warned that any sabotage of shinobi will be treated like treason, I doubt they will really fall in line. The Shinobi Bank is run by retired shinobi and under the direct control of the Hokage. All your payments will go to that account. Second, I wanted to talk to you about your expertise in Fuinjutsu. Yesterday, our main supplier for seals died on a mission. As seals are a delicate topic, I can't just import pre-made seals from outside the village. Too much potential for sabotage. While some of our ninjas can make the basic seals for their needs, most of our forces just buy them at shinobi equipment shops or are given them from the armory if the mission requires them. The Hokage explained. So you want me to take over for the killed ninja? Naruto clarified. Yes, This would be treated as an ongoing secret B-rank mission for your file. You will be paid by the number of seals you made. The current payment for 20 explosive tags, for example, is 1,430 Rio. You will be given a list with the prices you will be paid for each kind of seal. If you supply other useful seals, we will decide on their prices accordingly. The Hokage said. Okay, but won't people protest if they know that I made those seals? I am not the most well-liked guy in the village after all, and many would accuse me of trying to kill them through faulty seals. Naruto said. That won't be a problem, because the seals will be distributed under the codename Dark Phoenix. The Hokage assured Naruto. Okay, that would work. What about the supplies to make the seals, and how many seals do you need right now? Naruto asked. The Hokage took a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked over the seals that were needed. For the supplies, you can get the paper and ink at Jacanato's and put it on the village armory tab. Just use a hinge when you get them. He handed him a permission document. Consider it done, old man. They will be ready tomorrow morning, Naruto said. So fast? The Hokage asked, surprised. Shadow clones. Naruto only said, grinning. Ah, of course. Well, then I won't keep you from your training anymore, Naruto. The Hokage said. Naruto nodded and left the room. Outside the tower, he made a shadow clone and gave it the permission document and let it go buying the supplies for the seals. He himself went back to his training ground. He informed Kakashi that he had got an ongoing mission for the Hokage to supply the village with seals. Keeping it a secret from his sensei wouldn't have made any sense, as Kakashi already knew about his identity and his real abilities. That afternoon, Team 7 had to paint the walls of the new swimming hall of Konoha, and Kakashi insisted that they didn't use ladders to reach the higher parts of the walls, but used tree walking to do it. After 1.5 hours, the walls were painted, and Sakura, exhausted. With her small reserves, sticking to one place at the wall was really hard. She had hoped that they would be done with missions for today, but Kakashi had already got a follow-up mission. He had taken it as it was at the same place as the first mission. The pool needed to be tiled. So after a short break, the genin started to tile the walls, starting on the bottom end of the walls. To Sasuke's surprise, Naruto was pretty skilled at doing it. It looked like he had done it before. Unknown to Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto was skilled in many crafts. He needed to be with the civilian craftsmen refusing to do any work for him. So Naruto started on the long sides of the pool. Sasuke and Sakura got the short sides. Naruto had a well-working system. He tiled as high as he could reach without a ladder, and then constructed a pulley from the ceiling to reach the higher parts of the wall without having to wait for the tile glue to dry. With him using 3 clones on his side and 4 on the other long side, it took him 3 hours to finish the tiling. Sasuke, who had seen the method Naruto used to get to the higher part, had copied it and was finishing about the same time. Sakura was only halfway done with her wall. As it was already 7 and Sakura looked ready to collapse, Kakashi asked Naruto to have 2 of his clones finish her side. Naruto nodded and took over the upper half of the side. When Naruto's clones were done, Kakashi informed the manager of the hall that the pool was tiled and only needed to have seams filled once the glue had dried. The manager checked the painted walls and the tiled pool and signed Kakashi's mission scrolls. Kakashi took his genin back to the tower and had them listen to the reports he gave about the missions. Okay, tomorrow you won't take a mission as we did 2 today. Instead, I arranged for a sparring session with Team 10 in the afternoon. Kakashi informed them. Your morning training will still happen as usual. His body flickered away after that. The genin walked back to their homes. As it was late, not many people were on the streets. Most were at home. Naruto walked to his secret home after making sure he wasn't followed. He went inside, made 2 clones, and went to the shower. His clones started making dinner. He still had the meat of 2 rabbits in his fridge, and his clones had harvested carrots and peas today from his field. They cooked some rice and prepared a sauce before putting everything on a plate. Naruto was just finished putting on fresh clothes when his dinner was ready, so he sat down to eat. Once he had finished his dinner, he put the plate and glass in the sink and made 100 shadow clones. They all knew their job and got the sealing supplies to start making the seals the Hokage had ordered. Naruto cleaned the plate and the glass, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and went to bed. His clones would stay up doing his work. Just after Team 7's normal morning run, Sasuke was at 3 laps around the village now. Sakura still had problems with her too, but Kakashi knew it would take time for the girl to make up for the training she hadn't done at the academy. Kakashi watched his students. He was curious if Sakura would pull through or quit. Both was possible, but if he didn't want to get her killed on a mission, the girl needed to be broken out of her fangirl attitude and delusions of how she could achieve to be a ninja. He was pretty sure her mother bore much of the fault for this. He knew Sakura's father had been one of the civilian casualties in the Kyuubi attack, and her mother blamed Naruto for that. She had been one of the cruelest members of the council, condemning Naruto to the treatment he had gone through as a child. Naruto had done 5 laps in the time Sasuke did 3. He himself had run 10 laps, being serious about getting to top form as soon as possible. He felt taking over the Hokage position would go a long way to help his sensei's son and also lead Obito's last living relative in the village on the right path. With the resistance seals he wore, his training was more intense. He had planned on asking Guy for sparring matches in a month or so. Before that time his team, besides Naruto wouldn't be ready. He had them continue with their stretching and physical exercises. Once they were done with that around 9, he called them together. "Okay, team, for today I have planned some special exercises," Kakashi said, getting the attention of his team. He saw a calm wait and see expression on Naruto's face, a look of attention on Sasuke's with a spark of excitement in the black-haired boy's eyes, and a suspicious and dreading one on Sakura's face. "We will start your practical survival training. Sasuke, you asked if you would learn to hunt and fish. Well, today we will be doing just that. I will take you to a part of the woods where you will try to use the theoretical knowledge you got at the academy to catch your lunch. We will go over how to prepare the animals you get the best way and which plants go well with them," Kakashi said. He didn't want to exhaust his Chunin too much before the sparring matches with Asuma's team, but he didn't intend to make it easy for them. If they got a good lunch would solely depend on their success in hunting and fishing. It was an important lesson for a shinobi to learn after all. Kakashi led his team into a part of the forest 6 miles away from Konoha. Of course the ninja way by taking to the treetops. He was content to see that his students were keeping up in formation. As he didn't go a very high speed to not lose Sakura, the boys were assimilating their speed. This formation was a standard one. He took point, Sasuke followed behind him, then Sakura, and the end Naruto covered. It was normal for teams. If they were an experienced unit, the position Sakura had normally was the one of the team's medic or generally weakest member. 2 strong members front to deflect attacks, and the second strongest covering the back against sneak attacks from behind. In teams with Hugo in them, they normally took the rear position as their Byakugan enabled them to perfectly cover the team's backs. After 10 minutes the team reached their destination. Naruto knew this part of the forest. He had hunted here before. "Okay, I will give you a few hints to where you can find some prey. There is a river a bit to the southwest, so that would be the place where you can catch fish. Deer, rabbits, squirrels, and birds can be found everywhere hidden in here. I first want to test your individual skills in this area. That means for once, you won't work as a team. After all, on missions this kind of task is normally divided between the members of the team. So you all get an hour to catch at least one animal or fish. If you don't manage that, think about ideas what to do about food for lunch, because you only get to eat what you find and catch here. I have taken the liberty to steal your lunch boxes. You will get them back after the sparring session with Team 10. So if you don't want to be hungry, I suggest you find food. I will observe you from the shadows, so don't expect to see me at all. Happy hunting," Kakashi said and disappeared. Naruto copied his movement and left the other 2 standing there. Sasuke got the idea that he only had 1 hour to catch something. After asking Kakashi if they would learn how to use the theoretical skills, and seeing the way his sensei trained his team, he had made sure to read up on the techniques again. Now he was glad he had done so. He took off to the southwest. Catching fish would probably be the easiest way to get food. There were some ways to catch fish that didn't take much time. After 3 minutes, Sasuke reached the river. Thankfully, it wasn't that big, so building a dam to intercept the fishes would work well enough. He looked for suited wood or stones and came to realize he would have to cut it from the trees mostly. Well, he was a ninja, so getting some branches down wouldn't be a problem. He quickly walked up a good-looking tree and cut 4 big branches. They wouldn't be enough to stop the water, but managed to keep the fishes in one position long enough for him to strike. 5 minutes later, his quickly made dam was ready. Now he just had to wait. Thankfully, Kakashi-sensei had been right, and many fishes were coming his way. He stood in the water, keeping still until they were in reach and grabbed them, throwing them onto the shore. He made sure to throw them far enough so that they wouldn't be able to struggle back into the river. When he had 6 fishes, he walked out of the water and quickly killed the still-moving fishes with hits to their necks. He tied them together with a bit of ninja wire and then went looking for some plants he knew would be edible. He wanted to impress his sensei with his success. He was pretty sure Naruto would also do well in this test, but he didn't intend to fall back too much behind his teammate. Over the past week, he had come to completely rethink his image of Naruto Uzumaki. The boy was nothing like he had given himself at the academy, and he wondered just why he had thought it necessary to play the idiot. Naruto wouldn't tell, so he had to find out on his own. But at least his fears to be held back by a weak team had been destroyed after seeing the kind of training Kakashi put them through. Not even the fangirl would be able to stay weak with how Kakashi put them through the grinder. Thank Kami for the old Uchiha bruises and muscle soreness remedies. He had looked through his clan scrolls, which he had, and one had been about them. So the second evening after starting on Team 7, Sasuke had been busy mixing components for the salves. They were the only things keeping him functional. He came upon a hazel bush, and it was season for the nuts. He put some shuriken from his pouch on his right leg into the pouch on his back to have space for the nuts. Nuts were good for energy and full of unsaturated fats. After collecting a good number of them, he looked for other plants. Just nuts and fish wouldn't be enough for a meal fitting Kakashi's standards for a good diet after all. He came upon some berry bushes and had to improvise a transport container. Next time he would be ready for something like this. Probably realizing that he needed more variety in his equipment was also part of the exercise. It would be typical for Kakashi. Let his team make mistakes to avoid them in the future. He needed to look up better storage options. Just 2 pouches wouldn't do it all. Sakura was in a pinch. She wanted to catch some small animals, but they all noticed her before she could get close enough to hit them with a shuriken or kunai. Building traps had never been her forte and would take too much time. It was also too unsure to catch something in an hour. She didn't want to be embarrassed in front of Sasuke again. That had happened too often over the week. What other possibilities were there to get food if she couldn't catch animals? Edible plants, fruits, nuts. Perhaps she could find some eggs. She knew the river was too far away to get there in time to catch fish, so she resigned herself to collecting as much as she could. Thankfully, it was a good time for nuts and berries. Living in the land of fire had the advantage that they never really got winter. It was always mild, so the plants had 2 phases of bearing fruits. She found that transporting the things she wanted would mean carrying them with the front of her skirt pulled up, but as she had short leggings under it, it wouldn't matter that much. Once the hour was up, Kakashi reappeared in the meeting place. His students were already assembled there. Naruto was busy unsealing his spoils. He presented them with 3 rabbits, 2 pheasants, 1 chicken. Obviously, it had been lost in the forest, a box of berries, a box of nuts, a crate of apples, a box of mushrooms, and a wolf. What is the meaning of the wolf, Naruto? Kakashi asked curiously. The wolf thought I would be easy prey. I taught him better. As I already killed it, I decided I would keep it for the fur. The merchant caravan pays good prices for fur in a good condition. I regularly sell them the fur I get from the animals I catch. Mostly it's deer or rabbit though. After all, those are the animals I hunt mostly for my meals. Naruto explained. Why wouldn't you just buy the meat in a shop? Sakura asked stupidly. I won't give the shop owners any money that I don't need to give them. Naruto answered coldly. Sasuke put that information away as another part of the puzzle that was Naruto Uzumaki. He presented his collection. The 6 fishes, the nuts from his pouch, a handkerchief with berries, and some leaves from a form of wild salad. Then it was Sakura's turn. She let the contents of her dress roll to the ground. There was an assortment of nuts, berries, some mushrooms, 3 eggs, a few plums, and 3 apples. Okay, the good news is, none of you will have to go hungry. The bad news is that you still need to cook your meals, Kakashi announced. But before we start doing that, I would like to ask about your impressions of the task. While catching the fish by building a small dam to intercept them in the river was easy, I found that transporting smaller things like the berries and the nuts was complicated due to limited space. If I had to do a task like this on a mission for the whole team, the only thing I could easily provide would be the fish, as I can just tie it to a stick with wire, which makes for easy transport, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded. He had observed each student either himself or with a shadow clone. Sasuke's method of organizing food was solid, but could need some improvements. He would have a lesson about sealing scrolls next. Nothing better than addressing problems after the genin had spotted them themselves. Catching animals isn't easy. They have fine senses, and with the time restriction, building traps isn't that useful. As Sasuke said, transport is also an issue if you are not prepared for a task like this. Sakura said. At least she hadn't totally failed the exercise. Kakashi had told them if they couldn't catch anything, they would have to collect food. And with the eggs, she at least got some proteins. Correct. That means we will have to work on your stealth. Naruto, as you obviously were the one best prepared for this task, please tell your teammates how you solved the task. Kakashi said. As I said, I have experience with hunting, so I know how to read animal tracks. I quickly found a clearing where the rabbits were grazing. I got close by sneaking up from above. I killed them with a sun bond to the forehead. That damages the fur least if you don't have the time to use slings. Pheasants are pretty stupid, even if they are shy. A bit of corn in a place I could see and well, a bit of patience, and again, sunbon to the brain killed them good. The chicken was a coincidence. It just crossed my way and I used the same method like with the pheasants. I sealed the animals in sealing scrolls and took to collecting berries in a box, nuts in another, the same for the mushrooms, and as the apples were too big, I needed a crate. I have different containers in a sealing scroll which I always carry with me in case I need to transport something. Naruto explained. Kakashi nodded. That was a good summary how a ninja prepared for any mission. Where can I buy some sealing scrolls? Sasuke asked. I wouldn't be able to make them myself, so buying is my only option, he said. I recommend Jakanato's shop for shinobi equipment, Kakashi said. Genzo Jackanato is a retired shinobi and knows the needs of a ninja well. His goods are high quality and reasonably priced. Sasuke nodded, swearing next time he would be better prepared. But isn't Jackanato's more expensive than other civilian shops? Sakura asked. Her uncle had a shop that sold ninja gear after all. No. The problem with civilian suppliers is that in 95 of all cases the equipment they sell is of low quality, as they don't know how trying our job is on our clothes and weapons. You need a special mix of metal to get good kunai or shuriken that don't chip on their first use. It's even more important with swords and the like. While you were at the academy, there was nothing wrong buying your supplies there as they were cheaper, but on real missions quality equipment can save your life. What would happen after all if an exploding tag doesn't work properly? Either you miss your target or worse get killed. That's the reason Hokage-sama has few ninjutsu experts supplying the shops run by former shinobis with good seals. Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded, making a note to visit Jakanato's in the near future. Sakura frowned. She hadn't thought that there would be such differences between a civilian shop and a shinobi shop. Naruto kept quiet. After all, he was the one that made the seals for the shinobi shops now. I haven't heard a lot about Fuinjutsu at the academy. If seals are so useful, why don't they teach them at the academy? Sakura asked. It's a difficult art to learn, which takes precision and a lot of study. True masters are really rare. Konoha has one acknowledged seal master at the moment, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The other seal master we had was the Yondaime Hokage. There are perhaps 6 seal experts in the village. I am one of them as I learned a lot about them from my sensei. Kakashi informed them. Who was your sensei, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Kakashi answered. Sakura looked impressed. Her sensei had been trained by the Yondaime himself. Sasuke mentally was very satisfied with the way things had played out for him. Having a student of the legendary Yondaime as his sensei would surely make him strong enough to kill Itachi. Naruto just smiled. The way Kakashi had worded his information concealed that there could be more seal masters. They were just not acknowledged. He would wait until Jiraiya came back. He really wanted to talk with the famous Sannin about his self-invented seals. But the Hokage had said it could take a month or more until he came back to the village. Okay, now that you have the food, you need to prepare it. One thing every ninja needs to know is how to disembowel animals and gut fish. I know you already know how to do it, Naruto. Have either of you done it before, Sasuke and Sakura? Kakashi asked. No, but I have seen how my mother gut a fish once when I was 6. Sasuke said, looking sad at the mention of his mother. He missed her. Sakura just shook her head. This didn't look promising for her, and it would be disgusting to have to do it. Okay, Naruto, can I have the chicken for a demonstration? Kakashi asked. Sure, Naruto said and handed the dead bird to Kakashi. First you need to do is to pluck the feathers, especially if you can use them for something like putting them in pillows or for rare birds. Sell them. If you don't pluck a bird first, the feathers tend to get bloody, and washing out blood is not that easy. With more valuable feathers that can ruin them. With chicken and goose feathers, it's not that much of a problem. Next is bleeding out the bird. You cut off the head and hang them with the head down. That will take some time. For animals with fur, you need to skin them and then bleed them out. Kakashi demonstrated his skill in quickly plucking all feathers out of the chicken and cutting off the head. He let it hang on a tree branch. For a fish, things are different. What do you remember of the procedure, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. Well, first the fish is cut open opposite the top. Then you take out all the offal, and depending on how you want to prepare the fish, you either let the hide on or cut it away. I have been told in the field you mostly put the fish on sticks, which you roast over an open fire. Sasuke said. That's the way it is done. Try it with one of your fishes. Kakashi said. Sasuke took one fish and cut the underside open with a kunai. He took the offal out, looked through the cut if he had overlooked something, and turned to Kakashi, who gave him a nice smile. Well done, Sasuke. Would you mind giving one fish to Sakura so she can also learn it? I think we will leave the rabbits and the other birds to Naruto as he knows how to do it, and I guess he wants to keep their furs for selling. Both Sasuke and Naruto nodded. Sakura looked at the fish, fighting with herself if she could really do this. But then her inner voice reminded her that Sasuke wouldn't be impressed with her if she couldn't even gut a fish. So she took her kunai and tried to imitate Sasuke's former performance. She was disgusted when she felt the offal in her hand. A lady shouldn't be forced to do things like this. But everything to impress her Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto, with skill coming from long practice, skinned the rabbits, plucked the pheasants, and then let them bleed out. Once the blood was out, he took to disemboweling them. He collected the offal in a bowl and had a shadow clone carry them away. What are you going to do with the offal? Sakura asked, too disgusted with having to gut the fish to be overly mean to Naruto. Burying it far enough away so that predators don't come close to my camp. It's a habit I learned to follow after a few foxes turned up after my first hunt on rabbits. I lost a rabbit to them and barely managed to keep the second one safe. Naruto answered. He was now cutting 2 rabbits in small pieces and put them in a lidded box. The pheasants got the same treatment. The last rabbit got put on a pole for roasting over a fire. Do you want the chicken, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. If you don't mind. I wouldn't have to go hunting myself then. Kakashi said. Take it. I have enough with 1 rabbit and the other things I collected. Naruto answered. Kakashi thanked him and took to preparing the chicken. Once all of them had prepared their meals, Sasuke had decided to give Sakura a second fish, for were more than enough for him, and he couldn't store the spare one. Kakashi had them set up campfires. He corrected them if they made mistakes, but otherwise he was busy with his own fire. What is the best way to start a campfire in an area that is safe enough to even light a fire? Kakashi asked. A weak fire jutsu, Naruto said. Correct. Why would a jutsu like Sasuke's great fireball be ill-suited? Kakashi asked. Because it is too flashy and too hot. Even in presumed safe terrain, a ninja has to keep his camp undetected if possible. And with a technique too hot, you will burn the wood too fast and don't have enough time to roast your food. Which isn't much of a problem in areas like Konoha, which are surrounded by forested areas. But in other regions, wood is limited, so you need to get the best possible result with the supplies you have. Sasuke answered, remembering that lesson. Indeed, there is a jutsu, one of the fire jutsus that doesn't need the affinity for fire to be used. It was developed for situations like this, lighting a campfire. It doesn't work in a fight. There you need stronger jutsu, but here it's perfect. The hand seals are hare and tiger. Try it. If you don't get it in half an hour, I will light the fires. Kakashi said. Sasuke and Naruto had no problems with the jutsu, as Sasuke knew how to use fire jutsus already. This simple one was easy to perform, and Naruto had used that jutsu for years now. Sakura needed a few tries, but then even she got her fire started. Good work, everybody. Now we will prepare our meals. Think how you can best prepare the things you collected. After that, I guess it will be time for an early lunch. But as we are meeting Team 10 at 1:30 on their training ground, I guess that's good, Kakashi said. Every member of the team took to cooking their meal. After 30 minutes, the fishes were done for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto's rabbit and Kakashi's chicken needed a while longer. Sakura had pierced her mushrooms on sticks and also roasted them. The eggs had been buried in the earth on one side of the fire as she had no pot to cook them. The nuts and berries she ate like they were, as she did the apples and plums. Sasuke only had to roast his fishes, which looked a lot less mutilated than Sakura's, and the other things he ate like they were. Naruto had wrapped 2 apples and some mushrooms in aluminium foil and put them to bake in the heat. He had added a few herbs and spices and oil to his rabbit and the mushrooms. After cooking in the wild for so long, he knew what tasted good. He just had to make sure his rabbit was constantly kept covered in his mix. Once everything was cooked, he took the rabbit from the fire and got his wrap things from the heat. He had a metal claw for that sealed in his equipment scroll for cooking utensils. Soon all members of Team 7 were eating contently. Team 10 was not amused that their sensei had arranged for a sparring match with another team. Ino was annoying Shikamaru with her blabbing about impressing Sasuke and showing up Sakura. Just make sure you aren't too loud. You know how Naruto will react. Shikamaru warned her. Ino obviously remembered the incident at the academy well enough from the look on her face. Why are we even doing a sparring match with another team so early into our training? We didn't learn that much yet, Choji asked. You were just unlucky to be the first ones that will have those matches. Kurenai, Kakashi and I decided that it would be good for the developments of the rookie teams if we had them spar against each other regularly to get you all used to multiple fighting styles. Asuma explained. Once you have got more experience, we will probably also ask some older Genin teams to be included. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Then they saw Team 7 appear from the entrance of the training ground. Hello, Asuma, Kakashi greeted. Hello, Kakashi. It's really strange to see you nearly on time, Asuma replied. Well, you know how that is. So much to do with the team to get them up to snuff. No time to be properly late. Kakashi sighed. Asuma grinned. He knew Kakashi was ordered to be more punctual because he needed to get his 2 male students improved in the mental area, and that meant keeping them busy. He wondered just what pace Kakashi had set for his team. Okay, how do you want to do this? 3 against 3 or one-on-one fights? Asuma asked. I think for now one-on-one fights will work out better. It will take some time until they can work as a coherent unit. After all, they just trained a bit more than a week under us. Too little time to get them trained on team formations. Kakashi answered. Asuma had expected that. He would make sure the next match against Team 7 would be team fights. That was the strong area of his Genin team. They drew the matches. Shikamaru had to fight Naruto, Choji Sasuke, and Ino Sakura. First Naruto and Shikamaru were up. What a drag, Shikamaru complained. Naruto decided to just go with taijutsu. Shikamaru was no match for his speed, and he still needed to work on his shadow possession. Even if he got caught in it, Shikamaru couldn't hold it for long yet. When Asuma started the match, Naruto shot forward, always keeping an eye on the shadow, but as Shikamaru needed to be stationary for it to work, Naruto had the advantage. He quickly kept Shikamaru busy in a taijutsu match. Naruto was clearly superior in taijutsu and nailed Shikamaru to the ground with a kunai to his throat after a short time. "I yield," Shikamaru hurried to say. Naruto nodded and helped Shikamaru back up. "Geez, you were holding back even more than I already thought, Naruto. So troublesome," he said. Naruto just grinned and let the next two take his and Shikamaru's places. Sasuke won the match against Choji, though he noticed that the resistance seals slowed him down considerably compared to his former speed at the academy. It took him more work to defeat the physically strong Choji, as he didn't want to use harmful jutsus in a simple training spar against a boy who was weaker than him. He kept it to taijutsu and the basic 3 academy jutsus. Having trained under Kakashi had shown him the great possibilities of them, especially the replacement jutsu. Soon Choji got frustrated with Sasuke always switching places with logs, tree branches, stones, and whatever else he thought useful. Finally, Sasuke managed to tie Choji up in ninja wire and place a kunai at his throat. Is it my imagination, or was Sasuke slower than at the academy? Shikamaru asked Ino. No, he was slower, I just wonder why. She answered. Part of our training, Naruto said. So he is wearing weights? Shikamaru asked. No, resistance seals. They work similar, but strengthen the whole body without adding additional weight, which wouldn't be good for a growing body. Weights are mostly used by taijutsu specialists as they need much muscle power for their attacks. Naruto answered. Are you all wearing them? Ino asked. Yes. Kakashi-sensei made sure we all used them the second day of our training, Naruto said, not giving out too much information. Then Ino stood up and faced Sakura. She was sure she could beat her, especially if she was slower than before thanks to the seals Naruto spoke about. What followed was a surprise for Ino and Sakura. While the Pinkette had mostly stood in the shadow of the blonde in the past and tried to show her up in the fight over Sasuke, Ino had had the advantage of clan training. Now, even if she was slower than before, Sakura found it was easier for her to react to Ino's attacks. She wasn't good enough in taijutsu yet. After all, she had only trained a week under Kakashi-sensei, but she noticed improvement. In the end, Ino tricked Sakura with a replacement jutsu and hit her with shuriken in the arm from behind. The resulting short lapse in concentration was enough for the blonde girl to secure her win. Both senseis had watched their students intently, memorizing the points where they needed to improve their students. Okay, take 10 minutes break. Kakashi and I will discuss a few things and then return, Asuma said. Sakura let out a relieved breath. Hey, forehead, too weak to stand ninja training? Ino asked, mocking. You don't have any clue how much training I have already done today, and today was a fairly easy one. Sakura shot back. Oh, did you have to run a few laps around the training field and do a few exercises? Ino continued, knowing that physical exercises were a weakness of Sakura. This was such a good opportunity to show Sasuke how much better she was than Forehead Girl. Just so you know, Ino Pig, our team starts training at 6 in the morning. We have to run laps around the village while we are wearing resistance seals that make you feel like wading through water the whole day. Then we have to do physical exercises for 2 hours before we can eat a small snack. Then follows whatever Kakashi-sensei has thought up for that day, and it is always hard work. Even today, when we worked on survival techniques, I had to gut 2 fishes that Sasuke caught. Otherwise, I would only have had some berries, nuts, eggs, mushrooms, and apples for lunch. Sakura loved rubbing into her rival's face that she had got fishes that Sasuke had caught. So what? That's normal for a ninja to know. My mom taught me how to gut fishes that Dad caught on some trips with his old teammates when I was 9. I also know how to cook the fish so that it tastes great. Ino replied, scoffing. And if you start that early, you only have more free time in the afternoons. What's so hard about that? that we don't have the afternoons free. We never finish before 6. Mostly it's later, especially now with the missions. We do one each day. Today is an exception because we had this sparring session with your team, which my team was better in than yours. And I only lost to you because the resistance seals made me slower. Sakura stated. You wouldn't have a chance against me even if they were off. Why don't we prove that right now? Ino challenged Sakura. I can't. Kakashi-sensei is the only one who can release them at the moment. He says until we go on C-rank missions outside the village, he won't let us have control over our seals. The only one who can turn them on or off on his own is Naruto, but he had them before our team was even built. I don't know why. He is just trying to look better than Sasuke. She complained. Shikamaru heard what Sakura had said and put it into his file of clues about the blonde. What exactly had Naruto done to train during his academy time? The image of the talentless idiot was made up to throw somebody off, but whom? Naruto just ignored the complaints his so-called teammate brought up with Ino. Both needed to realize that being a ninja was no game. You could die on a mission, even a C rank if you weren't prepared. After all, even bandits knew how to use poison, and if they got close enough, or just mixed it under the food in a restaurant, things were over. It was improbable, but still possible. And if the girls didn't improve their fighting abilities, the occasional rogue ninja that led bandits could be a massive problem for them if they were ever separated from their teams or had bad luck in a fight. It had happened often enough in the past, and the things bandits did to girls were sometimes worse than death. Kakashi and Asuma returned and gave their students comments on their fights and where they needed to improve. To the horror of Team 10, Asuma announced that in 3 weeks they would also get resistance seals to train their physical strength. Why then and not now? Choji asked. Because I first want you to have learned to properly work as a team and get you up to speed in the basics. If you know the moves, you can then retrain your skill easier when you get the seals. Asuma said. But why did Kakashi-sensei then have us train with them from the second day? Sakura asked. Asuma's way to do things was making much more sense to her. Because I have a different way to train my Genin team, and we have a different focus. I think you all need to build up strength. Well, Naruto not so much as he is trained like that before becoming a Genin, but you and Sasuke had more than enough room for improvement in the strength area. And if you are used to the increased difficulty of training, missions will be easier for you. Kakashi said. That, and I need to break you and Sasuke out of your bad habits. He mentally added. Sakura just thought her sensei was a sadist. Her fangirl and damsel in distress mentality still was resisting being broken. So next week you are going up against Kurenai's team? Asuma asked Kakashi. Yes. After that we have a break from the sparring matches. I will just have them take missions then. Until the end of the month, I intend to have them done around 20 D ranks. After that, if all went well, they should be ready for C ranks. Kakashi replied, having Naruto and Sasuke perked up at the prospect of doing C ranks after only a month being Genin. Ambitious, aren't you, Kakashi? Asuma asked. Perhaps a bit, but you know that C ranks only involve bandits and the like if any. Mostly they are pretty boring and only are C ranked because they have the Genin outside the village for a certain time frame. Kakashi reminded him. Asuma nodded. It was true, most C ranks were messenger jobs, escorting merchants, delivery jobs that needed to be done by faster methods than a civilian could manage, some low-profile guard duty, things like that. And with Kakashi being there, normally there would be no risk for his team. Kakashi turned to his Genin. We are returning to our training ground and will do advanced tree climbing for the next hours. He informed them. They nodded and stood up from the ground. What is advanced tree climbing, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked, not having heard of climbing on trees being a ninja training exercise. I only know normal tree climbing. It's an exercise to learn to control your chakra better to fight more effectively. You'll also learn that soon. I guess Kakashi has thought up his own version to make it more difficult. Asuma answered. Sakura shuddered. Her sensei's ideas of training exercises bordered on insane in her eyes. There are so many beautiful ways to make the exercise more difficult. I have them climb trees while sticking a leaf to each hand, for example. But today we will practice the version where you have to ignore disturbances from outside. Kakashi told his students smiling. Which means Naruto's clones get to pepper us with rubber balls again. Sasuke translated sighing, determined to get the better of Naruto's clones this time. Be glad that Kakashi-sensei keeps it at rubber balls. We could also do the same with Senbons. Naruto said, grinning evilly. You are crazy, you know that, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Only a little bit. Nothing to be worried about. All ninjas have to be a little crazy to survive in this job. The blonde played it down. The whole team is crazy, thought the genin of Team 10. Well, we are on our way then. Until next time, Asuma. And that makes 2 victories for me and 1 for you. Kakashi told Asuma while leaving. The only thing that counts is the end result. The bet is for the whole time until the next Chunin exams. Asuma countered. And I am sure I will win. The silver-haired Jonin replied. When Team 7 had left, Shikamaru turned to his sensei. What kind of bet is that? He asked. Oh, just whose team will win the most fights with another team. The ones in the bet are Kurenai, Kakashi, and I. The winner gets the pot of 15,000 Ryo. Asuma said. So I intend to win. And how would that work? If you didn't notice, Naruto is clearly beyond Genin level. I would guess from his speed and how hard he hit, he is high Chunin level. And if Kakashi-sensei is really training Team 7 like that, I don't see either us or Team 8 winning against Naruto or Sasuke. Shikamaru demanded to know. But there you are mistaken. Only the first fights will matter in that way. We will also have team matches, and there it matters that all members of a team solve the given task together. And face it, Kakashi has 2 strong individual fighters in Naruto and Sasuke, but no teamwork. And Sakura isn't their level. If she constantly loses her fights, it will also cost Kakashi points. This is completely open for now, Asuma assured them. Does that mean you will also make us do some crazy training? Ino asked. I will up your training, that's for sure, but I don't like overwhelming fresh genin from the start. The first month is to get used to ninja life. After that, things will get harder, he informed them. Meanwhile, on Training Ground 8, Kurenai was copying Kakashi's idea of keeping her team busy. She knew Hinata was ridiculed by her clan for her shyness and her problems with learning Gentle Fist. If only she had more of an idea about the style, but taijutsu and especially secret clan techniques were not her forte. She was a Genjutsu specialist. Shino needed to get more contact with others and learn how to open up more. His teammates needed to be able to have an idea how he worked. Kiba needed to get over his brashness, which was somewhat typical for his clan. All 3 were talented, and she didn't doubt they would be ready for the Chunin exams in 6 months. Okay, team, I have something to tell you, she said. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba sat down around her. As you perhaps know, 3 of the 9 teams of your year have passed the Genin tests of their Jonin senseis. You, Team 10 under Asuma Sarutobi, and Team 7 under Kakashi Hitaki. Now Asuma, Kakashi, and I decided that to improve all our students' fighting skills and other abilities that are important for ninjas, we will have you compete with the other teams. This month will be one-on-one fights against the members of the other teams. After that, we will have other tasks which will be decided later. Next week, we have a match against Team 7. The week after that, we will face Team 10. Today, Teams 7 and 10 have their match, she told them. Shino took the information stoically. Kiba was excited at the prospect to show his strength, and Hinata hoped she wouldn't embarrass her team. During all of this, we Jonin senseis have a bet going on. The Jonin whose team collects most points over the period of 6 months will win 15,000 Ryo. We all placed 5,000 in the pot. If you manage to win the pot for me, I will invite you to a great celebratory dinner. I want to prove to Kakashi and Asuma that a team specialized in tracking can be as strong as any other team, she said. Count on us, Kurenai-sensei. We will make sure you win your bet. Kiba loudly exclaimed. Don't be too sure of our abilities. We are good, but it will depend on the tasks we will get how well we can do. Why, you ask? Team 7 has the 2 top genin of our class in it, Shino said. Sakura wasn't top of the class, Kiba protested. Not Sakura, Naruto. If you didn't notice, he faked his idiocy and his bad grades. Naruto is the most dangerous opponent of all the new genin. Shino stated. No way, he was the dead last. I will give you that his show with shutting up Sakura and Ino with senbons and poisons was cool, but you don't really think he was a good fighter. Kiba protested. And no, Kiba, Naruto is as strong. He has more chakra T than even Kei Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said. Kiba looked at her disbelievingly. You can't be serious, Hinata, he said. Hinata nodded. Damn, how can he have more chakra than a Jonin? Kiba asked indigenous. Naruto is a special case. Kurenai only said. Shino nodded. He had asked his father after graduating why Naruto had so much chakra, but he was told it was classified information. Something was odd about his old classmate, and he would find out what it was. Over the next week, Kakashi kept his team busy and mostly out of the sight of the villagers. The only things anybody heard were from stories Counselor Haruno spread, those that her daughter told her. That was if Sakura wasn't too tired to do more than showering, eating, and falling into her bed. It was one point the loud counselor was complaining about, the inhuman training her daughter was forced to do. Isami Haruno was not happy that her little princess, who was meant to become the wife of the last Uchiha and bring her family more power through said marriage, was doing that kind of training. It would disfigure her beautiful body. She would get calluses on her soft hands, which would push any man away. Her shiny silky hair didn't get the necessary care and was losing its silkiness. But she had to stay on the team to prevent any other girls from stealing the boy for themselves. And then there was the fact that her little girl was always forced to be in company of the demon. But all her complaints with the Hokage had been ignored. The only way that he would change the teams would be after the Chunin exams, if Kakashi nominated his team for them. The teams were made for good reasons. Normally, she and her fellow civilian counselors would have done something to sabotage the demon. But for some reason, the Hokage now kept a stricter eye on them and had taken away their ability to command ninjas to do their bidding. No ninja would listen to them, citing they weren't part of the chain of command. And yesterday, they had been called in for a meeting of both parts of the council with the Hokage. It hadn't been a nice meeting. The Hokage had taken away their responsibility for the Ninja Academy. His reasoning was that the academy was part of the military, run by teachers that were ninja. The future ninjas of the village were taught there, and therefore the curriculum was the responsibility of the military, not the civilian council. So now the Shinobi Council was tasked with proposing a new curriculum as the graduation results in the last 3 years had been abysmal. Only teams that consisted of mostly clan children passed the tests of their Jonin senseis, and most tests were reasonably leveled for a team to have a chance to pass them. That only 33% on average passed those tests was alarming and wouldn't be accepted anymore. The villagers that requested Jinin teams for jobs, hoping to get to see the last Uchiha, were disappointed. All jobs like weeding gardens, babysitting, grocery shopping, and walking dogs were done by Teams 8 and 10. It wasn't that Team 7 didn't do any missions. Kakashi just selected the physically most demanding ones and the ones outside the village walls. One of his favorites was catching Tora. So far, Team 7 had chased the cat 3 times in 2 weeks. Some jobs like painting fences, repairing roofs after bad weather, painting houses, and the like, jobs that required handicraft skills in general, were done by groups of shadow clones of Naruto Uzumaki. Many had questioned why he did those missions without his team and got the answer that he didn't have clan funds to fall back on or a family to help him pay his bills. So he had asked the Hokage to do a few more D-rank missions to earn more money. With the newer residents of the village, those that had moved here after the Uchiha massacre, the boy was fairly well liked. They had heard about his pranks and his disrespect to everybody, but were surprised about the image they now got after meeting the boy in person. While he was distant, he was perfectly polite and did his jobs well. The older villagers tried to demand other genins to take the missions they handed in, but the mission office told them to either accept who they got sent or do the work themselves. Many then just glared at Naruto and his clones, but Naruto had too much experience with dealing with hateful villagers to react to it anymore. The Hokage had ordered the ones working at the mission office to not give in to any demands regarding complaints about Naruto taking missions. Additionally, a chunin that the Hokage trusted absolutely was to inspect the missions once Naruto was done to avoid hateful civilians cheating on the money for well-done jobs. As the village had too many D-rank missions to do all the time, he didn't want to lose the one genin that did more than requested voluntarily. And with so many D-ranks getting done, the village also earned more money. With time, the chunin at the mission office got used to the blonde and started treating him better. There always were those that couldn't get over their long-standing grudges, but their numbers were falling. It didn't really mean the number of people that liked Naruto got bigger, but many stopped disliking him. He was a genin, doing his missions for the village properly, and he didn't even complain once about his missions. That alone was earning him respect. The kind of training Kakashi was putting his team and himself through was also spreading in the ranks. Guy had been ecstatic that his eternal rival was finally embracing his flames of youth again and had stopped with his tardiness. The more reliable information came from Asuma, though, who had an idea what Kakashi was doing with his team. Many were astonished that he had put his genin under resistance seals and had them work the whole day on training and missions. Those in the mission office knew that most missions Kakashi had his team do were physically demanding, and he seemed to take sadistic pleasure in having them hunt Tora. On Monday morning after their laps and their normal exercises, Kakashi deactivated the resistance seals on Sasuke and Sakura. They needed to get used to their new speed and strength regularly, or they would have problems if they ever deactivated their seals in a fight. Sasuke was testing his new speed amazed. This was fantastic. He felt light, like a feather. And this was the effect after only 2 weeks of working out with the seals. What would he be able to do after 6 months? Sakura was equally astonished. Her speed had also increased, even if not to the same level as Sasuke's. But she felt problems with coordinating her limbs. The higher speed required her to move differently. She had to move her legs faster to control her movements. She could also lift the weights easier and managed more weight as well. Naruto had kept his seals activated. If he really deactivated them, he would probably be subject of a new wave of jealousy from Sasuke. If he was required to give a demonstration, he could reduce their level back down to level 4. It would still mean a huge difference. He would see if he could have a sparring match against Kakashi at full speed sometime soon, when the other two weren't present. The day was a revelation and also an encouragement for the genin of Team 7. Kakashi knew he had to have them experience the results of their hard work to keep them motivated. Well, at least that was true for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto knew why he worked hard and was way above the other two in skills already. He hoped at the end of the month he really could take his team on C ranks. He wasn't concerned for Sasuke. He would be ready without question. But Sakura had to accept that there was no way she could survive as a ninja another way than his training. Team 7 was a combat unit. Naruto and Sasuke the heavy hitters, and Sakura the support, and, if she worked on it, Jinjutsu user. Combat teams got more dangerous missions than capture and interrogation specialists like Team 10 or trackers like Team 8. Okay, team. Now that you have got used to your new abilities a bit, we will speed up your acclimation with them some, meaning fast movements on a moment's notice. Naruto, I need 100 clones, Kakashi said. Sakura paled. 100 of those infernal clones? What had Kakashi-sensei planned? Naruto just made the hand seal and created the clones Kakashi wanted. I want you to split in 5 teams. One team of 10 is going to the area where we hunted before and get us a few rabbits and apples for lunch. The second and third team of 15 are going to pelt Sakura and Sasuke with rubber balls to get them used to their new speed and how to control their new strength. 25 will do the same with Naruto, and the last 35 are working with me with Senbons. But not the poison ones. Kakashi instructed. The same rules as always, only deflecting the balls with your hands, otherwise dodging. The clones nodded and separated in teams, with 10 taking off into the woods outside the village to get food. It was nice of Kakashi to give them the opportunity to collect a few more furs. The caravan was due in a week again, and he could earn a good amount of money with the furs. And the caravan was his favorite place to get some unusual weapons and more outfits. While Jackanatos was great for his normal needs, There was a merchant with the caravan that sold weapons from Iron Country and one from River Country, where a guild of ninja tailors was living in a village whose clothes were simply amazing. Their clothes were made of chakra-conductive threads and accordingly expensive. Therefore, he needed to save the money for a very special piece of clothing. His father had theorized it in his journal, but never had the time to test it completely. Naruto wanted to have a cape like his father's, in colors of his liking, which would allow him to place seals on that would enable him to fly. His wind manipulation was advanced enough to channel wind chakra, though such a material. He had worked out the seals. He now just needed the cape. He had placed his orders 6 months ago when the caravan had been here last, and the merchant had assured him the cape would be ready when they returned. With all the money from the D-rank missions, the fur, hides, and feathers sales, his collection of money from the now-dead participants of the Chunin exams, and his normal income, he wouldn't have any problems to get everything he wanted. There was also one merchant that treaded with spices. Naruto liked to have a variety of tastes with his meals. If he could get away with it, he wouldn't buy anything with the civilian stores, but for eggs and milk, he didn't have a choice. Well, perhaps in the future, if the Takashimas held cows and chickens, he could get them there. Team 8 was waiting for Team 7 on their training ground. Kurenai had expected for Kakashi's team to be here, but was surprised to find them away with a note that the team would return at 2 for the sparring matches. Now it was 5 minutes before that time. Well, she would have to wait. 1 minute before the planned time, Kakashi appeared in a body flicker. "Hello, Kurenai. Good to see you and your team are already here. My team should also arrive any moment. I am having them train sealless replacement. I just need to place the logs in place." Kakashi said, unsealed 3 logs, and placed them on the ground. The first to appear was Naruto, who didn't look like this exercise was very hard. 2 minutes later, Sasuke appeared. Sakura didn't get it done sealless, but didn't want to have Team 8 waiting any longer and used the jutsu with seals, but nearly no smoke. "We will train that more in the future, and it will be your homework for the weekend to get at least one sealless replacement jutsu working," Kakashi told her. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," she answered, hating that he made her look bad in front of Sasuke. "Okay, did you inform your team about the process, Kurenai?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, I told them last week. They are eager to find out how far they have come so far," she answered. "Okay, I guess then we start with drawing matches," Kakashi said and held out a tin with 3 papers in it. He had Team 8 draw first, then his team followed. Shino and Sakura got the 1, Naruto and Hinata the 2, and Sasuke and Kiba the 3. Okay, first match, Shino versus Sakura. Match 2, Hinata versus Naruto, and match 3, Kiba versus Sasuke. "Shino, Sakura, you have the field," Kurenai said. The other 4 sat down on the side. Hinata was close to fainting. Why in the world did she have to fight Naruto? She didn't want to have to fight against him. "Don't hold anything back in our fight. Don't worry about me. I can take all you can throw at me, Hinata. This is meant to see what we should work on in our training. I know you don't like hurting people, but if you hold back on your comrades in training spars, they don't get the feeling for a real fight, and it could lead to them getting careless in the field. You don't have to target vital areas in training, but target non-vital areas and let your teammates feel how much your taijutsu style can hurt. They will be more careful in your next spar," Naruto told Hinata. Hinata was shocked. She never had thought that her holding back because she didn't want to hurt people was hurting them more for the future. She didn't have much time to dwell on the thought, though, because Shino had taken out Sakura extremely fast. She had run screaming from his bugs until they had shut her up by sucking out her chakra. "Kakashi, please tell me you are working on her bad habits," Kurenai begged. "I am. I have my team training the whole days. But I have to agree that that was simply embarrassing," Kakashi said, sweat dropping. If Sakura continued like that, his team would lose points for her continued losses, even if Sasuke and Naruto won. Well, for the first month he was safe from that part of the bet. Then Naruto and Hinata took their positions. Naruto decided to go with the Namikaze style as the Hyuga's gentle fist style required a style based on speed to counter it properly. He also was best using his bastardized version of the gentle fist with the cheetah style of his father's clan. Hinata obviously tried to hit him and was more determined than Kurenai had seen her before. She should have seen that Hinata's problem was that she didn't want to hurt others. Naruto's simple words had helped her seeing a problem and got her working on overcoming it. It wasn't perfect yet. That would need more time. Hinata still hesitated using her full power with the strikes, but she at least used the chakra when she hit Naruto. But in the end, Naruto was simply too fast. He disabled Hinata's legs with quick simultaneous strikes, and she fell down, which he used to get behind her and hold a kunai to her throat. When he was declared winner, he helped Hinata up again. "How do you know Gentle Fist?" Hinata asked, confused that somebody outside her clan could use one of their techniques. "I don't use the Gentle Fist. My style is a combination of a taijutsu style and a bastardized form of chakra scalpels like medic Nins use. I guess the principle behind my chakra scalpel bastardization and the chakra shots of the Gentle Fist is similar enough, but I only can attack anatomy. I can't use it like a Hyuga to attack the chakra network," Naruto explained. Then he seemed to sink in thought. Sasuke and Kiba took their positions for their fight. Naruto looked at Kurenai. "Kurenai-sensei, did you already test your team for their elemental affinities?" Naruto asked. "No, I didn't. I think that is a bit early." "Why do you ask?" Kurenai asked while still keeping an eye on Kiba's and Sasuke's fight. "I have the feeling something is off about Hinata's taijutsu. I know that some taijutsu styles have been developed to suit a certain group of elemental users, like the strong fist for lightning elementals. Lightning is an explosive and fast element, just like that style. I have the feeling from the forms Hinata showed that the Gentle Fist could be based on Earth users. But Hinata doesn't seem to be an Earth user and therefore had problems," Naruto said. He knew the Gentle Fist was an Earth style. It had been in the scrolls he had taken from the rubbish bins and copied for his selection, but nobody could know that. Better they believed he had got the idea from watching. Kurenai was shocked. That sounded like a more than probable theory why Hinata couldn't seem to get a grip of the Gentle Fist style. Water was weak against Earth in the elemental circle. So if Naruto was right and Hinata was a water elemental, she needed to adapt her taijutsu to get it to work for her. Naruto could have a point there. "I know from Guy that the Gentle Fist is indeed an Earth style. You should test your students for their elements, and if Hinata is indeed a water elemental or has another element that disrupts the Gentle Fist by its nature, you should work with her on her own style." "You are a water element, aren't you?" Kakashi asked Kurenai. "Yes, I am. I will take the suggestion and take them to Jakanato's after the sparring is over. Thanks for the insight, Naruto. I was aware that something was off, but as I am not a taijutsu specialist, I didn't know what could be done to help Hinata," Kurenai said. "No problem," Naruto said. "Yes, thank you," and Naruto, Hinata said. Naruto smiled at her, making her face take a very deep red color. "Hinata, are you okay? Your face is so red," Naruto asked, putting his hand on her forehead to see if she had a fever. The contact and the concern Naruto showed her was too much for Hinata, and she fainted. "Hinata? Hinata!" Naruto exclaimed concerned. "Kurenai-sensei, Hinata needs a medic," he said. "Don't worry, Naruto. She will be better soon," Kurenai said, finding it quite funny that a smart boy like Naruto had no idea how much Hinata liked him. Sasuke had some problems with Kiba's feral fighting style, but thanks to his speed with the replacement jutsu, he didn't get hit often and managed to tire Kiba out. In the end, he won by nailing Kiba with some shuriken to the ground for a few seconds, tying Akamaru up with ninja wire in those seconds, and using the dog as leverage to make Kiba forfeit. "Shit, you are really fast," Sasuke commented Kiba's performance. "And you continually replacing yourself with things is extremely annoying. Just you wait, next time I will win," Kiba said, disgruntled that he had been forced to forfeit, but Akamaru was more important than a victory in a training match. And with the way Sasuke had tied his dog up, getting him a power boost by food pills wasn't a good option. "In your dreams," Sasuke said. Sakura was still out cold, so Kakashi decided it would be a good decision to bring her home and give Sasuke the afternoon off. Sasuke gladly accepted his free afternoon, and after hearing Team 8 would go to Jakanato's to get some chakra paper to test the genin's elemental affinities, he just accompanied them, intending to get some sealing scrolls and look what else was offered there. He would be better prepared in the future for whatever ideas for exercises Kakashi got next. Kakashi-sensei, do you have time for me to test how much I can do in a fight with my resistance seals released? Naruto asked after the others had left. Sure, Naruto. Just let me get Sakura back home and get used to your full speed for a while. Then we can have that fight, Kakashi said. He lifted Sakura from the ground and disappeared in a body flicker. Naruto released his resistance seal and started going through some movements to get used to his full speed again. Kakashi returned 10 minutes later, not in a good mood. Sakura's mother had thrown a fit about the condition of her daughter and demanded to know how it happened. So Kakashi told her that in a training fight against Shino Aburame, she was shown just why the Aburame clan was feared. He had left before Isami could get in a row. Ready, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto answered. He was standing in the opening stance of the Uzumaki style, the Tide's Fist. Contrary to the Cheetah Fist that was mainly based on speed, the Tide's Fist was a flowing style. It had a change between fast and strong attacks like the Flood and flowing, slower attacks that were not meant to cause damage, but distract an opponent. Naruto had also added his Bastardi's Gentle Fist, and therefore increased the damage the style could deal an opponent. Kakashi started attacking Naruto with a fast attack, but Naruto avoided the punch, directed to his torso. He took off with his full speed, and the fight was on. In his office, the Hokage watched the fight between Naruto and Kakashi. He was, so far, satisfied with Kakashi's work with his team. He kept them busy, Sasuke and Sakura out of the village during D-rank missions to not have the worship of the villagers badly influence Sasuke. Naruto got a good deal of personal attention from Kakashi, while the Jonin didn't neglect the other two, and Kakashi was working on getting back to his old form. As long as nothing interfered with Kakashi's mission, things would work out. The root agents Danzo had sent were also on a good way with their missions. So far he had found 30 decrees which he would take back. As the Hokage, he had the power to change decrees. Only with laws things were different, but those he had always checked very carefully. If there were any new laws that he didn't remember passing, there was more wrong than he thought. So far that area had turned out negatively, but they hadn't got through all years since Minato's death yet. Many things could be hidden in the archives, and he knew the Uchiha had tried to force their will through many times. While Naruto and Kakashi were going into the phase that they were including ninjutsu, it knocked at the Hokage's door. Come in, he called and deactivated the crystal ball. Outside the door were Koharu and Hamura, the village elders beside Danzo. They were also his old teammates under the Nidaime Hokage. Koharu, Hamura, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He asked, smiling. He was on guard. Over the years, both his old teammates had taken a more militaristic view than he liked, and they had been some of the people to treat Naruto like nothing more than a weapon. Hamura had been the one to constantly suggest letting Danzo train Naruto to make the boy Konoha's secret weapon. It was one of the reasons he had had to hold on to the hat for so long. Other candidates would have been eaten alive by the council and the elders. He had decades of experience to deal with them. Hokage-sama, we are a bit concerned about the reactions to your latest decisions, Hamura said. The Hokage guessed it was the Ninja Academy curriculum. When Inoichi Yamanaka, Hayashi Hyuga, and Udai Kurama had seen the things the students were set to learn and how many hours the timetable dedicated to each area, they had loudly protested. Even the stoic Hayashi was obviously disgusted with how useless the curriculum had become. There was a focus on theory work with a ratio of 75% theory and 25% practical. They had sworn to get the curriculum adjusted to more physical training and cutting out useless civilian lessons. The civilian council hadn't been pleased. I guess you were talking about the Ninja Academy, he said. Yes, that too. While I can understand that there need to be changes to get a better ratio of those who pass their Genin tests, it could lead to problems if the civilian council is completely cut out of the decision what is taught, Koharu said. Yes, many civilian parents sent their children to the academy because they thought they had a chance to become ninja with the current curriculum. If it is changed, many will probably send them to civilian schools. Hamura added. You have seen the current curriculum? The Hokage asked. Yes, and while it's not good, I think a few adjustments would fulfill the need for better graduation results better than a radical change of the whole curriculum. Kohara said. No, they wouldn't. And regarding your concern for having less civilian students, at the moment, the only thing these children are when they leave the academy and by whatever miracle pass their Genin test is cannon fodder. The Hokage stated. Both his old teammates looked at him disbelievingly. From all civilian students in a class, normally only 10% have the determination to put in the necessary effort and training to make the cut. Rock Lee from last year is such a case, but his success is mostly due to Guy motivating him properly. But those types that train like crazy on their own to overcome their weakness and turn their only talent into a strength are rare. The 3 teams that passed this year only have one civilian-raised child in them, which is Sakura Haruno. Both elders nodded. Now from Kakashi's reports, he doesn't have any problems with the motivation and training of both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Both boys do whatever exercise he has thought up without complaint, even if he can tell that Sasuke is often close to collapsing. Sakura, on the other hand, is complaining all the time, has neglected her training during the academy massively, and is more interested in getting Sasuke to fall for her than becoming a good kunoichi. He informed them. Well, from what we heard over the last weeks, Kakashi is training them really hard. It's more than normal that a girl like Sakura from a civilian family has problems adjusting. Nearly all fresh genin would have, Kohara said. The only stories that can spread around are those Sakura tells her mother, and as she is the one who is worst on her team, it's safe to assume she exaggerates. And with Isami and her ridiculous plans how to get her daughter to marry Sasuke, she didn't do her daughter any favors in the past with filling her head with nonsense. I know how the girl behaved in the academy. Outside of the exercises the teachers had them do there, she didn't do any training. Instead, she stalked Sasuke like many other girls and invested more time and money in beauty products and body care than in ninja training and training equipment. The only reason she passed is that Sasuke ordered her what to do in Kakashi's test after Naruto flat out told Sasuke the meaning of the test. All the other civilian graduates failed the tests of the other Jonin senseis, and the one who has the most difficult test is Kakashi. His test is the bell test that I came up with. His has a focus on teamwork, which he makes a bit difficult to realize, but he has the right to try and deceive his students. All the others, while their tests may not directly set the genin against each other, also focus mainly on how they get a set task done together. If they together can't even get the tasks our jonin come up with done after 4 years, sometimes 5 years, of training, then something is massively wrong. The civilian council took the power to decide over the curriculum after the QB attack, and at that time I was too busy to really think what consequences that change would have. But I won't accept that we only get the clan children as new genin while we waste potential in civilian children due to bad teaching. Remember, Jiraiya was a civilian kid, and he became the most powerful of the Sannin despite Orochimaru being a genius and Tsunade the granddaughter of the Shodai. In a full-out fight, Jiraiya would win. So there are talents that can be found, but without the proper training in the beginning, they will quit or be killed early in their career. And it is not the intention of the ninja program to have genin do D ranks for a prolonged period of time. They are to learn basic skills, promote teamwork, and get them used to missions similar to the D rank ones which just are of a higher profile. Otherwise, I wouldn't even allow the civilians to hand in requests for chores to be done by our genin. I mean, weeding a normal garden and babysitting could be done by civilian children that want to earn more pocket money. The Hokage explained. Both elders had to agree. In their times, the time a team did D ranks had been shorter on average. They were used to get a team through the consolidation process, during which a sensei worked on their basic skills and trained them in chakra control. Normally, the Jonin also got them 2 or 3 jutsus over the first 6 months to increase their skills. intermixed with the occasional rare C rank to get a team used to the outside world and not have the overeager ones get too bored in the village. Is there a reason that in the village only teams 8 and 10 are seen doing missions? I haven't seen Team 7 over the past 3 weeks since the teams were confirmed to have passed. Hamura asked. Yes, there is. But it's between Kakashi and I what the reason is. Just know I have a good reason why Teams 8 and 10 are the face for the new generation. He said. But wouldn't it be good for our funds and the public relations to have Sasuke do missions that are seen by the villagers? Koharu asked. That may be, but the reasons to have Team 7 do the missions they are doing are more important than a few more D ranks. The Hokage said. Hamura pondered over the reasons. He had been a ninja all his life and knew the reasons that normally led to a genin not having contact with the villagers for a prolonged period of time. He would have to observe for a while longer to get the right conclusion. Hiruzen didn't seem willing to tell them more. He was back to his old persona. This was the god of shinobi, not the kind grandfather that watched over the village. Then I just have one last question. Do you have a prospective successor? We all know that you are only holding on to the office until you find somebody that can take over. Hamura said. Yes, and I will announce my successor during the finals of the Chunin exams that begin in a bit more than 5 months. He said. So you aren't going to tell us before? Koharu asked. No, not yet. My successor has one last mission to do that doesn't need more public attention with me naming him successor. The Hokage informed them. They nodded. Secrecy was part of a ninja's life after all. They both bid the Hokage goodbye and left the office. It was the end of the first month and the 3 Jonin senseis for the rookie teams met in a bar. They had planned on reviewing their success and training their teams over the last month. I am really satisfied with how far my team has come. While there is still much work to do, they are a well-working unit and know how to combine their clan techniques to reach good results in my fake missions. Kurenai said. She had not taken as many missions as the other teams. Instead, she simulated some to train her team's specialty, tracking, better. By the way, I think they are ready for some resistance seals now. Kakashi, would you mind coming around tomorrow to place them? She asked. Sure, I can leave my team alone over lunch break, so I can get to it around 1 tomorrow. Asuma, do you also want the seals for your team? He asked. Yes, I have already forewarned them. While Shikamaru thinks it is troublesome and is thoroughly unmotivated, forcing him to train even if he doesn't want it can only be good for him. The only one motivated on my team is Ino, and she only wants to not lose to Sakura in getting Sasuke's attention. She thinks if she and her team are weak, Sasuke will never notice her. Asuma sighed. I see. Well, placing the seals doesn't take more than 5 minutes per person, so I could do your team after I did Kurenai's. Seems like my team gets a longer lunch break tomorrow. Kakashi mused. That's something I also wanted to know. How comes you are following such a rigid schedule with your team? And why are all the missions you take practically completely out of public sight? Kurenai asked. I just need to get Sasuke away from the worship of the villagers. He needs to realize that nobody will just fall to his knees because he is an Uchiha in a fight. The villagers put that idiotic idea in his head. The Uchihas were also always very arrogant, and arrogance can lead to death on a mission. Sasuke's father Fugaku especially was a very proud and arrogant man and convinced that being an Uchiha made you practically royalty. As the villagers treated Sasuke like a pampered prince after the massacre, he didn't learn that nobody outside the village would give a damn about it. My harsh training and keeping my team isolated from the villagers is meant to remedy that idea quickly. I also don't want to have Sakura think she could slack off on missions. Those missions your teams do are ones that would give her too much time swooning over Sasuke without repercussions. If she does that on higher-ranking missions, it can get her or her teammates killed. I won't let that happen. Sakura is one of the worst fangirls I've ever seen. I know that girls crushing on one boy or another is normal at that age, but if they want to be ninjas, they have to know when they can act on it and when not. Sakura was raised with the goal of her mother to have her daughter marry into a rich clan, and Sasuke, as the sole heir of the Uchiha fortune, is a prime candidate. Asuma, while Ino is also crushing on Sasuke. Is lucky that Ino is from a ninja clan and knows that she has to put her missions first and not to completely neglect her training. He has a better base to work with. And you are the really lucky one, Kurenai. Hinata never showed any signs of being a fangirl and wants to become strong enough to prove herself to her father and her clan. While she is timid, with the right support and good teammates that show her they have her back, she can get over that. And I have the feeling your team is well suited for it. Kiba as an Inuzuka was raised with the mentality that the pack is the most important thing to protect, which for him includes his clan and his team. Shino as an Aburame knows about hive mentality, and while he needs to get better in social contacts, he will always protect his teammates and will work to improve the overall strength of a team. You have known Hinata for years and are well suited to help her with the confidence issues. Kakashi said, "Yes, I am glad I got such a good team." And since Naruto pointed out the potential dangers Hinata puts her teammates in by holding back in taijutsu training, she is getting better. I tested them on their elemental affinities and Naruto was right. Hinata is a water element. I looked up a few taijutsu styles that are based on water to help her adapt her gentle fist to her element. She seems much happier now that she can develop her own version of the gentle fist. It will need some time until she has it workable, but the first few katas she adjusted work well enough. Kurenai informed them. I am curious, what elements did the other two have? Asuma asked. Shino is an earth element and Kiba a lightning element. She answered. Did you also test your genin on their elements, Kakashi? Asuma asked. Yes. Interestingly, Sasuke is a lightning element, but due to his fire element training from his clan, he also has a strong secondary fire affinity. Sakura is an earth element and Naruto, while his primary element is wind, but he also has a strong secondary affinity for water and a nearly equally strong affinity for lightning. Normally, you only get that after years of training and training up your affinities. And if I say he is a wind element, I mean he can control the wind instinctively. Kakashi said. Really? Impressive. Even I am not that good with wind manipulation. I wonder where he got the information on how to train those affinities. They aren't part of the normal library. Seems he is more of a mystery than everybody thought. Asuma commented, then sinking into deep thought. Kakashi suspected he might be up to Naruto's disguise as he had been the one to test the blonde's abilities. Indeed. By the way, how did the matches of your teams go? Kakashi asked. Shino won against Choji, Shikamaru won against Kiba, and Hinata won against Ino. Kurenai said, grinning. So we have 4 victories for my team from Sasuke and Naruto. Each of them has 2. Then Kurenai has 3 victories, 2 from Shino and 1 from Hinata. Asuma has 2, 1 from Shikamaru and 1 from Ino. Kakashi summarized. Yes, and next month we wanted to have them do team matches. Or would you rather have them do a task? Asuma said. I think a team obstacle course would be a good exercise. You did teach them tree walking, right? Kakashi asked. Yes, they all can do it by now. So we could include that in the course. If you want, I will design a course and show my ideas to you in 3 days. Kurenai offered. Sounds good to me. Asuma said. No complaints from me either. Kakashi answered. At 9 in the morning on Monday morning, Team 7 stood in front of the Hokage and the Chunin on duty in the mission office. Team 7 present for a C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. Kakashi announced. Sasuke and Naruto perked up. They would finally get a better mission than those D ranks. Sakura just hoped she would get by. The last month of training had been hell. She hadn't thought that ninja life was so taxing. In her mother's plans, it always sounded so easy and glorious. You went to the academy, got placed on a team under a Jonin sensei, got taught a few things over 1 or 1.5 years. In the best case, you had 1 or 2 cute and rich boys from an important clan on the team, seduced one, and in the end you retired and raised your children. During missions, the boys did all the hard work, while you were a proper lady and only needed your female guile to do the job. That was complete rubbish. While she was on the same team as Sasuke, the richest and cutest of all the boys in her class, she simply didn't have any time to even ask him out on a date. She couldn't take care of her body like she did in the academy, and instead of letting her hair open so Sasuke could admire its length and silkiness, Kakashi had ordered her to either tie it up or cut it, as it would only get in her way. She would never just cut it, and so she now wore her hair in a ponytail. She hated that she looked more like Ino this way, and while she had tried to follow the low-fat diet her mother had come up with, it just didn't work. If she kept to vegetables, fruit, and low-fat meat, she didn't have the energy to last through training, and Kakashi-sensei didn't care at all. He just told her she knew what she should eat, and if she didn't follow her sensei's instructions, she had to deal with the consequences. So she had told her mother that she needed normal rice balls and sushi for lunch to get through training and not look weak in Sasuke's eyes. While her mother hadn't liked her decision, she had complied. The change in food helped, but as it only came up to the amount of food a normal civilian who did physical work for half a day, she still felt powerless at the end of the day, while she could see that Sasuke adjusted to their level of training after 2 weeks. He was even occasionally discussing strategies with Naruto. With Naruto, of all people. Why did he accept Naruto and not her? The only explanation she had was that he saw her as too weak for him. So she had started to make her own lunchboxes. It was more or less the same food Kakashi had given them over the first week of training. It helped her get through the days. If she ate properly for breakfast, for which her mother still slept, and lunch, she had no problems to eat low-fat and mostly salad and fruit in the evenings. She just hoped she wouldn't become ugly from all the muscle she was building up. So you think your team is ready for an easy C rank? Let's see what I have here. Ah yes, this one should only take you 2 days, and considering the training you put them through, it should be easy to do. This is a protection and transport of important supplies for our village. We get a new delivery of medical herbs, rare poisons, special earth and water every month for our hospital. The new delivery has arrived just yesterday evening at the port in T Country. You are to take your team to T Country, take over the shipment, and seal the boxes with the goods and sealing scrolls. After that, you are to bring the scrolls back to Konoha. The Hokage said. Mission accepted, Hokage-sama. Team, get your equipment for a C-rank mission. We are meeting in 30 minutes at the main gate. Kakashi said. Understood. All 3 answered and left through the door. At the announced time, the 3 genin stood at the main gate, waiting for Kakashi. He appeared in a body flicker. Okay, show me your equipment, Kakashi said. As this was the first C-rank mission, he wanted to make sure his genin had the proper equipment. Sasuke was first. 30 shuriken in my thigh pouch, 20 kunai in my back pouch, 3 spools of ninja wire, 5 explosive tags, and 1 first aid kit sealed in a scroll also in the back pouch. In my backpack, I have 4 sealing scrolls. 1 for clothes, 1 for camping equipment, consisting of a sleeping bag, a pot for cooking, metal plate, cup, fork, knife, and spoon, and a 2-person tent. The 3rd one is for various boxes, and the 4th one for extra weapons. I have 3 days' worth of Jacanato's best ration bars and some basic toiletries. Sasuke listed. Good work. Next, Sakura, Kakashi said. Sakura gulped. Hopefully, she wouldn't be scolded. Her equipment was nowhere near as complete as Sasuke's. I have 20 shuriken in my thigh pouch, 20 kunai, 1 spool of ninja wire, 2 explosive tags, a flash bomb, and a first aid kit in my hip pouch. I have a change of clothes, a sleeping bag, and a 1-person tent and a sealing scroll, some toiletries, and a set of extra shuriken in my backpack. Sakura listed. Take an example from Sasuke, what you forgot to pack. While this C-rank mission is a short one and will only take 2 days, and we will be able to eat in T Country, you always have to be prepared for the unexpected. On a mission, it can happen that you are forced to take alternative routes while transporting something valuable. So don't rely on being able to get food easily. Last, Naruto, Kakashi said. Practically the same things in my pouches like Sasuke, except that I have 2 thigh pouches, 1 with shuriken and 1 with senbons. My first hip pouch resembles Sasuke's. My second one contains my sealing supplies and 2 ration bars. I have 10 pre-made normal explosive seals, 5 modified ones, 5 flash seals, 2 chakra storing seals, and 2 mass storage seals with water. In my backpack, I have totally 6 filled storage scrolls and 5 empty reserve storage scrolls. Of the filled scrolls, 1 is for various weapons, 1 for sealed food, 1 for camping equipment, version J3, 1 for transport devices, 1 with additional sealing supplies for greater scale Fuinjutsu, and 1 for clothes. In the pockets on my vest, I have my selection of poisons and a container with food pills and 1 with blood replenishing pills. Naruto listed. Sakura's mouth hung open. What the hell was camping equipment version J3 and those seals Naruto had mentioned, and where did he get them? And why did he have mass water storage seals with him? Well, they say you can never be overly prepared. Kakashi commented. We will travel as fast as we can. We will run for 3 hours, then we will rest for half an hour and run another 3 hours. After that, we should have reached the border to T country, from where on we will travel at a slower speed to not appear hostile to the military forces of the country. For this mission, I will give you control over the resistance seals. In case of a fight, which isn't that probable, but I won't take any risks, you can release your seals and use your full speed and strength. Once we return, I will take that control away again. Kakashi made a few hand seals and put his hand on the seals of Sasuke and Sakura. Leave the seals activated until you need to release them. You are still in your training phase after all. I will give you full control over your seals after we have done training for 4 months. At that point, you should have reached high Chunin speed with the training we are doing. Kakashi said. I have a question, Sensei. Well, it's more a question to Naruto. How good are you really with Fuinjutsu? Sasuke asked. I need to wait for a specialist to really evaluate my skills, but I am way better than I showed until now. Naruto said. Ah yes, now that you mention it, he will arrive in 1 week for your test. Kakashi said. Naruto nodded. Are you willing to sell me some of those specialized seals you mentioned? Sasuke said. As long as you pay the normal prices, sure. Naruto answered. Sasuke nodded. He had the money, and as long as he could get those seals easily, perhaps even some that weren't readily available at Jackanatos or restricted for higher ranks, it wouldn't matter to him. Okay, now that that's done, let's go, Kakashi said and had his team move out. The journey to T Country had gone without problems. Konoha and Fire Country were on friendly terms with T Country, so when they changed to visible travel after passing the border, they weren't stopped by the T Country military. They reached the harbor of T Country around 6 in the evening. Kakashi told them to find an inn where they could eat. After that, he would show them a place where they could put up their tents. While Sakura wondered why they couldn't just stay in the inn overnight, she knew better by now than to question her sensei. Kakashi went to check the shipment for Konoha so they could seal it in the morning. After having a nice dinner in the inn, Kakashi showed them the place where ninjas from Konoha normally camped on this mission. As it came up every month once or twice, the local administration had just reserved a spot for the team that got the supplies. Sasuke and Sakura were tasked with setting up the tents. Kakashi checked the area for any nasty surprises, and Naruto secured the area with some seals that would keep enemies out and give them some nasty injuries if they tried to force their way through. If any of the local military members wanted to talk to them, all they would need to do was calling out to them after all. The night was quiet though, and at 7 in the morning Kakashi let them have breakfast from a few supplies he had got in the village last evening. Milk, a few eggs boiled in a pot, some rice and vegetables. After eating, and a short morning warm-up of running up and down a tree 10 times, and then a few exercises, Kakashi led his students to the harbor. There they were greeted by the head merchant who coordinated the shipments for Konoha. Ah, good morning. Is that you, Kakashi? I think the last time I saw you, you were about the age your students are. The old man said. Yes, it's me. I didn't think you would remember me after all this time. Kakashi said. That hair and that mask are nothing you easily forget. And you did this mission pretty often during the war when the other two were still too inexperienced to go to the front lines. Even if your sensei normally didn't accompany you. Now why don't you introduce me to your team? The old man asked. Sure, this is my Jinin team, Team 7. From left to right they are Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Team 7. This is Marikomo Takamichi, the head merchant that has been supplying Konoha with the goods we are going to transport for decades. Kakashi said. Did you say Uzumaki? A real Uzumaki? Mr. Takamichi asked, surprised. Did you know the Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked. Indeed. I traveled to Whirlpool Country quite often as Yuzushiyo was allied with Konoha. It's a shame what happened to the village. I had thought they got all the Uzumakis back then. But as I see, one must have survived in Konoha. Who are your parents, Naruto? Mr. Takamichi asked. Sorry, I don't know. I'm an orphan. The Hokage only told me that Uzumaki was my mother's name. Naruto said. Ah, too bad. Great ninjas, the Uzumakis. Devils with those seals they created. And damn good with a sword as well. I once had a guard for my ship from Yuzushiyo in the Second Great War. I was a young sailor back then. We were attacked by Kirinin. But even the sword fighter they had with them didn't stand a chance against Zoria Uzumaki. It was one of the most impressive fights I have ever seen, and I have seen a lot. Mr. Takamichi said. Well, enough of the past. You and I have jobs to do. Kakashi, you inspected the goods yesterday. Was everything in order? Yes, like always everything we ordered is there in top quality, Marikomo. Kakashi answered. Okay, are your students trained in sealing things in scrolls? Mr. Takamichi asked. They are. By the way, Naruto, we need 3 more scrolls. I checked the ones we got at the mission office yesterday evening, and 3 are too old that I can safely say they can be used. Kakashi said. No problem, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto offered and took out 3 of his 5 empty storage scrolls. Kakashi coordinated where they got to work, and after 1 hour, all the crates and boxes were safely sealed away and the scrolls in the Genin's backpacks. It was nice seeing you again, Kakashi. Mr. Takamichi said when Team 7 was ready to leave again. Likewise, Marikomo. I guess we'll do this mission again in the near future. So we'll be seeing us soon. Kakashi replied. Well, perhaps next time I can invite you for lunch. You were really fast with your work. It shows that you trained them well, Kakashi. Mr. Takamichi said. Thank you. Goodbye. Kakashi said. Goodbye. The 3 Genin also said. Kakashi led his team out of the village, and once they were outside, he increased their traveling speed to low running speed. They would speed things up once they were out of T-Country. Team 7 reached the gates of Konoha without interruption late in the afternoon. Kakashi signed them in and led them to the Hokage Tower to deliver the scrolls and give the short report. Normally, the team that got the mission would deliver the scrolls to the hospital directly, but with their animosity towards Naruto, he didn't want to give them the chance. When they entered the mission office, Kurenai and Team 8 were just busy with debriefing. Team 8 back from D-rank mission to weed the garden at Mrs. Ukanari's. Mission successfully completed. The garden was clean after 2 hours. Kurenai said and handed over the signed mission scroll. Performance of my Genin will be in the written report. Okay, noted. Next, the Chunin said. Team 7 back from C-rank mission to get delivery from T-Country for the hospital. No problems during the mission. We got to T-Country Harbor in about 8 hours. The goods are the usual quality and are sealed in these 20 storage scrolls. 3 of the scrolls from the armory that were supplied to my team for the mission were too old to be safely used and were replaced by Naruto Uzumaki from his private stock. He needs to get them either back or replaced by new ones after the goods are unsealed at the hospital. I recommend a check of our stocked seals that are older, like the storage scrolls by Dark Phoenix. Performance of my students will be in my written report. Kakashi said. Why did Team 7 already get a C-rank mission, Kurenai-sensei? Kiba complained. Because they got special training and Kakashi is one of the strongest jonin in the village. You will be taking C ranks once you are proficient in the basic skills for the higher ranked missions and have done the required number of D rank missions. Kurenai answered. What does the strength of Kakashi-sensei have to do with the decision, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. Her stuttering had lessened a lot, even if she still had a long way to go. In case something unplanned happens that is above the abilities of the Genin, the Jonin-sensei will protect them. And the more inexperienced a team is, the stronger the Jonin-sensei needs to be to make sure the team will be safe. I was only promoted to Jonin half a year ago. Kakashi has been a Jonin since he was 13. Kurenai explained. All the genin were impressed hearing that and looked at Kakashi in awe. Even Naruto was very impressed by that. Okay, Team 7, you can go home. Be at the gates tomorrow morning at 6 like usual. He said. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. They said. Team 8, you're also dismissed. Meeting is tomorrow at 8 in our training ground. Kurenai said. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Team 8 answered. Dark Phoenix. Kurenai asked Kakashi once the genin were outside. The new sealing specialist the Hokage has hired for supplying the village with seals. The former one died a few weeks ago, and Dark Phoenix replaced him. For security reasons, he is only known by the code name. Kakashi explained. So that's the reason for the new seals in the armory and at Jackanatos. The Chunin in the mission office said. When I got the scrolls for your mission, Kakashi, I saw that the stock has been filled up and that some new variants have been added. Indeed. From what Hokage-sama told me, Dark Phoenix is really good. Kakashi confirmed. So you got to meet Mr. Takamichi again. How was he? Kurenai asked. Cheery as always. Told some old stories while we were sealing the boxes and crates. This time from when he had just started sailing on a merchant ship and they were entered by Kiri ninjas in the Second War. Kakashi said. Ah, yes, I remember when my team got that mission. He was always good at telling stories. Kurenai remembered. That he is. Well, I'll be off, Kakashi said. Me too. I have planned meeting Anko tonight, Kurenai said. Have fun, Kakashi said and left in a body flicker. Danzo and the Sandaime Hokage sat in the completely sealed Hokage office, looking over the results the investigation by the root agents had had. This is more troubling than I thought. I was aware that you had overlooked quite a few decrees that weren't to the best of the village, but even I didn't know it were this many. Danzo said. Me too. And I suspect I didn't overlook all of them, but that somebody that had access to the stamp of the Hokage did get some passed secretly. As I didn't check all the decrees that went over my desk in detail because I simply didn't have the time, I'll allow to think that some were passed by me, but many of these here I would have stopped for sure. And if there had been an overly large amount of decrees that were placed on my desk, I would definitely have got suspicious earlier. The stamp is kept in the Hokage's office all the time, and the tower is guarded by the ANBU. So somebody inside the tower has got access, or somebody copied the stamp and slipped the stamped decrees into the outgoing paperwork. The Hokage mused. Danzo nodded. He had thought that Sarutobi had got senile in his old age, but even he would immediately say that those many decrees that were passed in the last 12 years that he hadn't been aware of were impossible. There was more wrong in the village than he had thought, and had wanted to change by becoming Hokage himself. My root have also found quite a number of listening devices all over the village and detected 4 probable spies. They are well hidden, but we are keeping them under constant watch now. We hope to follow the small fishes we identified to the bigger ones. We also noticed a strange sealing array in the old Uchiha district. As far as I know, Jiraiya is coming here next week. He should look at the seal and tell us what it is. Danzo said. Yes, that will be best. The Hokage agreed. How do you want to proceed with the problem with the shopkeepers that are overcharging on the taxes? Danzo asked. The root agents had found out that over 60% of the shopkeepers demanded 2% more taxes on the goods than the Hokage had allowed. With that great number, nobody had ever detected anything when they just bought their normal groceries. They had just assumed it were the costs for delivery and the like that made them more expensive. Well, they'll get messages that massive additional payment on taxes plus a fee for tax evasion is to be paid to the village coffers. They can decide if they want to keep their prices like they are or lower them to the appropriate level. No matter what they do, they'll be exposed for their trickery publicly. I'll publish a list with all tax dodgers to make clear that I won't tolerate them. I'll also publish a list with the decrees that are voided as of now. That will take away a good part of power that the civilian council and the wealthy merchants that bribe them have in the village. And I'll make sure Naruto is out of the village when I do this. I'm relatively sure they will try to vent their anger on him, and there is no possibility to say what he will do in retaliation. The Hokage said. You don't talk about pranks, do you, Hiruzen? Danzo asked. No. I talk about at least broken bones and at worst massive damage from wind elemental jutsus. Naruto won't take the abuse anymore. He is too close to exploding. And he has the skill to back his threats up. The Hokage said. Shouldn't you keep him under close watch then? Danzo asked, wanting to know the reason why the Hokage didn't do it. What do you think Kakashi is doing all day? I'm no idiot, Danzo. Kakashi is doing damage control before things get out of control. There is a reason I put him as the sensei of Team 7, and it's not Sasuke's potential Sharingan. The Hokage said. An interesting deception you came up with. Everybody in the village and outside will assume his main job is getting Sasuke Uchiha ready and training him in using his Sharingan once it awakens. But with him being one of the ninja in the village that always kept Uzumaki safe, and who doesn't hate the boy, you bind Uzumaki closer to the village. The training matches with teams 8 and 10 have the same intention, getting more ties to the village, so in case something happens to you, his main tie at the moment. If he feels accepted by his peers, he won't be as tempted to desert the village as he might otherwise be. The effect is increased as all members of teams 8 and 10 are the children of the current heads of their clans. So he will be on good terms with the future Shinobi Council. And it would be fatal for the village to lose the power of the Kyuubi and Uzumaki's own impressive skills to another village like Kumo. Danzo said, I see you haven't got stupider in your old age, Danzo. The only way Naruto can manage to have an easier life in the village is to be accepted by those he will be working with in the future. I'm absolutely sure that he will be promoted to Chunin after the exams in Konoha. Therefore, he will be leading teams of Genins on missions soon. From what I have heard from the senseis for the new teams, there are some really talented ones this year. Some won't be ready by the time the exams come to Konoha, but the teams will be able to get through the first 2 phases and show the world the power of Konoha's new generation. And these Genin represent the most well-known clans we have. Nearly all of them are the clan heirs. The Hokage said. Yes, indeed an important generation. Danzo agreed. They continued to plan how to get the embezzled money back into the village coffers. It was Friday, and the 3 Jonin senseis had called their teams for the first team task of their bet. Okay, today you are going to show your skill in teamwork. We have set up an obstacle course you will have to complete as a team. Each team will go through the course timed and watched by us. There are certain criteria we will be looking for, but we won't tell you what they are until the course is absolved by all teams. We will decide which team will do the course first by drawing matches. The longest match will go first, then the second longest and the shortest last. Asuma explained. He held out his hand with 3 matches for Kakashi and Kurenai. They both drew 1 match and then compared the length. Okay, Team 10 goes first, then Team 8 and last Team 7. Kurenai said. Teams 7 and 8 sat down while Team 10 walked to the starting line. The course is marked with these markers. Asuma said, showing a round paper about the size of a tennis ball. They are in 3 colors, 1 for each team. You have the yellow marker. Team 8 has the blue marker and Team 7 has the red marker. You are to collect all markers during the course. The obstacles you'll have to deal with will become obvious when you are on the course. We have placed some chunin in the course that will observe you and take notes on your performances. As we are not objective, they'll give the points for this exercise. They have the lists what to look for. So if you spot Iraki Yumino, Kotetsu Hagane, or Izumo Kemizuri, you'll know that they are part of the test. The Genins nodded and Team 10 got ready to go. When Kakashi gave the signal, they sped off. So how is your new taijutsu style coming along, Hinata? Naruto asked. It's taking time, but I have a better feeling than before. And Kiba and Shino are great. They help me training all the adapted moves and give me pointers how they think I can improve. Hinata answered shyly. That's great. I'm sure you'll get it down and then be a force to be reckoned with. Naruto replied. You really think so, Naruto? Hinata asked timidly. Sure. You are a good kunoichi. You just need to realize it and train hard to get your taijutsu style to fit you better. And when you get a few surprises in your repertoire that nobody expects you to have, you'll show them all. Naruto said. What kind of surprises do you think of, Naruto? Shino asked. Well, every ninja, especially those from a clan that is well known, should have at least one or two surprise moves that can take an opponent off guard. I mean, take you for example, Shino. You are an Aburame, and as soon as an opponent finds that out and has some information on your clan in general, they will know that you work with your symbiotic bugs. So they will use attacks that can keep your bugs away from them or are generally effective against them, like widespread elemental attacks. Or they could, if they have the time and the materials, come up with bug repellent or bug spray. Now, if you could also use, for example, Kenjutsu, you would have an advantage they didn't expect. I know that Aburames, thanks to housing the bugs, have very little chakra that can be used for jutsus outside your clan techniques. So perfecting using a weapon would give you an ace. Naruto explained. That sounds logical. I'll have to think about it. What would you think Hinata could learn? Shino asked, nodding his consensus to the suggestion. At least some ninjutsu to give her distance attacks. The gentle fist style is a close-range style. But I think with her great chakra control, she would gain the biggest advantage with Jinjutsu. She could trap her opponents in a Jinjutsu and then strike quickly, Naruto said. And what about me? Kiba asked, interested. You specialize in a feral taijutsu style in cooperation with Akamaru. That gives you short and middle range. What is your element, Kiba? Naruto asked. Lightning, Kiba answered. Then your first step, once you have mastered the basic chakra control exercises, meaning doing them instinctively without thinking about it in every situation, could be to incorporate lightning in your style. If you covered your hands in lightning before you hit an opponent, the attack would be more devastating. Depending on how good you learned to control it, you could activate and deactivate it with a simple thought, which meant it would be harder to figure out just what you did. I don't think normal weapons would work for you, as it would be hard to include in your normal style. I don't know if that is a crazy idea, but can Akamaru use jutsus? Naruto asked. Yes, he can. You mean he should learn some jutsus as nobody would expect a dog to use them? Kiba asked. Yes, and branch out from what your clan normally does. I'm not that knowledgeable about how you train your dogs, only that your combination attacks can be devastating. Naruto answered. Team 8, your turn. Kakashi called, and they saw that Team 10 had returned. Team 10 got some instructions and then sat down. How was it? Sakura asked. Sorry, we got orders to not tell you anything, Shikamaru said. We should have expected that much, Sasuke said. So, how is training with the resistance seals? You got them placed last week, didn't you? Naruto asked. Yes, we did. They are so troublesome. I feel so slow. While I don't like haste, that's being ridiculous, Shikamaru answered. I'm sure I know a good way to get you used to them faster, Naruto said. What is that way, Naruto? Ino wanted to know. Don't tell her. She'll be even more troublesome, Shikamaru pleaded. Shut up, Shikamaru. I won't be held back by your constant laziness. Ino shot back. Okay, the way you get used faster to the seals is by sending chakra to your muscles. Once you are used to the seals with chakra and can move like before, you reduce the amount of chakra until you don't feel the seals without chakra anymore. And if you want to motivate your teammates into more training, well, let me tell you that hunting others with sin bonds and the like lets them run faster. Naruto said, grinning evilly. Sadist, Sakura mumbled. Be glad that Kakashi-sensei only allows my clones to pepper you with rubber balls during the dodging exercises. Naruto gave back. What kind of dodging exercises does your team do? Choji asked. Insane ones, Sakura answered. Funny ones, Naruto said. I get to surround all members of our team with shadow clones and pelt them with rubber balls, or in Kakashi-sensei's case with senbons. Though I'm not allowed to use the poison ones, sadly. Like I said, insane, Sakura said. Your sensei participates in your training? Choji asked, surprised. He doesn't only participate, he does more physical training than even Naruto. But that could have been expected by a former ENBU. We are really getting stronger under him, Sasuke said. Did you learn any new jutsus, Sasuke? Ino swooned. No, not yet. but we learned tricks to better use the ones we already know. Kakashi-sensei told us we would learn some jutsus once he finishes our basic training. Should happen at the end of the month. Sasuke answered contently. He had first been disgruntled that Kakashi wouldn't teach them any new jutsus before their basic training was done, but once he had experienced just what Kakashi considered basic training, he wasn't as angry anymore. He knew he was building up his body's strength and his speed. He was bettering his chakra control and his reserves and learned many important skills for missions. He had found out about practical methods to ease transport, how to think like a ninja, and improve his overall awareness. Kakashi was strict, fair, but also had a sense of humor, and he knew how to train really hard. It was perfect to get closer to Itachi. Team 7, your turn. Kakashi called while Team 8 just ran over the finish line. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto went to the start line. Kurenai gave the signal, and they were off. Naruto took point, Sakura the middle, and Sasuke the rear. Okay, keep your eyes open for the red markers, Naruto said in a businesslike voice. Both his teammates knew he had changed to mission mode and would treat this with utmost professionalism. Sasuke was the first to spot a marker. Naruto had them stop and look if there were hidden traps. This time there were not, and Sakura got the job to collect the marker and store it in her bag. Naruto suspected that this would be graded for teamwork, so they needed to involve Sakura somehow. They took off again and reached the river. In the middle was the next marker. So do we need to swim over there next? Sakura asked. Not necessarily. None of the members of Teams 8 and 10 was wet, and I doubt they know water walking yet. So there has to be another way to do this. Look around if there is a clue somewhere, Naruto commanded. Naruto, there is a kunai lying here with a red point on the end of the handle, Sasuke said from the direct shore of the river. I guess this is a target practice task then. Perhaps we get the marker if we hit the red marker bullseye, Naruto mused. Okay, I'll do the throw. You cover me. I don't want to be surprised by any nasty ideas Kakashi-sensei could have come up with, Sasuke said, and Naruto nodded, taking out his kunai, covering for Sasuke. Sasuke aimed and hit perfectly. In the place where the kunai had been, another kunai with a marker tied to it was thrown at. Naruto looked at the source of the kunai and saw Kotetsu waving from a tree. Sakura collected the kunai and the marker, and they continued their quest. The next marker was hidden in a trap field, which they needed to disable before getting the marker. Nothing difficult for Naruto. They had to climb a tree to get the next marker from a bird's nest. They let Sakura get it while Naruto and Sasuke fended off the projectiles that Izumo was throwing at them to keep them from getting their marker. The next part was crossing a slim log over the river. Nothing difficult with the tree walking exercise. The next marker was harder to get. It was down in a pitfall full of hungry foxes. Naruto solved the problem by having Sasuke secure his ankles, hanging down from the log over the pitfall, and distracting the foxes with a dead rabbit he had in a storage scroll. When the foxes were done with the rabbit, Naruto was already up long ago. This obstacle was followed by a crawling course where the genin had to get a marker from under a series of nets. Getting the marker from above wouldn't have worked as the net was made from metal, and at the ends lightning seals had been installed that would be triggered if they tried to cheat on this task. Definitely Kakashi-sensei's idea. Naruto, being the one to be fastest, got the marker while Sasuke and Sakura kept watch. Naruto simply transformed into a squirrel to run under the net and get the marker. The next obstacle was sneaking through a part of the woods where 7 beehives had been placed around the marker. And as they needed to cross the part to get to the finish line, they all needed to get through and couldn't let one member of the team try it alone. Sakura had to contain her fear of insects for this part. She repeatedly told herself that it would be over soon. Sadly, she didn't look out for her way, tripped, and alerted the beehive next to her. Shit, Naruto commented and sprang into action. If one beehive was woken, the others would soon follow. Sasuke, we need smoke, he commanded. Sasuke nodded and shot a modified version of his fire jutsu at the dry grass under the beehive. It was enough to distract them and slow them down for Naruto, making 2 clones, one taking Sakura, one covering for the team, himself ripping the marker from its position and them all running as fast as they could towards the finish line. The bees closed behind them. Thankfully, there seemed to be a barrier of some kind that kept the bees contained in a certain area. Once they crossed the finish line, the bees stopped and returned to their hives. Asuma had taken their time and noted it on a clipboard. Okay, you're done. Rest, and meanwhile Kakashi, Kurenai, and I will take the points the three proctors in the obstacle course have given you and add them to the time points, he said. The three genin of Team 7 joined their comrades from the other two teams. Got the bees mad at you? Shikamaru asked lazily. Yeah, Sakura tripped directly next to a hive and woke them up. We managed to buy some time by Sasuke smoking them out a bit, but we needed to get out of there fast, Naruto said. How did you get by that damn obstacle? Sakura asked. Choji's food rations are good for something. He had honey-covered biscuits with him. So Shikamaru decided we would place those biscuits around the hives to distract the bees with something better than us and sneak through, getting the marker, Ino said proudly. And we have an expert on insects on our team. Shino just calmed them down with one of his clan jutsus, and we got the marker easily, Kiba proudly stated. What did you think was the most difficult obstacle? Ino asked the others. The pitfall with the foxes. The damn beasts were especially wild when Akamaru and I passed their pitfall. Hinata got a few bad scratches from them, Kiba answered. For us it was the net. It took so damn long to get the marker from under there, Choji said. That was no problem for us. I had Akamaru get it. He is small enough to not have any problems with such an obstacle, Kiba answered. How did you solve that obstacle? He asked Team 7. Naruto transformed into a squirrel and got the marker easily that way, Sasuke answered. Shino and Shikamaru wondered about that. Wasn't the transformation jutsu only an illusion? Perhaps there was an advanced version Naruto knew. With him, everything was possible. Finally, their senseis and the three Chunin came towards them. Okay, we have got the marks Irika, Kotetsu, and Izumo gave you. Totally, Team 7 got 16 points. Team 8 comes to 19 points, and Team 10 to 20 points. The reasons for the results will be discussed with your Jonin senseis tomorrow, Kakashi said. He was a bit disappointed about the marks of his team, but he had expected them to do even worse with this type of exercise. There had been a huge focus on teamwork, and that was definitely a weakness of his team. Ha, we won, Ino cried jubilantly. She hadn't expected to win, but obviously there had been other criteria than just being fast and getting the tasks done. Sasuke didn't look happy that his team had come out last. He hated losing. He would need to see what the report from Kakashi would entail tomorrow. Perhaps that last obstacle with the bees had been to their disadvantage. In the briefing about the test, Team 7 found out that the reason the other two teams had been marked better than them was that Teams 8 and 10 had showed better teamwork and more consideration how to solve the tasks. It had been a team decision. In Team 7, Naruto had mainly given the commands and the others had followed. While they had shown some teamwork in certain tasks like the fox pit or the bird's nest, in others they hadn't. The bees also didn't look good in their stats. It had been a stealth exercise, and with them being forced to forego stealth that had been marked down. Their time had been the best of all teams, but that hadn't been the main focus, but brought their points up a bit. Over the next week, they stayed in the village, doing training and some D-rank missions as Jiraiya was expected back any day to evaluate Naruto's skills in sealing, and nobody wanted to risk Naruto being on a mission when Jiraiya returned. It happened on Friday. Of course, Jiraiya had been in the village since Thursday morning, but he had used the chance to get some research done. He visited his sensei on Friday shortly before lunch. Hey, Sarutobi-sensei, did you miss me? He called out loudly. Jiraiya, it's good to see you. How was your traveling? The Hokage asked and sent out his ANBU and activated his privacy seals. It was good. I'll soon have enough material for my new book, Ika Violence. You said I had to come back to evaluate a potential seal master. Who is it? Did Kakashi go up in his level? Jiraiya asked. No, it's Naruto. I have him supply our armory and the shinobi equipment shops in the village under the pseudonym Dark Phoenix already. Naruto managed to deceive everybody until after his graduation exams from the academy a bit over a month ago. I had Asuma test him in disguise, and Naruto is easily Jonin level overall. The only thing he lacks is experience. All the reports I sent you about Naruto's development can be forgotten. I didn't even know he was that good. I thought that while he had some talent, he didn't use it well enough, but I couldn't really do anything about it. With Naruto being a civilian until he graduated, he was under the jurisdiction of the Civilian Council, and I didn't have the manpower to get him secretly trained, except I'd have handed him over to Danzo, which I wanted to avoid at all cost. The Hokage said, "Damn, that is an impressive feat to get to that level so young, and additionally keep it a complete secret. How did he get all the training done and got the knowledge? You wrote that you had to exchange the teachers in his class repeatedly to get him some theoretical skills." Jiraiya asked. "Yes, until I placed Irika Yumino in that class, who, while not liking Naruto, didn't let his personal feelings cloud his professional attitude. Naruto was actively sabotaged. We now found out that as the teachers couldn't keep him out of class all the time, they didn't teach the whole class properly. When he was present, they concentrated on topics that, while they can be useful for a ninja, aren't vital. Many students failed their Genin tests because they didn't get the information that was the most important. I have already initiated some long overdue changes in the village. The academy is now the responsibility of the Shinobi Council. All ninjas are instructed to ignore the orders of the Civilian Council, as they are not part of the chain of command, and I have had some of Danzo's root agents help me looking through the decrees that were passed in the 12 years since Minato died. The Hokage informed his student. "Do you think it was wise to involve Danzo?" Jiraiya asked. "It was the only valid option. I can't be sure that the council doesn't have spies of their own in the ranks. While I can order them to not follow orders from the Civilian Council anymore, and can enforce that, I can't be sure that some of them don't give them information. While Danzo and his root are not an openly acceptable part of our military due to Danzo's training methods, you know as well as I do that you sometimes have to have ninjas in your village that take care of threats in ways that wouldn't go over well with our customers. I knew since 2 months after I ordered Root to disband that they didn't, but only went underground, literally. There is a system of tunnels under the village where their base is located. I simply put Danzo on the spot. He was informed that I had him in my hand and could easily end him, but as his root were useful, I didn't. While Danzo enjoys the thought to become Hokage through his machinations, he also knows that it's unrealistic to think he could be Hokage long enough, or even be considered with his state of body to make a difference in the village. The Hokage explained. "So you were cleaning house. About time, if I may say so. You let the council get away with too many things," Jiraiya said, sitting down on the couch of the office. "I know, but you also know how unstable the political situation was after Minato died. We had lost a third of our shinobi, a quarter of the civilians, and on top Minato himself. The clans were fighting for dominance in the village. The civilians were taking over businesses that had lost their owners. Dozens of orphans needed to be placed somewhere, and people were calling to execute Naruto to kill the fox. The Uchihas were the leaders in all areas. So letting the Civilian Council have a bit more power at the time seemed to be a small price to not have the village falling apart. If I had shown favoritism towards Naruto, I would have been out of office faster than I could have blinked. And I was his only real line of defense, with not having a suitable successor for Hokage anymore. After all, the only Sannin that wanted to have the job turned traitor on us. I needed to keep the office for as long as I could and find a new successor. Which I have now, and don't worry, I'm not talking about you. I know you don't want the job," the Hokage said. "Oh, that sounds interesting. Who is it?" Jiraiya asked. "Kakashi Hatake. He is at the moment the Jonin sensei of Team 7, consisting on Sakura Haruno, the daughter of a civilian counselor, Sasuke Uchiha, the last survivor after the massacre Itachi committed in Naruto Namikaze," the Hokage said. "So he knows about his parents and the fox?" Jiraiya asked for confirmation. Yes, he knew about the Kyuubi since shortly before the Uchiha massacre, he overheard 2 Uchihas that had beaten him up and left him bleeding in an alley, talking that he should die for being the container of the fox. And about his parents, he found out coincidentally while cleaning the storage after a prank. He was cut by a falling Nodachi in the arm, and some blood spilled on the box Minato kept his important documents and a few memorabilia in. I know Naruto has a secret hideout where he lives and trains, but I don't know where it is, and he refuses to tell me anything, stating that it is the only safe place in the whole village for him, and he had worked too hard to keep it a secret to give it up now. From the test Asuma put Naruto through, he is low Jonin level in using weapons, Jonin level in Taijutsu, high Jonin level in Ninjutsu. We guess Jonin level in Jinjutsu, but as he is immune to lower level Jinjutsu, we can't be really sure about it. We need to have a Jinjutsu specialist test him there. His Fuinjutsu is high class, but the last evaluation you should do, and he is about solid Chunin level in the area of poisons. We give him half a year of missions and training by Kakashi to make Chunin, then half a year of leading experience with teams under his command for Jonin. The Hokage said, "Does he know I am his godfather?" Jiraiya asked. "I haven't told him, and he didn't mention it. I don't know if that information was in Minato's or Kushina's journals at their home. Naruto found it after he found the contents of the box and got his family's jutsus, sealing knowledge, and some other things from there. But he didn't move in there as it is too well known that his father lived there. He didn't want to have the villagers after his head more than they already were. You'll have to see how he reacts to you. If he knows and holds you responsible for his hellish childhood for abandoning him, you'll have to try to work on your relationship. I know he respects you for your skills in sealing. And if you explain to him why you couldn't take him with you out of the village, he'll probably understand it. Naruto is smart and knows to weigh arguments against each other." The Hokage informed Jiraiya. "Okay, so where would I best meet Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "I can either send a messenger to get him here, or you could go to Training Ground 7 and watch his team train until they have lunch break. Normally that is around 12:30, though it can vary depending on Kakashi's training exercises. He doesn't let his team rest much. That is another point you should know. While Kakashi is getting back to his old strength and will train to surpass his level from his time in ANBU to get ready to take over as Hokage, he is trying to connect both Sasuke and Naruto more with the village. Naruto is a flight risk due to the treatment of the villagers. If they attack him, we'll have to let the medics in the hospital go extra shifts. He won't let them treat him like their punching bag anymore. And you know that attacking a ninja is a punishable offense, and the ninja in question is allowed to retaliate. He told me that if he hadn't been sure, he would have been hunted by the ENBU and brought back soon after we noticed him missing. He would have left years ago." Jiraiya realized that this was really serious. The village would never let their Jinchuriki go, but it wouldn't do Naruto any good if he got into that situation. And if he was really as good as his sensei said, then in perhaps a year or two, he could be too strong for any ANBU to catch him. Konoha didn't need another Itachi out there. We horribly failed him. He had figured out that Kakashi is the ENBU who protected him most times in the past, and was the one to always be nice to him. Therefore, he really looks up to Kakashi. Sasuke was spoiled by the villagers for being the last loyal Uchiha. The Uchihas had the civilian population deceived really well. He has a superiority complex, doesn't take well to being second best, and thinks as an Uchiha others are bound to treat him like royalty. Kakashi is keeping his team busy with training, something Sasuke doesn't mind at all as it makes him stronger, but the main intention is to keep the team out of the eyes of the villagers and break his idiotic opinions. I don't want to risk the villagers treating Sasuke like a prince and Naruto like a monster all the time on missions. Naruto is also doing solo missions through his clones to earn some more money. Mostly they are craftsman jobs. His reputation very slowly is getting better, but it will take years to get the stupid villagers to accept him as Naruto and not the fox. That is time we can't waste. I have given Kakashi orders to put his team through the grinder. He is to strengthen the old bond he had with Naruto. Make sure that Sasuke doesn't think he can get stronger outside the village faster than training under Kakashi, and break Sakura Haruno out of her fangirl mentality. That girl is so screwed up. If she hadn't been the only one with at least some useful skills in her class, I'd never have put her on the team. But that class was really bad in their skills except for the clan heirs, and they were put together as the next Ino Shikicho team and a tracking team with Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. He informed Jiraiya. I see. Well, then I guess to evaluate Naruto's skills I better get to meet him personally. Is Training Ground 61 free? Jiraiya asked. Yes, I have reserved it for your use until next Wednesday. Don't mess this up, Jiraiya. The Hokage said seriously. Don't worry. I know I have a lot to make up for with Naruto. The least I can do is helping him with his Fuinjutsu and see if he is interested in the Toad contract. Jiraiya answered. The Hokage nodded. There also is a big unknown seal in the Uchiha district. Please have a look at it after you are done with Naruto's evaluation. Will do, Sensei, Jiraiya said. If anything happens, I'll be with Naruto. Jiraiya left the office through the window. On Training Ground 7, Kakashi just finished the morning training of his team and told them they could eat lunch. To the wonder of Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto had been more sluggish today. That riddle had been solved when Kakashi asked if Naruto had increased his resistance seal level and got a positive answer. It led to Sasuke silently seething that Naruto was getting even more advanced. While he knew that Naruto was better, he hadn't considered in his calculation that Naruto wouldn't just stop getting better. That led to the realization that Itachi also wouldn't have stopped at his former level. So to be able to kill Itachi, he needed to get to Naruto's level first. He knew he was getting stronger through his training with Team 7, but it was a punch to his pride that Naruto was already so far ahead and was only getting better all the time. Then a white-haired man landed next to Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't know you were already back, Kakashi said, greeting the newcomer. Naruto had perked up at the name Jiraiya. Well, Sensei told me you had a student for me to evaluate in Fuinjutsu, so I came here to take him with me for the rest of the day if you don't mind. Jiraiya said. No, that's okay. I was already informed that you would do the evaluation of his level once you were back. By the way, is there a new book coming out soon? Kakashi asked eagerly. Oh, you still are a fan of my great work. Yes, I'm working on Ika Violence at the moment. It should be ready in 1 or 2 months. Jiraiya said. That's great to hear, Jiraiya-sama. I'm looking forward to it. Kakashi said. Naruto just shook his head. He had known that Jiraiya of the Sannin was a pervert. His father's journal had told him as much, but seeing it in reality was something else. Jiraiya looked at the 3 genin and immediately saw the resemblance Naruto had with Minato. While his facial form was different, he definitely was his father's son. Okay, Naruto, you're going with me. I have reserved Training Ground 61 for the evaluation of your skills in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya said. Okay, Naruto answered and stood up. He could as well eat on the way to Training Ground 61. Jiraiya led Naruto away, leaving the rest of Team 7 behind. Kakashi-sensei, who is the white-haired man? Sasuke asked. That man is the greatest author in the Elemental Nations and also Konoha's only acknowledged seal master at the moment, Jiraiya of the Sannin. He regularly comes to the village to give the Hokage updates from his spy network, and while he is here, he'll evaluate Naruto's level in Fuinjutsu. Kakashi said. He's one of the legendary 3? Sakura asked in awe. Why would he be interested in Naruto and not Sasuke? She asked. Kakashi sighed. He had hoped he had got farther with breaking Sakura out of her Sasuke worship. I told you why. Naruto is skilled in Fuinjutsu, while Sasuke is not. Kakashi answered. There were more reasons, but he wouldn't tell his team about them. Sasuke, while irritated that Naruto got attention of one of the Sannin and he didn't, knew that with the area Jiraiya excelled that he didn't have a chance to get that attention. And to be honest, he wasn't interested in learning Fuinjutsu either. Sure, it was useful to have the seals to use them on missions, but he didn't want to invest the time it took to learn the art. He couldn't use it while fighting Itachi after all, so he rather worked on getting stronger. Jiraiya took Naruto to the secluded training ground. Okay, I think some introductions are in order. I'm Jiraiya, Toad Sage of Myobo-Kuzan, wooer of women, amazingly famous author, and awesome ninja. Jiraiya boasted, showing an embarrassing dance with a few toads he had summoned. Not to forget, super pervert, Dad Sensei, and supposedly my godfather. Naruto added, glaring at the man. Jiraiya sobered. So I wasn't sure if Minato and Kushina wrote it in their journals. Jiraiya admitted. The one question I have is why you didn't ever look after me. When I read about you being my godfather, I was so angry. All my childhood, I could have had somebody who was there for me, helped me through my life, and prevented the assholes in the village, especially the Uchiha clan, from beating me up every chance they got. I had exactly two proper protectors. Two Yinbyu out of all the many that are under the command of the Hokage. Dog and Weasel, Kakashi and Itachi. And they couldn't be around all the time as they had other missions as well. I know you couldn't have given up your spy network or taken me with you. I would have been a hindrance as a defenseless child during your travels. But why the hell didn't you even visit me when you were in the village? Naruto shouted in the end. I had to find a way to get strong on my own. I'm pretty sure my hideout is one of the old hideouts Orochimaru used. One of the hopefully less creepy ones. There only were a few things that I had to throw out. The rest were things I could use to get stronger. I had to scrounge up weapons from the dead in the Forest of Death after the Chunin exams to get proper training weapons because no shop would sell me anything. I couldn't ask any adult to help me because they either ignored me or tried to beat me. I was only a child, completely on my own. Even Old Man Hokage couldn't do more than make laws and enforce them. The problem was he couldn't personally take care of everything, not with me being under the jurisdiction of the Civilian Council. Do you know what it would have meant to me if I had known there was at least one adult that cared for me? What a few hours of training would have done for me? Naruto asked, enraged. You have every reason to be mad at me. I won't deny I made mistakes. I had thought about taking care of you, but as you said, it was too dangerous for you and me. I have too many enemies of my own to take a small child with me on my travels. And if you had been with me, IWA would have added 2 and 2 and would have known you were Minato's son. So I trusted Sensei to keep you safe until you were old enough for me to train you. You probably don't know this, but in the 12 years of your life, I stopped 39 assassination attempts from the outside that had you as their target. All the great villages hear rumors, and you are a constant topic of the merchant caravan. They talk about that cute blonde boy with blue eyes that is so brave and stands on his own 2 feet living in Konoha. You are right. I could have tried to be there for you when I was in the village. And I did try, but you have to realize that I got dealt a massive emotional wound when your father died, fighting the Kyuubi. It wasn't your connection to Kyuubi that kept me away, it was your looks. You look too much like Minato. I don't have children of my own, Naruto. In the Second Great War, Suna, which we were fighting at that time, had developed a chemical agent that prevented those that were contaminated by it to ever have children. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I as the Sannin were prime targets for them. They also tried to get the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi's father, but he could escape. All of us were contaminated by that chemical. It was a harsh blow, especially for Tsunade. Orochimaru developed a vaccine against it eventually, but for us it was too late. When I got my Genin team, Minato was the one I bonded with most. I liked all my students, but Minato, especially as he was an orphan like me after his parents had died when he was 10, became like the son I knew I never could have. I taught him all I knew even after my students had been promoted to Chunin and my team dissolved. When he told me he wanted me to be your godfather, I was really honored. But then the Kyuubi attack happened and Minato died. I raised you for a year, but that was all I could afford to do as my spy network needed to be maintained, especially with Konoha being massively weakened. My stay while you were an infant could be easily covered up as a show of strength for the other villages. One of the strongest of the village was there, protecting it. When I came back, you were 4. But you looked so much like Minato. I couldn't bear seeing you looking like your father. It tore the wound I had thought had healed open again and again. So I decided as I couldn't be in the village to help you, I would take care to set up a stipend for you so you wouldn't have to depend on the orphans fund. Additionally, I left scrolls for you in your apartment when I was in the village. One about hunting and fishing techniques after I found out about the behavior of the shopkeepers. One about farming and some about basic training techniques I thought would help you. I took out all the ones that were sent to eliminate you from whatever village. And I kept an eye on Orochimaru to make sure he never found out about you existing. While your clans didn't have an exact bloodline, the Uzumaki clan had special chakra, a reason why Kyumo once tried to kidnap your mother Kushina. Your clan was known for its longevity, and a child with Namikaze, Uzumaki, and Sinja blood would have been irresistible for him. I am really sorry for what you had to go through, but I did what I could in my own grief, Jiraiya said. Naruto pondered the answer. He knew Jiraiya was completely honest. He had seen in his eyes that he meant every word. And the money he got from the Hokage each week in person, after in the beginning somebody had tried to steal his money, had been what had got him through the hardest times. He remembered finding those scrolls when he was 7. It had been the start of his changing his ways. He had found out about a way where he wouldn't have to depend on the village to get by. While his godfather hadn't done his best, he also hadn't completely left him to fight on his own. He had done what he could. He had to admit he couldn't really understand the wounds that losing someone left. But he knew that some people had more problems to deal with it than others. Okay, while I can't say, I'm happy about it, I understand it somewhat. And at least you try to help me. That's more than most others did. And those scrolls really were life-savers. They got me independent from the supplies I could buy in the village. Without knowing how to properly hunt and fish and grow vegetables, I would probably still be living off ramen. Naruto shuddered. I suggest we start from the bottom. I'll give you the chance to get to know me and teach me what you want to. I'll try to keep an open mind about you and not push you away on principle. Don't expect me to trust you, though. I have made too many bad experiences. Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. It was more than he had been hoping for. Okay, now that the air is cleared, I think we have an evaluation of your skills in Fuinjutsu to do. Sarutobi-sensei said you were of the opinion that you were at a seal master level. How did you come to that impression? Jiraiya asked. I have read every single book about sealing I could find in Konoha, mostly written by you or Dad. On top of that, I studied the Uzumaki scrolls that Mum had. You stated that the level of seal master was signified by the person attempting to get there having to have complete understanding of all the intricacies of Fuinjutsu, being able to quickly draw the commonly known seals, modify them to their needs, and in the end, once they could tweak existing seals, created their own. Well, I have followed all the steps the books and scrolls described. Once I got the basics down, I found that Fuinjutsu was one art that came to me easily. It was just logical for me how it worked. So tweaking seals was not that hard. And I had masses of shadow clones that could test them for me. I designed some variations of exploding seals. My favorite is a trap version that fires poison sin bonds on the one triggering them, for storage seals and chakra suppression seals. Then I began creating my own seals. I had read in one of the scrolls I found in my hideout about elemental jutsus, and that only Jonin-level ninja used them. So with my problem with the villagers being out for my life, I decided I needed to learn elemental jutsu. Finding out about my main element was tricky. In the end, I nicked a chakra paper while cleaning the armory as punishment for a prank. I developed a storage seal for elemental chakra once I could use my wind element. I thought once I could use more elements that could come in useful. But after training the water element, which is my secondary, I started thinking about what techniques could get really problematic for me. Fire wasn't much of a problem with the water element as my secondary. Lightning is weak against wind, so only earth remained. I would need a very powerful wind jutsu to really get the upper hand against an earth user. I knew that while the primary element in Konoha is fire, there are a lot that are earth and water users. So to not be at a disadvantage, I needed lightning. But simply developing the affinity at my age was impossible. There are restrictions what my body can take. And with lightning being opposed to my primary affinity, it would be especially hard. So I decided to consort to seals. I worked for 6 months on it, but in the end I managed to get a chakra element converter seal. As long as I supply the seal with the element it is attuned to, it converts it into the element I designed the seal for. In my case, that was wind turned into lightning. Over time, by using many lightning jutsus, I developed the affinity, so now I don't need to rely on the seal anymore. But if I needed a big amount of lightning chakra, that would still be a viable option. I also have some other designs, some that I wanted to discuss with you as I'm not completely sure about some arrays. Naruto told Jiraiya. Jiraiya was really impressed by what he heard. Many had tried to find a converter seal that worked, but had given up considering the amount of fine-tuning it took. If Naruto had found a way, it would indeed validate a sealing mastery. But he would wait until the end to judge his godson's level. It was late in the evening when Jiraiya invited Naruto for a meal in one of the Akimichi restaurants. He assured his godson that with him being there nobody would dare to be rude, and that the specific restaurant they were headed to was led by his old student Yuruho Akimichi. He had been wounded in the Third Shinobi War and hadn't been able to continue as a ninja, so he had taken up the second profession the Akimikis were famous for and opened a restaurant. It was going very well. While some people were glaring at Naruto entering the restaurant, many knew just whom he was with, and nobody wanted to make a Sannin mad. Jiraiya and Naruto were greeted by the owner personally, who looked at Naruto in shock, then at Jiraiya, then back at Naruto, and mumbled something about being blind and should have seen it. "Keep it for you, Yuruho," Jiraiya said warningly. "Of course, Jiraiya-sensei, but why was nobody told?" Yuruho asked. "IWA, Orochimaru, Humo, Kiri, choose one," Jiraiya said. "I see. Well, what would you like to eat?" Yuruho asked, changing the topic. "Choose what you like, I pay," Jiraiya said. "After all, we have something to celebrate." "Thanks, Jiraiya," Naruto said, and looked over the menu. "I'd like to have the small sushi variations for appetizer, the grilled seafood dish with vegetables and rice for main course, and the seasoned salad with yogurt and herb dressing. And I'd like green tea to drink," Naruto said. "I'll take the finger food variations for appetizer, the roasted pork sweet sour for main course with sweet potatoes and rice. I'd also like a bottle of sake with 2 cups," Jiraiya said. "Already trying to corrupt him, Jiraiya-sensei?" Yuruho asked, writing down the orders. "Hey, he's a ninja. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. And I think it would be good he gets a bit of practice before I introduce him to Gamabunta," Jiraiya said, having Naruto perk up. "You're going to let me sign the Toad contract?" he asked, surprised. "Indeed. You've proven you're more than ready to become the next Toad summoner. As I told you, I don't have children whom I could pass the contract on to, so I have to resort to my students. And with your father having been my student and the last summoner, I think it is only right if you take up the mantle," Jiraiya said, smiling. He kept his voice low to not give others the information. Naruto couldn't help but smile happily. Summoning contracts were really rare. Konoha having so many of them was a reason it was seen as the most powerful village. Konoha held, as far as Naruto knew, the monkey contract with the Sarutobi clan, the dog contract with the Hitaki clan, the turtle contract with the Mato clan, the crow contract with the Uchiha clan, and then the 3 contracts of the Sannin, the slug contract of Tsunade, the snake contract of Orochimaru, which Anko Mitarashi had also signed, and the toad contract of Jiraiya. Yuruho went to the kitchen to have the 2 dishes prepared and to warn his staff to treat Naruto Uzumaki properly whenever he came to the restaurant. He was to be treated like any other guest. None of the nonsense about him being a demon or they could look for new jobs. His warning seemed to work. Naruto and Jiraiya got their appetizer 15 minutes later, and Jiraiya poured sake from his bottle into 2 cups. "Well, to your mastery in Fuinjutsu, Naruto," Jiraiya said. "Thanks, Jiraiya," Naruto replied, and both drank the sake. Naruto was coughing after it. Jiraiya laughed. "You should be a bit careful in the beginning. Try sipping instead of drinking it in one go," he advised. Naruto glared but followed the advice. It was Saturday afternoon. Jiraiya was in the old Uchiha district checking out the seal the Root had found. He was frowning. This didn't look like any standard seal he knew of. He channeled some chakra into the seal and watched where the chakra was directed to. The result was nothing he liked. He would need assistance with this. He turned to the ENBU that was there as a fast messenger to the Hokage in case that was needed. "Raccoon, go to the Hokage and tell him I need support here. Tell him that I need Kakashi Hitaki and Dark Phoenix for this," Jiraiya said. The ENBU nodded and disappeared in a body flicker. 30 minutes after Jiraiya had called for assistance, Kakashi, Dark Phoenix, and the Hokage stood next to him. "What's the problem, Jiraiya?" the Hokage asked. "We have a level 4 seal that is somewhat different from what I have seen so far, and that directs chakra all over the Uchiha district. I only pushed a small amount into the seal, but this is really worrying. I wanted to have Kakashi and Dark Phoenix here to see what they think and to neutralize that seal eventually," Jiraiya said. "I think it would be best if you showed us the seal then, when it is fed a bit of chakra," Kakashi said. Jiraiya nodded and repeated his earlier test. Naruto looked shocked at the array he saw. God damn it, the Uchiha were really bastards. To install something like that in their district. It probably powers through the entire village. Naruto cried out in disgust. "You know this, Dark Phoenix?" the Hokage asked, surprised. While Jiraiya had confirmed that Naruto was indeed a seal master, he didn't think that the boy would be able to identify seals that Jiraiya didn't know. "Kakashi, please check the seal with your Sharingan if there are any parts here in the district that we can't see with our normal eyes," Naruto addressed the Jonin. Kakashi nodded and pushed his headband up, only to have both eyes widen in shock. "There are seals all over the whole district. Most originate from this seal, but some seem to be their own system. Wait a moment, then I'll draw it up for you," Kakashi said. He soon took a piece of paper and began drawing what he had seen. "There are these two types of arrays that originate from this seal. Here in the district, I mainly see the second type. Only a few homes have the first type. It repeats itself over the entire district. This is the other array," he said, pointing at the two arrays he had seen. "The second one is a very complex secrecy seal that is used to hide an important location. Sensei, didn't you say you couldn't find many scrolls when you cleared out the Uchiha district after the massacre?"